So do you know this is going to go in the front of our special 500th anniversary podcast?
No.
Well, now you do.
Okay, thank you.
What do you think of that? 500 episodes I've recorded and published.
That is a lot.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
I can still remember when you were still on 147.
What was so special about 147?
I don't know. I can just remember when you were still on episode 147.
Wow. It's funny how certain things stick out in a child's head, brain, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder when you grow up, what kind of things you're going to remember of your childhood.
I do wonder what's gonna happen.
Like in the future.
Mhm.
What do you think?
I do not know.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's wild.
Mhm.
Are you looking forward to the future?
Depends on what's happening in the future.
Well, you don't know until you get there.
Well, not really, because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Do you like surprises?
Nope.
Well, then you won't like the future.
I know that. Unless I'm already there.
Yeah. Well, compared to like 5 seconds ago, you are now in the future.
Yeah, that is true. And I'm still in the future. Every single microsecond, you're still in the future.
You're just moving constantly into the future.
Uh-huh.
But then it becomes the present. And now it's the past. Oh, it's in the past now.
No, but it's still in the future. We're always turning into future again.
But what is time? Is there such a thing as a future and a past? And it's always present. It's now.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Except for if you go really find the future, but then it's still the present.
Did you like your holiday this year?
Yes.
We went to Stockholm, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And you met my sister.
Yes.
She's got a nice house.
Yeah.
What do you like about the holiday?
The light coming into their house from the sun, the view of their house.
The view from the house was nice. And the light was magical, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, I like that. I love her house. She's worked hard for that. I'm really glad she's got a nice house. The house on the hill.
Yeah.
And you had a special spot in the garden to sit and contemplate and think about things.
Yes.
What do you do when you go and sit on your own?
I do not know.
Do you think? Do you meditate?
Think.
You think?
Yes. That's what I do. I just think about the most randomest things.
Really?
Yes.
Do you like time on your own?
Yeah.
Never ever lose that. You know when you're on your own and you're sitting down with no phone, no TV, no distraction, things come into your head, you process them. And that's where creativity happens. And you do that really well right now. Don't lose that gift. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
What else did you like about our holiday?
The amount of fun things we did.
What was the funnest thing that you did?
The cycling for 4 hours.
That was really good fun.
Yeah, although my legs started to feel like they were on fire.
Were they burning?
Yes, they were.
I thought I was so proud of you how much you cycled. So we went to that lovely island after we went on the ferry.
Yeah.
And then we cycled around. And then we went to a really nice beach.
Yeah, that was fun.
I really liked it.
Another thing that was really fun was the, I can't remember what I was going to say. Swimming with the jellyfish.
How cool was that?
Extremely fun.
Yeah. And I went swimming naked.
Please do not say that.
In the quiet beach where no one else was.
Please don't say that.
But no one saw me, so it's okay.
Just please don't talk about it. I don't want to, because I still think it was a stupid idea.
Why?
I just think it is.
Well, I wanted to swim in the sea, and we had cycled all those hours. I was hot and bothered, and the water was just so inviting, I couldn't help myself.
You could have.
Do you think I'm crazy?
Yes.
I know. You know, the 3 letters MAD are in my first name.
Yes.
Ahmad.
Yeah.
Do you think it's appropriate?
Yes.
Thanks. Where would you like to go next year?
I don't know. I think Portugal.
You want to go to Portugal?
Somebody can go swimming with dolphins.
Yeah, because you need to be over a certain age. How old do you need to be?
8. 8 or over. I'm pretty sure.
You really want to do that, don't you? You want to swim with dolphins?
Yes.
Do you think they want to swim with you?
Yes.
Why?
I'm just thinking random things.
Okay, well, let's try and do that. Let's try and go to Portugal next year. All right, should we wrap up and let our listeners listen to the clips of my past podcasts?
Yes, although this still is actually a past podcast because they're watching it in the future again.
That's true, actually. Because it's not live. By the time we finished and recorded it,
It'll be in the future.
It'll be in the future. People in the future will be listening to this.
Which is from the past.
Yes, weird the past. Oh, God, I'm getting a headache with all of this.
Yeah.
Time traveling. That's what we're doing right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're traveling through time, speaking to people in the future who are now listening to us in the past.
Yes.
Are you excited about home education?
Yes.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is.
I'm glad we made our library cards today.
Yes, that was fun.
How's your new book, by the way? I forgot to ask you that.
It's good.
What's it about?
The same as my last book.
Really? Like what?
I don't really know what it's mainly about so far.
I mean,
I've read about 3 pages so far.
oh, that's not enough.
Yeah.
It takes a while to develop.
So I don't really know what it's about.
What was the last book about? In a nutshell, the guilds.
I can't really remember. Something about the guilds, yeah, but I can't remember anything else that's happened. Not really much about it. Because it was a little while ago that I read it.
Look at that frown on your face. You funny one. What's the name of the author? Or what's the name of the book anyway, that one? You really liked it. What was it called?
It's called Judge Greenleaf. The second book's called Judge Greenleaf, You've and the Stolen Queen, but the first one's just Judge Greenleaf. I can't remember the author.
But it was good, right?
Yes.
You liked it?
Yes.
Even though you can't remember it?
Yes.
But you know what? It's fine. I can't remember what I had for dinner last week. Isn't that funny? How you can just forget things?
Didn't we have sausages and burgers? Sausage and a burger bun. No, that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Was that... What, did we have stew? No, that was the day before yesterday.
You got a better memory than me. All right, listen. Let's say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye.
And let them listen to the podcast.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me today on special 500th episode. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You are listening to the DOCMALIK podcast. This show is 100% independent and fully funded by listeners like yourself. So, if you wish to support Ahmed in all that he is doing, then please subscribe to his channel on Spotify or his Substack. Or simply buy him a coffee with a one-off donation, links to which can be found at docmalik.com. Now, let's get on with the show.
$500 episodes. It's kind of insane. I can't even get my head around that. Just over 3 years ago, I started this podcast as a hobby, and look where I am now. Thanks to you, thanks to all the people who've listened, thanks to all my guests for coming on my show, many of them in person, traveling a long distance. Thank you for making this possible. Thank you to my family, my long-suffering wife, my wonderful children, like my son, who's just been on the podcast a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's been a fantastic ride these past few years, and I've been having a lot of fun. It started off trying to understand what's going on in the world, and I'm still doing that. That's still the mission, to question everything, to speak to people who are often not heard, who are not given a platform. And in this special episode, I've put together clips, a little montage of all the previous episodes. I haven't got everybody on, and I apologize to the guests who I've missed or not been able to mention. It's just going to be too many. It's impossible to have everybody on board. I tried to do this originally in a chronological order, and mostly it kind of is, but then there's episodes where I realized I'd missed, and you'll find them just slotted in randomly here and there. I mean, people always ask me who was my favorite podcast, or which podcast was my favorite. It's like asking which is your favorite child. I've loved, honestly, every one of them, even the ones at the time that might have been a bit uncomfortable, like the one with Robert Malone or James Delingpole. But looking back, I've still enjoyed them. They were still fascinating conversations, which revealed a lot about my guests. Standout though, the original one I did with Andrew Wakefield, Edward Griffin, Suzanne Humphreys. I mean, she's just a legend. Aman Jabi. I mean, the list goes on and on. Really, I've had so many wonderful guests. Anyway, look, you don't want to hear me rambling on. Thank you so much for being here. It's late right now, which is why I'm recording this. I've been working so many hours to put this together. I'm sorry it's been such a wait to get this episode out. I know it's been a while since my last episode. Who would have thought I'd be guilty of that? For 3 years, I've been churning these episodes out like nonstop, and now I've had like a 3-week gap. But don't worry, it's going to be back to usual business as soon as I've released this episode. Okay, folks, enjoy. So after creating all the clips, I suddenly realized I don't have Andrew Wakefield's podcast here. So I've just spent this evening digging up that podcast and making some of the following clips. And I'm really glad I did. This was an incredible conversation, and I'm honored to have had this chat with him. And I don't think you'll hear this kind of honesty and reflection from Andrew Wakefield on any other interview he's given. This was really quite moving. Okay, folks, tell me what you think.
My position is this, and it really, the only honest way to reply to this is to say, if I had a child today, if I had a baby today, what would I allow that child to have? What vaccines would I allow that child to have? The answer is none, none at all. And the reason for saying that is that, as you know, the standard for safety and efficacy, but safety in particular in pharmaceuticals, as it should apply to vaccines, is a large, long-term, randomized controlled clinical trial, comparing those receiving the vaccine versus placebo, a sugar pill or distilled water. That has never been done for any of the vaccines on the childhood schedule. Has never been done, and therefore the baseline yardstick for safety is not there, and therefore it is impossible, honestly, for anyone to say that a vaccine is safe, because none have been proven to be safe. That is a fact. And so there is my position, that in the absence of those safety data, they do not exist, then I could not recommend for a child of mine, a baby of mine, to receive any of these vaccines. Everything I'd learned about autism to that point, I'd learned from parents. Nothing from my colleagues in pediatric psychiatry, child psychiatry, nothing at all. They'd said that it begins at birth, there's no such thing as regression, there's no such thing as bowel disease in children with autism, diet doesn't make any difference. All of this was absolutely wrong, including the contention that there's no increase in the incidence of autism. There was a dramatic increase in the incidence of autism, but it was because they're thinking what seemed to be, my dear boy, because we are so clever and because we know so much about this disorder, if there had been this problem in the past, we would have noticed it. Well, they didn't. Yeah. They were completely wrong, and the parents were right, and so it reinforced that fundamental rule of clinical medical practice, that you listen, you pay attention. And that's what I did. And so at that stage, the pushback started to come. Autism is not a difficult diagnosis to make. The grade of autism or the precise nature of the autism requires some finesse. But when we were at the Royal Free, the cleaning woman in the clinic used to diagnose the children with autism. Okay, so the idea that this is just better diagnosis is hubris, absolute nonsense. The best, as you know, as a physician, the best diagnosticians in the history of medicine didn't come from this century or the last century, but the century before, from Gilles de la Tourette, Babinski, people like this, who were outstanding at describing clinical disease. They couldn't treat it. They didn't have any effective treatments, really, but they were outstanding clinicians. And had autism existed, they would have jumped on it and they would have described it precisely. It didn't exist. There were maybe one or two sporadic cases that were associated with maternal rubella infection or cytomegalovirus, but it was vanishingly rare. And now it's dramatically common. And trying to normalize the numbers of autism, trying to normalize autism is a real perversion of the truth and just delaying the horrendous consequences both for families, the children themselves, and the economy. It's a massively expensive problem to deal with. Medicine has been taken over here by commercial interests, by the hospitals, by managed healthcare, by the insurance companies, and worst of all, by the drug companies. So doctors now, for the most part, and there are good doctors, I'm sure, but doctors, for the most part now, have become people who sign scripts, who sign prescription pads and get bonuses for administering expensive pharmaceuticals. It's tragic, and people say to me, do you want to go back into medicine? Would you go back if you had the chance? The answer is no. I love medicine, don't get me wrong, but I was trained, probably like you, in a form of medicine that put the patient first above all other considerations, and that is not what happens anymore. And so I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. Well, to the women among them, I would say that you must trust that innate knowledge of your children, that extraordinary inner wisdom that really is the reason for man's existence on this planet today. One of the most powerful forces in shaping our history, our evolutionary history. It has been belittled by the medical profession. Doctors and the men and women in white coats have tried to usurp that power. It's not an intellectual power. It's not an analytic process. It's here. This is where it is. It's that small voice that tells you what is right and what is wrong. And I encountered so many parents, so many mothers who said, I knew there was something wrong. When I took him in for that shot, I just knew it was wrong and I couldn't do anything about it. Well, trust that voice, because it is extremely important, extremely powerful, and it will serve you well. And for the men among my children and grandchildren, my family, I would say trust that voice in the mothers of your children. You may not have that same innate wisdom, but trust that wisdom in the mothers of your children.
So that was episode 26. And now we're going to jump to episode 347 with Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, co-author of Dissolving Illusions, along with Roman Bristianic. Suzanne Humphreys is a very good friend now and basically a sister from another mother. She is such a wonderful human being, another living legend like Andrew Wakefield. Check out these clips.
There was a 1984 Federal Register that explicitly stated that any doubts, whether or not well-founded, about the vaccines must not be allowed to exist. When I first heard that, I thought, oh, it's just one guy probably just, trying to tell people, keep it amongst yourselves. Let's not spread this problem that we're having with the polio vaccine out to the public. And the more I think about it and the more I watch things, I think that came from a very high place. I think that came from a place that's been around for a long time. And this is where it can just, I can start looking like a real weirdo that has fallen off my rocker. But there's no doubt that vaccines, that they are the most harmful thing that's ever been done to humanity on a mass basis. It's, maybe just one or two vaccines can just be a disturbance in the immune system. But beyond that, it's a desecration. It's a desecration of the immune system, and carried on can become a complete death of the immune system and the person. And there was always a lot of support for the pro-vaccine, whether you want to go back to the smallpox or polio, wherever you want to go, that there were doctors speaking out a long time ago. There were doctors speaking out 224 years ago, talking about cursing the day that they ever gave a vaccine to anybody and what they saw. We wrote about that in the companion book to Dissolving Illusions. And I love that book even more than Dissolving Illusions, because those quotes from those doctors from 200 years ago, and you realize the anti-vaccine movement has been alive for a long time, and doctors have been speaking out about it for a long time, and they have been blacklisted, and they have been, you name it, it's been a problem. And this is only from the doctors whose writings have been preserved. Imagine how many more there were that they didn't have their writing preserved. Because I'm like a complete anti-vaxxer, and my talk was, I thought I might only have one more chance to really belt one out. So I just made it the most scathing anti-vaccine talk I could drum up with all the knowledge I had gained in 13 years, now 15, but was 13 at the time, layer upon layer, making associations between smallpox vaccine and the polio vaccine and the DPT and the newer vaccines, and then COVID, and why nobody should have been surprised. And so I'm saying to the organizers, like, what's the deal with like Kennedy not like still saying that he's not anti-vax? And they're like, oh, but he really is. And I was like, okay, well, if you say so, because you guys know him, and these women are very much anti-vax. So I was like, okay. But then Malhotra shows up, and they avowed not an anti-vaxxer, because, that's kind of like how people defend themselves. Well, I just don't like this. I don't need to explain it to you. So then I see more and more of him after that. And I just started commenting on his posts. I just started asking questions like, have you gained a better understanding of the childhood vaccine program, or are you just going to say that only one is bad because you happen to have some personal experience with it? Which is the same as saying, all you tens of thousands of parents who have kids with autism, you must be right because you've actually seen it. You've seen it for yourself. So therefore you must be right. Is that what they're told? No, that's never what they're told. They are gaslit. They are told it had nothing to do with the vaccines. I can't tell you how many people. I used to work with this nurse, male nurse in the dialysis unit, who had this severely autistic child. And I one day said to him, are you still vaccinated? And he was like, no, the doctor said it doesn't have anything to do with the vaccines. And I was just like, you can't break through that. If the doctor said it, and it has to be that doctor in that office, not the quacky doctor that's talking about vaccines being harmful. And so that just lit me, like, in a sense. Like, I just thought, okay, maybe he's going to catch on at some point. Well, it's been 2 years and he has not caught on, and he's avoided the subject like the plague. And I've taken issue with that, because I think if you're going to be in the public eye saying that you're a truther, whatever that is, talking about the damages of vaccines that you've seen, then you have a responsibility to investigate the entire vaccine program, just like I did back in 2008, when I first saw my first vaccine injury, not in my father, but in a patient right in front of my eyes, just like he's seen. How many times? Hundreds of times that man has seen vaccine injury. Hundreds of times. And because I can tell you for certain, I've seen malignant hypertension evolve after a tetanus shot. It happened in the hospital. So I'm a bit speechless about it, because I just feel like, why is nobody holding this guy's feet to the fire? And I was really, really peeved about it. And then
I am.
So then he gets appointed to the the USA, whatever. And I just said, I made a comment publicly, and then somebody put a clip of you holding his feet to the fire. And I was like, who is this guy? And everyone's like, DOCMALIK, he always says it like it is. I was going to medical school so I could heal problems and get rid of diseases. And I was like, I haven't seen one thing actually healed. I haven't seen one disease actually reversed and cured back into health. What's going on here? How come that we're supposedly sending people into outer space, and we've got all this technology and all these brilliant people, and we can't fix a problem with a underactive thyroid gland? What's going on here? I can't accept this. And that was kind of the beginning of going, I don't want to just keep I was a high paid pharmaceutical whore. That's what it boils down to. If you're not a surgeon, you're a pharmaceutical technician, basically getting money for writing prescriptions and continuing to diagnose, find problems, find solutions in the form of drugs and, or jabs or whatever. And I had no skills with my hands. So I think it's a blessing actually to be a surgeon. And some of the best people I knew through my career were actually surgeons. And they were the ones who still thought for themselves and knew when not to operate on somebody. That to me was what gave me the most respect for surgeons. But as an internist or a nephrologist like I was, being now owned by a corporation who was going to tell me when I could give a drug and when I couldn't and what the protocols were, it's like, F off. I'm not going to, I don't know how people comply with that. I don't know how they can go home feeling good about themselves at night, complying with protocol after protocol that's handed to you by corporations. Like, I just don't get how people can stay. It's almost as bizarre to me, people that can just keep bringing their children to sacrifice of the vaccine altar. It's like, how do people stay in it? Where's people's chutzpah? Where's their desire to just kind of be free? What do they even know about freedom? They just don't even have a concept of it, I guess. And that's another thing we have in common, is that you and I both grew up with nothing as far as money goes. Anyway, I don't know about you. It doesn't sound like you were, living high on the hilt in Scotland there with your Pakistan. And and so it was like, so what? I won't have money. Like, big deal. So I won't have money anymore. Well, turns out that I still do again, because I got out of something that was killing me, and I'm still alive, and I've actually grown and become actually more intelligent, and my depth of understanding is better as a doctor than it was back when I was being clamped down by stupidity.
I'm afraid too many people in the medical world now are just captured by the money, the prestige, the honor. This principle of first do no harm is complete bollocks. First do no harm to the patient. It's complete bollocks. What it really is, Suzanne, is first do no harm to my license and registration. First do no harm to my career. First do no harm to my reputation. First do no harm to my private schooling for the kids. First do no harm to my mortgage. First do no harm to my holidays. And first do no harm to my mistress. And maybe then first do no harm to the patient, but as long as I'm following the protocols and guidelines. That is what first do no harm today means.
Absolutely.
And I think a lot of doctors, if they don't even know it, subconsciously they do know it. And that's why so many are miserable. So many are stressed, unhappy, demoralized, and they don't know a way out. And like you said, I think they just need to realize to stop playing the system. Forget about all the monetary things. That will come with time. Do something you genuinely believe and love and are passionate about. And then everything will come to you. Wealth will come to you.
Ended up the lady bled, because vaccines do alter your coagulation profile. Hello, world. Vaccines do. And it was shown back in the 1960s by an Italian scientist first. And we now know it very well in the medical literature. Vaccines alter your coagulation profile. So she bled.
Right, folks, the first podcast was with Jonathan Chapman, a local farmer where I get my meat from. Here's a little snippet of that conversation.
Have you heard about Bill Gates buying up all this land in America? Have you heard about it, and what do you think of that?
I've heard of it. I don't know the detail. I read his book. What was that called now? About the answer to climate change. And it was basically all technology based. Technology had the answer to everything. And I went to this Royal Agricultural Society conference a couple of weeks ago, Harper Adams, and there was a debate there. And I said, just be careful. Technology has got us where we are now in farming. Now you're blindly going to go down another road following this technology, thinking it's got all the answers. Nature provides all the answers. Just look around you at the natural world and you will find all the answers you need.
Next, I had Professor Fenton on, a statistician who I think is retired now. And it was for a very interesting podcast. Him and his colleagues had been exposing the statistical nonsense behind the pandemic and how we weren't being told the truth. He comes back again later on to defend Zionism, and I have to admit, it's disappointing how you think certain people are awake, but then something else comes along, and like the Ukraine war or the genocide in Gaza, and you suddenly realize you're not on the same page. Anyway, that doesn't mean that he's not done some great work in the past and continues to do good work. A lot of people just have blindsides.
I said straight away at that point, it looks to me like these COVID lockdowns are just a precursor for the climate lockdowns. And the fact that they were talking about the Great Reset, I didn't hear about it from sort of the alternative sources. I mean, I, at the time then, I looked this up and of course I realised it was Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum had actually written a book called The Great Reset. All these academics were repeating exactly the same mantra.
Right, folks, we then had Ben Habib on, and that was also a fascinating conversation. Former member of the European Parliament, worked closely with Nigel Farage, then led something called Advance UK, and now I believe he runs a PAC, the Great British Political Action Committee. Here's just another snippet of that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, if you want evidence of Boris Johnson not being a Brexiteer,
Yeah.
you know, he's on the record many times saying the EU single market's a wonderful thing. And look at his speech. Anyone watching, if you want evidence about Boris Johnson not being a Brexiteer, look at the speech he made on the morning after we won the referendum. He was ashen.
Yes.
He was depressed that
Yes.
he'd won the referendum.
This was not the look of a man who
just
was
won.
jubilant, who'd won.
Who just won a major constitutional victory.
And, and he, he could be the next prime minister and,
No.
jubilant. He was like, oh shit.
Anyway, so just one.
Oh, Lord, looking back, I definitely spoke too much, and I definitely suit a beard. God, that bald round head. Oof, cringe. Anyway, let's get into episode 6 now, where I got Professor Angus Dalglish on, and he makes some incredible comments. Like, for example, he was being coerced by the Daily Mail into writing coercive articles to make people take the vaccine. Just unbelievable.
Why it is you wrote that Daily Mail article telling young people to take the vaccine, even if they had taken had COVID before, reassuring them that it won't affect them and their fertility and their immune system. It was quite a coercive
Well, first,
piece.
yeah, it was coercive, and I was coerced. I didn't write that article. I was interviewed on the telephone by the Daily Mail to do that. And I suddenly started to look back at our oncology studies and realize that I believe that we've been totally misled and run by Big Pharma all the way through. As an oncology drug, one of the greatest successes, certainly commercially, and has a good scientific justification where I can actually show you why it was fundamentally flawed, was Avastin. Avastin was the big oncology drug. Remember, they politically got it approved earlier for breast cancer. It was used for colorectal, everything, you name it, sold billions and billions and billions. Now we know that it has very little efficacy at all. So the pharmaceutical companies have done very, very well out of it. And in the same way, we pointed the obvious problems with making a vaccine for COVID and HIV out. I think Bill Gates has done more damage to the world's health than probably any other individual, aided and abetted by Tony Fauci. I mean, it's unbelievable the damage this drive for vaccines has done, particularly in the third world and Africa, where it is obvious. And we go right back to our own, is it John Snow, with all our cholera and stuff like that, that, correcting the water, food, nutrition, vitamin D would do actually far more for the overall health of populations than some untried vaccine that you jab into everybody.
Can I ask you something? Is there an HIV subunit in this virus?
Yes, there's a small sequence in the virus, but just to reflect what your observation there, I went to another place, and I saw somebody I hadn't seen for a while, and I said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for ages. How are you?" She said, "Well, I'm not too bad, but I've been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma." She said, "I've got these various lumps around the neck, this, that, and the other." And I said something which, again, things you say and do, and I said something quite inane, but just kind of social polite. And I go, my God, I wonder what on earth caused that. I mean, completely stupid for a clinician and oncologist to say something. So that's just social banter, saying, this is terrible. I wonder what caused that. I could have been pushed over backwards by her reply. She said, "Oh, it's the vaccine." I said, "Who told you that?" She said, "My oncologist." She said, "They are seeing loads of lymphomas following the vaccine." Same thing. Have I heard a word from them?
No one's speaking out.
So we have an Orwellian state here. We don't have a free press anymore. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that we do. And even the so-called social media is no longer. It's being suppressed and censored to death. Well, I'm starting to seriously question a lot of the so-called randomized studies because they're fundamentally flawed. I don't know if you saw that the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years, I'm terribly sorry, I can't remember her name, but she basically said she left actually in the end in disgust that over half the big trials that they're published were actually fraudulent. And I've heard the same thing for so-called pure scientific papers, Nature and Science. It is not uncommon to hear people say only half of them can be reproduced or only half of them are stand the test of time, which is terrible indictment.
And again, surely couldn't they make a vaccine where an inert part of the virus was actually being replicated? Why the spike protein? I don't understand that.
Well, that's what Berger and I pushed for right from the beginning. We were able to get our argument through to the cabinet office level and all the advisors and the medical advisors who all chose to ignore us.
So
but our warnings were completely correct.
Am I right in saying that it's a ridiculous notion to produce the part of the virus that's actually the lethal part?
I would say you're absolutely right, but
right. So in episode 9, I get the wonderful Thomas Seyfried on, where he talks about the real cause of cancer, which is metabolic mitochondrial dysfunction, in his opinion. And here's just a little clip of that podcast.
Why the chimpanzee? Why there's never been a documented case of breast cancer in a chimpanzee when breast cancer has now overtaken heart disease as the number one killer of women, and yet our genetics are almost identical to the chimpanzee, because the chimp is eating and living in a diet and lifestyle compatible with how they evolved originally as a species. So I tell people I was at the San Diego Zoo a couple of months ago, which is one of the famous zoos in the United States.
Yeah.
And they had these bonobos and gorillas and all these kinds of things. And I asked the vet, I said, "You guys feed these things like they in the wild?" "Oh yeah, we're constantly under surveillance." I says, "What if you go down to Dunkin' Donuts and get a whole bunch of jelly fills would these guys eat these? Oh, he said they'd pound them down. They'd eat pizza. They'd eat jelly donuts. They'd eat chips. They'd eat anything that we eat. But I said, well, how come you never give them a break every now and again? She said, oh, that would be animal cruelty. I said, what? I mean, they're genetically the same as us, and you're telling me that it's cruel for them, but not for us. And they don't get cancer, heart disease, or any of this other stuff. And yet we're all suffering from this stuff because we have deviated so far from our original Paleolithic ancestral origin.
Now, in episode 11, I get Dr. Sunil Dand, a UK doctor now living in America, blowing apart the whole medical profession. This was a brilliant podcast.
Dozens of examples like that. The medical establishment, the system does not teach doctors to be critical thinkers. They want robotic protocol followers. And this is when these players can come in from the pharmaceutical industry and take advantage of what I call a useful idiot mindset in medicine. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but that's what many doctors are. They're useful idiots to help corporate interests make a ton of money, because the corporate interests know that doctors are not going to critically think about anything. We've seen that over the last 3 years with vaccine efficacy, side effects, etc. When you have an entire profession, which supposedly is supposed to be one of the most educated professions, the profession we can trust, and the public do not realize the degree to which doctors mindlessly follow what they are told and are not breaking things down. People like me and you are in the absolute minority. And ultimately, who suffers in the end? The patient.
Now, episode number 12, right at the beginning of my podcast, I had the wonderful Sasha Latipova. I mean, she's been doing some great work exposing the evil behind COVID and the jabs. And, you know, a lot of people accuse her of being a controlled opposition. I mean, I don't know. The interactions I've had with her, she seems as genuine as you can get. And this is one of her first podcasts with me. I think we've done 3 in total now. But they're all in their own right worth listening to.
Just to summarize, are you telling me that these jabs, these COVID vaccines, when given to pregnant women, you're delivering an experimental drug to the unborn child?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And then they absolutely wanted to figure out. So Moderna, for example, specifically
but this goes against, so this goes against medical ethics. This goes against the Nuremberg Code. Yep. We never experiment on children. We never experiment on pregnant women. We don't experiment on unborn children.
Yeah. But the pregnant women and babies are a specific target of these programs, both of them, because the contracts that these companies.
What do you mean by both of them? Pfizer and Moderna?
Pfizer, Moderna, yeah, and all the rest of the vaccines. So, but Pfizer, Moderna, I reviewed the contracts. I reviewed the preclinical packages. I know it for fact. I can prove it in court. If we ever get into court, nobody will ever get into court. But they both specifically targeted, and the contracts came from the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense specifically targeted pregnant women in these programs. They specifically requested GLP compliant studies for the reproductive toxicity. So they wanted to make sure that data is reliable. Pfizer tested 3 versions of their product in the rat study, and selected the one that increased the miscarriages the most.
So in episode 20, I got Steve Kirshen. Some of you may have heard of him. Apparently he's a multimillionaire out of California, Silicon Valley, and he's been quite vocal about COVID. In this snippet, I'm giving him some hard yes, no type questions. And then the answers and responses are, yeah, let's just say, interesting. Let me know what you guys think.
Now listen, I've got a few questions I want to ask you to kick off with, and I just want you yes, no, okay? There's no doubt in my head that this was a fake pandemic. Was this a fake pandemic? Yes, no?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I think that there are aspects of both. I can't. That's not a yes no.
Man, you're letting me down. First question out, and you're letting me down. Okay, fine.
I know. I fail. But there's not. That's a complicated question.
Okay, fine.
It's not a yes or no question.
Do you feel that a lot of the figures and numbers were conflated by flu rebranded? Yes, no.
I don't have direct knowledge of that. I'd say yes, but I don't have. I'm not. I'll say I'm not qualified to answer that. I don't like to give opinions where I'm not qualified to answer. But if you had a gun to my head, yeah, there's probably some monkey business going on.
Okay, leaked lab business. Is that just limited hangout?
The lab leak is a real leak. Whether it's intentional or not is up for grabs. But definitely the virus leaked out of a lab.
Do you think there were multiple releases, multiple agents that were released around the world, or do you think it was just the one from Wuhan?
I think it's multiple around the world.
Yeah, that wasn't a yes, no, but you've answered it for me. Right. Do you think there was a concerted criminal conspiracy? Yes, no.
Man, you know, these are nuanced questions.
Just yes, no. No one's going to sue you. I'm just saying.
Man.
God, I've got Steve Kirsch speechless.
There are certainly aspects of it, whether it's criminal or not, of course, depends on what your interpretation of the law is, or, you know, sort of should be criminal versus is criminal.
Yes, no.
Are two different things.
Yes, no.
Yeah. There's probably some bad shit going on.
I'd take that as a yes.
There's probably, yeah.
Who do you think is most likely to be at fault? This isn't a yes, no, but it is a binary answer. So is it China or is it the US?
It's both. It's both.
Okay.
You can't trap me on that one. It's not one or the other. It's both.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. No, this is good. This is good. So, who masterminded it?
Nobody knows.
Damn.
Nobody knows. There's no smoking gun.
Who benefited?
There's speculation. No smoking gun.
So who benefited from all of this?
Oh, easy.
Fire away.
Vaccine companies.
Just the vaccine companies?
Yeah.
No one else?
Yeah, Fauci benefited.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Going. Anyone else?
Probably. If you prompt me, I could probably. I guess the misinformation spreaders did well because we spoke out and we bucked the trend and we found ways to monetize this so that we weren't like just losing money hand over fist, but could break even.
Oh, misinformation spreaders as in who?
People like me. You know, I benefited because I got to do something that I really love doing, which is telling the truth and educating people on what's going on. So I think I benefited. I have millions of friends throughout the world. When people stop me, can I have a picture with you? You know, that never happened before. And
okay, so
I've
to
gotten
be clear,
parents who said, "Thank you. You saved my child's life." So I think I benefited because I was able to benefit more people. So I bet you weren't thinking about that.
Yeah, I'm glad we clarified that because I was like, "What? You financially benefited?" I was like, "What?"
Yeah, no. You went from making hundreds of millions in high tech to making a tiny fraction of that in terms of income.
Steve, are we friends now?
We were friends before, so we're friends, and we're still friends now.
Good answer. Okay, irrespective of the lab leak and whether it's intentional, would you accept that the whole response, the global response from all our governments, it was a political construct? It was almost like they wheeled it out, ready to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning that went into it, but people were told that this is for the benefit of society, And so most people believe that this was done all out of, it's all above board, that it's all just smart planning for smart contingency planning.
Yeah, so I've heard this, that it was noble intentions and just incompetence. And my personal opinion is that this was
a lot of incompetence.
So, but my personal opinion is that, well, this was highly competent incompetence, uniform across the world. You don't think there was an element of malfeasance and some ulterior motives?
I think most of it is just trusting people who shouldn't be trusted. And I think that I think that Fauci was legitimately surprised when the virus leaked. And you could tell that because of the email trails. The email trails wouldn't have had the surprise element that they did. And so I think that there were some things I think he knew he was doing this gain of function research, and he was doing it when he shouldn't be doing it. So he got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and then he sought to cover it up. But it wasn't like this was pre-planned, because he didn't say, okay, hit the cover-up paper, let's release the cover-up paper now that it's out. I mean, a lot of this stuff happened by accident.
Okay. Have you heard of Sasha Latipova's claims that DOD was involved in DARPA and the Pentagon?
Yeah, I've had her on my show.
So what's all this countermeasure business? Why was an American DOD involved in this? A civilian affair?
Well, you want the cover? You want the cover story? You want the real story?
Both.
Well, the cover story is that we had this huge pandemic, and the military was the fastest way to get it done. The other story could have been that the military had been working on this gain of function research. They knew that they were working on the gain of research, and they wanted to keep control over it so nobody would find out what was going on.
Episode 29, I had the wonderful Dr. Ben Tapper. He's a doctor in chiropractic medicine from the States. One of the original Dirty Dozen. I don't know if you've heard of the Dirty Dozen of misinformation spreaders in America. I don't know if it's the CDC, FDA, or mainstream media, but they labeled 12 people the original Dirty Dozen misinformation spreaders. I think Sherry Tenpenny was one of them, and so was Ben Tapper. And he's just, in the last few years, become a really good friend. I mean, he's a good egg. He's now actually started his own podcast.
And I feel like the enemy wants us to think that we're alone, that we're just on this little island by ourselves. And it's like Star Wars, the Resistance, that, they wanted the evil empire, the dark side wants to make you feel like you're all by yourself. But really it's, we are there's more than one, there's more than 12, right? There's more than 12 of us, and we need to band together. And I love the quote by Sam Adams too. He stated that it doesn't take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority lighting the brush fires of freedom in the minds of the people.
Now, the next guest is actually a hospital manager. She's asked to remain anonymous, didn't want her face, put out there because of the consequences, but she talks about what it was like during the height of the pandemic, what a large central London teaching hospital was like, when we were meant to be overwhelmed and we had to clap outside and bang our pots and pans to save the NHS. This is what she said was really going on in the hospital. I mean, I don't know about you, but this should be in mainstream news. This is like scandalous.
And I came back into the building expecting what I'd seen on the news to be playing out in front of me. And that's not what I saw.
Whoa. Hold on one second. So what did you see? Did you not see people dying, coughing, spluttering, puking up blood everywhere?
No, if I'm really honest, I
Yes.
walked around because I was curious. There was some clinical areas, especially up on the wards, where I was not allowed. That was fine. I walked round to our A&E department, and for the first time in my life, it was completely empty. And I was so shocked. But I saw a lot of staff. I did not see any patients. And as I spoke to my colleagues, I realized that we were running at something like 60 to 70% capacity. There were a lot of people running around. So there was a feeling of anxiety and tension, but there weren't enough patients compared to what I had been told on the news and what I had seen. So I was really alarmed. I'm going to start by saying,
Go.
In May 2020, all hospitals got their debts cleared. Yeah. It was a very tiny story. Yeah. You can search it up. It's there. And then they got funding for COVID. Additional.
What do you mean they got their debts cleared?
Their debts were cleared.
Every hospital?
Every hospital.
They were all running deficits though.
Yeah, they're all definitely. They say it was kind of just to wipe the slate clean.
So where did that money come from?
That's what I'd like to know. And on top of that, 2 years of billions of pounds of COVID funding, we need to ask where that money went.
What do you mean? What 2 billion COVID funding?
Two lots of COVID funding in 2020 to 2021 and 21 to 22. So additional funding over and above the normal yearly funding for the NHS.
Where did that money go then?
That's what I want to know. We need to ask those questions.
Didn't it go to like PPE and stuff like that?
Some of it went to building ICU units and beds, but there was an awful lot of money, and I don't think it's all been accounted for.
Now, my next guest is also graduated as a doctor, but he didn't practice medicine. I believe he had some companies. He also trained as a lawyer. Very smart man. And this was a very, very good podcast. Sadly, I've not kept in touch with him because of his Jewish background, I guess we differ our opinions on Zionism and the genocide in Gaza, which is sad. It's that whole episode has really divided, for me, people into two camps, which is very, very sad. I always believe in choosing team humanity, but some people like to pick another team. Anyway, doesn't mean that this gentleman isn't smart and well-intentioned and has important things to say. I certainly found this podcast episode absolutely fantastic. He did request to come back a second time, and interestingly, it was around about the time of October 7th, and when I asked him, are you ready for the next episode, just a couple of days beforehand, he'd forgotten that he was meant to be coming back a second time. So we never did get round to recording a second episode.
What we did was we shut down health, we terrorized the population, and we totally changed the way in which we treat normal respiratory illnesses. We changed it basically overnight on the basis of a spreading virus detected via a PCR test. That in itself has the potential to be catastrophic. It's actually pretty unremarkable anyway. So, I mean, people are forgetting this, that if you actually stack up age-adjusted mortality rates for the UK, for example, and you jumble up the years, you can't pick out 2020. It's actually I think it's the 8th or the 9th worst year in the 21st century for mortality so far. So it's a bit of a nothing burger in terms of overall mortality. People actually forget that. The curves they see in the UK, the scary curves they see in the UK, are largely COVID-labelled deaths.
Now, if my last guest is a Zionist, this guest, Mads Palsvig, episode 35, is the complete opposite. He's a Danish politician, but he was also a former banker, and he blew the whistle on what actually goes on in the finance sector. And his opinions are apparently very controversial. But I've met him in person. I've had him on my show twice, and he's a real man of integrity, and he really cares about team humanity.
People bow their head in shame when they come by, and when they see the more CO2, the better. They go, what? They want to have a photo with that, or come and ask, is that what are you talking about? They're curious, and with regards to the war and the vaccine, they know we're right. They know they were cowards. They know they did not look after their family properly by insisting they all had to be vaccinated to visit grandma for Christmas. They all know they made a mistake, a horrible mistake. What I don't understand is why so few, Robert Malone being one of them, and who else, Pascal Nadjadi, some of the very few people who are speaking out, who took the jabs. Why are people not angry? If I had trusted my government and injected poison and a DOD-produced bioweapon into my family, I would be furious. Like, you have no idea how angry I would be. I got blacklisted, I think, because I kept speaking out about the way they were looting the third world. And in 2008, it came to Southern Europe. It was a wealth transfer from Greece, Portugal, Spain, Italy to Northern Europe. Why were these countries so interesting to the banking mafia?
All right, Bob Gill, my next guest, episode 37, has been a long-time campaigner for the NHS and the medical profession. And while we might not agree 100% on politics, he is definitely, in my opinion, a good man trying to do the right thing. Check this out.
And I'd written about this and I'd been putting comments on there. Interestingly, the people most wanting to censor me and cast me as a conspiracy theorist were the leaders of the Junior Doctors Committee within the BMA. Yeah?
Wow.
So they didn't want any discussion extending beyond pay. They didn't want anybody to mention patient safety or privatization. So those two talking points were kept out of public discussion.
Why?
Good question. And, you know, if you look at what the outcome was of the 2016 dispute, the BMA effectively sabotaged their own industrial action.
Yes.
The point I was coming to is I put a post on, it was a Times article talking about a power couple within healthcare. Now, one member of the power couple happened to be director of strategy for the BMA, and her husband happened to be headhunted by Simon Stevens, chief executive of the NHS, the main privatizer.
Wow.
Now, if you understand that wage suppression and wage theft and the McDonaldization of healthcare is a private agenda, why wouldn't you link these two? Isn't there a huge problem with having the director of strategy was always questioning what we were being told? It was clear there was a psychops. You're getting this constant fear porn on the BBC. How many people have died? Yeah, lots of people were dying according to the figures. But what political price was being paid? Zero. Yeah? So this was Project Fear. And now we know from the Hancock WhatsApp messages, this was Project Fear. So they were manipulating us. What happened at a key stage when they decided? Because we know there's a huge difference if you get the infection as a youngster, healthy person, no problem. Over 80 could be catastrophic, right? What did Matt Hancock issue a diktat to do? Discharge 20,000+ elderly people back into nursing homes. And what happened as a result of that? There was mass death within the nursing homes. What prices he paid?
Midazolam, opiates.
Just let's assume it's just the infection, right?
Yeah, assume it just.
Where was the pushback from the hospitals and the doctors and the nurses within these hospitals saying this person's potentially got an infection that is killing elderly people? We're not going to discharge them. Where was that pushback?
There was none.
It didn't exist. There was no commentary on this either. I was thinking, who's going to speak up about this, right? So, you know, my trust in the medical bodies, the union, and the people who end up appointed to senior position, they're not there on merit.
They're not.
They're there because they won't rock the boat, they won't challenge, they keep their head down until they get their reward. Either a directorship or a gong, CBE, knighthood, maybe elevated to the Lords. That's how it works.
Now, my next podcast is episode 48 with Jack Cruz, Uncle Jack, a retired neurosurgeon, an expert in quantum biology and metabolic health and all things mitochondria. And this was the first of, like I said, 3 episodes that I recorded with him. And if you just watch my face, my non-existent poker face, you can tell I'm absolutely bamboozled. It's funny, the second time he came round, he actually apologized on the podcast for the way he apparently treated me on this podcast. Apparently he schooled me. To be honest, I didn't take any offense. I was just absolutely, just overwhelmed. I didn't have a clue about most of the things he was saying. I mean, now I do, but I've come a long way myself. But there's no one quite like Uncle Jack. Check this clip out.
When you begin to put this all together, you begin to see the real difference between decentralized and centralized medicine. If I was going to give you like the kill shot, it's that we have a myopic focus on the nuclear DNA when we should be focusing on the mitochondrial DNA, because that's where all the thermodynamics of the cell are done. And you learned before you were in medical school, we call a body without energy a cadaver. And we call a body that is made up of abiotic atoms that has energy in it a sentient being. It turns out the difference between life and death is the energy and how the physics of the organisms processes and transforms the energy. And that's really the story of decentralized biology, but it's not the story that you and I learned in medical school. We learned what they wanted us to learn so that they would be able to harvest patients, so they would say chronic customers for a long period of time. Remember, every time we cure a disease, they lose a customer. So the incentive is to keep people sick by selling them half-truths, selling them supplements, selling them bullshit stories that, staying out of the sun for COVID makes sense, while everybody fucking dies or gets long COVID. That's the kind of bullshit, that we've had for literally 120 years since Rockefeller basically created Big Pharma to pay the United States government back for breaking up Standard Oil.
Now I have Ed Dowd on, who's written about COVID and the statistics and the all-cause mortality, death increase. Here's just a little clip from that, and this was episode 52.
There's a reset coming globally from the financial system imploding. The folks that run the system sure want to control the new one. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of financial chaos. There'll be more distractions in the news. And, humanity has a choice to make, whether they buy off on this nonsense or that we start a separate system. So there seems to be a breakaway system trying to be developed by people who are freedom fighters or just people who love humanity and other humans. The labels that we used to have, red team, blue team in the U.S., those are meaningless.
Now, episode 55, I had the honor and privilege of having the lawyer Aaron Siri, also author of the book Vaccines Amen, on the show. Now, Aaron famously deposed Stanley Plotkin, the so-called father of the vaccine. Now, in this podcast, really some revelatory things came out, and even I was just absolutely shocked. Check it out.
Well, I want you to tell me whether these are true or not. For example, is it true that dead fetuses, aborted fetuses, possibly in the hundreds, have been used, organs diced up, kidneys, liver, brain, spleen, whatever, experimented on and used for the development of vaccines and continue to do so?
Well, you watch my part of my Plotkin deposition, I see. So the answer is that yes, the development, manufacture, and production of vaccines, at least one of those, involve probably thousands and maybe more of aborted fetuses for when you take it all into account. And to be clear, these are typically normally developing fetuses, and the portions of the fetuses that are harvested have to remain alive. Otherwise, if the cells are dead, you can't use them as the substrate or for testing purposes. So the cell lines or material from aborted fetuses are used in a number of different ways. First, that's just one study. Right? Just one study. That's just one way the cell line from aborted fetuses are used. which is the substrate on which they grow the viruses. And then actually in the final product, because you can't really separate the DNA and cellular debris from the aborted fetal cell line, in every single dose, every injection that somebody gets of a chickenpox vaccine has literally billions of pieces of human DNA and cellular debris from the aborted fetal cell line. So that's being injected into every person that's getting a chickenpox vaccine. Now, the thing with vaccines is that you're giving it to babies who are healthy, totally healthy. And you're giving it to every baby pretty much in the population. And you're giving it at an age where they can't talk. They can't tell you what's wrong. They can scream, and they do that a lot. They can have high-pitched screaming and so forth. They can't express to you what's wrong. And you don't have a before and an after, really, with the 2-month-old or 1-day-old or 4-month-old or 6-month-old so much. Other than what some of the parents say is, baby's not acting right? Something's wrong. They're not, they're listless, lethargy, these common symptoms after vaccines in little babies that are just ignored as, rectogenicity, it's fine. It means there's an immune response. It's good. What you really need to do is say, okay, we've engaged in this medical intervention where we've given this kid about 30 doses of vaccine by 6 months of age. What is the outcome at 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, right? If the point of vaccines is health, overall health, then you should be seeing on a population level what it does. By 1986 in the United States, there were only 3 routine vaccines. 3, MMR, DTP, OPV. That's it. Similar in Europe and most of the world as well. That's what there was, to about 3. The amount of harm that those 3 products were causing was causing so much liability. All the manufacturers went out of business or stopped producing the vaccines except for one manufacturer for each of those 3. And the Congress and much of the world in it followed in suit and decided, instead of forcing them to make a better plane, your plane's falling out of the sky, make a better plane. Your drugs causing heart attacks, make a better drug. Hey, your car is blowing up, make a better car. Nope. Well, you keep selling your harmful vaccines. We'll give you immunity. It's called the National Child Vaccine Injury Act 1986. And not only do they give them immunity for the injuries caused by those 3 products, but for any vaccine that was developed thereafter. A lot of people think most vaccines prevent infection and transmission. That's what they think of vaccines. They think that is the quintessential feature of vaccine, but that's not true of the pertussis vaccine, nor the tetanus vaccine, nor even the current inactivated polio vaccine that most people get. And that's not me saying it, okay? That's the CDC, WHO. You can go to their websites. You can look up these products, and you can look at the countermeasure guidance and how you deal with them. They don't, for different reasons. Toxoid vaccines only attack the toxin that's released by the actual bacteria. The pertussis vaccine just has 5 of the 3,000 antigens in it, and so it doesn't create the type of mucosal IgA immunity that you need that prevents the bacteria from proliferating in your mucosal surfaces. It does reduce symptoms, but it doesn't stop it, and that's FDA's study. You can look it up. Warfel is the lead scientist from the FDA that did those studies on baboons, and that was confirmed by subsequent study, population, epidemiological stuff, and the consensus, view at this point is that pertussis vaccine, not only does it not prevent infection, actually, what it does is that those who have received that vaccine have something called linked epitope suppression. So the immunity that the vaccine provided them, which is, again, it only provides immunity to 5 of the 3,000 antigens that the pertussis bacteria has. When you're when you come in contact with the pertussis bacteria, your body only has that immune response for those 5. So you have a defective immune response that just keeps happening over and over. If you've been primed with the pertussis vaccine before you ever had pertussis, you're just going to basically be able to become infected and transmit pertussis over and over. That's why the interepidemic intervals of pertussis have not gotten longer, which is what would happen when there's less circulating bacteria. They've stayed the same, or by some estimates gotten narrower. So you actually have more circulating pertussis bacteria. You have less disease because the pertussis vaccine can reduce symptoms. But the point is that people think of these products as preventing infection transmission. Most of them do not.
So next is Richard Gage, episode 56, an architect who questioned 9/11. Now, looking back, 9/11, and really was the beginning of my awakening process. It was slow, I agree, but it was the beginning. It was particularly when, I think it was about a year later, someone mentioned building number 7. At the time, I thought it was people from my team, Muslims, who had let the team down. And it was about a year later, I suddenly realized it was all BS. And I think 9/11 is one of those modern day litmus tests of, how awake are you? If you believe the official narrative, or you call it out for the bullshit that it is, bunch of hijackers with tie clippers or whatever they were called, tie cutters or, box cutters, like they didn't bring down the Twin Towers. Come on. That's ridiculous. Anyway, here's a clip from Richard.
We don't want you guys to be the last to know about Building 7 right here on the right. Of course, most people know about the Twin Towers, though there's a lot that most people don't know about the Twin Towers. So we're going to talk about each of them real quick. Most architects and engineers, Doctor, don't even know about the third worst structural failure in modern history, which happened, as I mentioned, on 9/11. This building wasn't hit by a plane. It's about a football field in length away from the North Tower. It got hit by some of the debris from the North Tower, in fact, which was ejected laterally out of the towers, both towers. But as we'll see, that damage was not a causative factor in the building's collapse. It stands fine just after the Twin Towers came down, Building 7. But about 7 hours later, at 5:20 in the afternoon Eastern time here in the U.S., this happens. First, the East penthouse comes down in an isolated event, and then 1, 2, 3, this building drops as fast as a rock falling out of the sky, straight down, uniformly, symmetrically, into its own footprint. Now, this is after witnesses hear explosions. And it looks to us in the U.S. just like the old hotels when they bring them down in Las Vegas when they're done with them.
Next is my guest, Dr. Liz Evans, episode 57, head of UK Medical Freedom Alliance. She was absolutely bang on right with COVID from the get-go. She is one of the few doctors who has integrity, a moral compass, ethics, common sense. And she's been on the podcast twice now. It's unbelievable when you think about how many doctors are in the UK. Licensed, there's at least 300,000. How many doctors publicly spoke out against the COVID lockdowns, the mandates, the masking, or the vaccines, or the vaccine harms? How many? How many out of 300,000? And when you look at it, it is less than 0.1%. Now that is just incredible. What a damning indictment. Because, there should be a natural distribution curve and varying opinions. How could so many get it so wrong? And that in itself is the question that needs answering, because something is desperately wrong in the medical profession. But not Liz Evans. She's one of the good ones.
We can't get GP appointments. People are waiting now years for operations. Waiting lists are massive. I read an article recently about how many, like 125,000 people have died while on the waiting list. It's crazy numbers, People have just been denied this important treatment or whatever. But you got the money and the reminders to come and get your latest flu jab and vaccination. So that, they don't seem to have a problem with that. That whole machinery works really well. Text messages, emails, written letters.
Clinics for as many people want to be vaccinated as possible. And I think, again, even if you're pro-vaccine, it is surely getting to the point where it's getting almost obscene how all the resources, all of the focus appears to only be on vaccines. Like, you get letters all the time at school, your child needs to go for this jab, and then 2 months later it's this one, and then it's another one. And it's like, this is so sort of narrow
So
such
ridiculous.
a narrow
It's so
focus.
ridiculous now.
It's obsessive, but it's actually it sort of feels quite predatory.
So the next guest is Dr. Brian Hooker, PhD Brian Hooker, has written the book Vaxxed versus Unvaxxed. He works for the Children's Health Defense or something like that.
Back when the pandemic flu shot first came out in 2009, 2010, when they gave 2 flu shots to pregnant women, the number of miscarriages increased by 11.4 times. Wow. Not 11.4%, but 11.4 times. And then fertility parameters. We were seeing fertility parameters go down, especially with a COVID-19 shot. When you look at adverse event reports like the CDC's vaccine adverse events reporting system, the number of fertility issues that have been reported due to the COVID-19 shot eclipsed the rest of the history of that reporting system for reporting vaccine safety for 32 years. Since the COVID-19 shot, they've had overall 10 times as many reports of fertility issues as they have in the entire rest of the 32-year history of theirs. Okay. Wow. So there's obviously something going on. And, I do want to talk about vaccines and pregnancy because it's an issue of concern. And like I said, it appears to be that, prenatal shots are all the rage. And we have to ask ourselves, what in the heck are we doing? We used to never vaccinate a pregnant woman before the introduction of the flu shot in the early 2000s. Never give them antibiotics. Don't eat tuna fish. But, if they give a mercury-containing flu shot, somehow it's magically okay.
This is episode 62 with Fergus O'Connell Greenwood, where we talk about his book, 180 Degrees. Folks, this is a really good read. I highly recommend it. And as for the podcast, smashing.
Transmute that anger into a will of steel and a resolution that you'll never give in, because that's how we win this battle, is you never give in. You're on the side of truth, you're on the side of right, and so I think with that win behind you, the more, as Matthias Desmond said, the more people we can encourage to speak out, the better. So my belief is what we're engaged in isn't 5th gen warfare, which is war for your mind. I think when you get to the bottom of this barrel, it's what I'm terming 10th gen warfare, the war for your soul.
Oh, God, yeah.
And I think this is where people really need to wake up and smell the coffee about what's going on, because in many ways everything we've talked about so far is just a distraction away from the main event. And I think for those paying attention, and anyone who'd read Rudolf Steiner, this is what he said back in 1917. 2 quotes. One's in the book, one isn't. Materialist physicians will be asked to drive the souls out of humanity. Materialistic physicians will be asked to drive the souls out of humanity. And the second one is, I have told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts, in whom they will be dwelling, to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination towards spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young. That he stated on the 27th of October, 1917. And that, people, is where we're at.
Now, episode 67 sees me talking to G. Edward Griffin, author of Jekyll Island. For those of you who know, you'll know he's a living legend. I'd like to thank Kate Shimarani for the introduction. What an honor to hear Ed describe me as someone like him, someone who has the warrior gene in him. It's one of the highest praises I've ever had. Anyway, check out these clips.
The majority doesn't need to change because history is always written by the few. History, every major event of history has been driven by, my analysis is that about 1% of the population are the thought leaders, And they gather around them 3% of the population, which is, let's call them the influencers, communicators, prominent people. And they attract around them 15% of the population, who are the supporters, the good people that will support them and even show up if necessary to defend them. And that's about it, 15%. At the other end of the spectrum, if there's any conflict, there's another 15%, which is driven by 3%, led by 1%. And the 70% in the middle are who we're talking about. They haven't any idea what's going on and couldn't really care less. Excuse me for always talking about the American Revolution. That's closer to home for me, and I've studied it a lot. And I was shocked to find out some time ago that most of the people during the Revolution didn't support the Revolution. They didn't oppose it, but they didn't support it. They were that 70% in the middle. They were waiting to see who was going to win. And some of them left the country, went to Canada because they didn't want to choose sides. But the 15% won the war, led by the 3%, led by the 1%. And it's true all across history. So how money comes into being today is that the central banks lend it to somebody, either to governments or to some corporation or to some individual. And at that point, it's an IOU. So it's even worse than nothing. It's debt. Money is debt today. So it's accurate to say it's made out of nothing because it has nothing of substance behind it except the taxing power of the state. I remember saying this some years ago that it just hit my brain as I was talking to a group of people. So, well, what do they mean by this money is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America? Makes it sound so good. You can trust this money because it's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America. And you hear the Star Spangled Banner playing in the background. What does that mean? That means this money is backed by the promise of the United States government, promise faithfully to fulfill this promise that in order to pay it back, they will take it from you if it's the last penny you've got so they can give it back to you. They promise to do that. And that's what the full faith and credit of the United States government means. They got to steal it from you before they can give it back to you. They steal it in the form of taxes or inflation or some other mechanism. But it's all propaganda. That word keeps coming up in our discussion over and over again. It's all warfare for the mind. It's convincing people to be complacent, to be passive, to be compliant to the system, even though they don't understand it, is because they have faith in the system. So they've been conquered in their mind and not conquered by guns and bayonets. Hey, the world isn't really what it was presented to me as a young person. I thought I was, born into America, and these things, these bad things, these totalitarian systems, well, they may happen in other countries, other parts of the world, but not in America, because this is the good old USA. We got the Constitution, our founding fathers, and oh man, this is a free society. I never realized then, it took me many years really to fully realize it, that already that was a myth. America was no longer the land that we had been taught about, the land that it once was. It had been gradually changed and nibbled away, and the people that went into public office went in really for their own aggrandizement, not for the principles of the Constitution or liberty, but it was to fatten their own pockets and so forth. I didn't realize any of that. I didn't realize that wars were pretty much a scam and they weren't fought over what we thought they were fought over. Liberty and freedom was not the reason we went into World War II and so forth. I didn't know all of that. I didn't realize that America and most Western countries had already been taken over in a sense, not in the old-fashioned way, not in the old way where an enemy shows up in a uniform that's different than yours, and he's carrying rifles and his planes are dropping bombs, and the soldiers are marching and all of that. No, that's the old-fashioned way. That had gone out the window long ago, and I didn't know it. It was still done quite a bit to keep the public attention, but the new style of warfare was not from without, but from within. republic. It's a system of rule, of social order, in which the rights of the individual are protected against the passion of the mob, of the majority. That individuals have rights that must be protected by the state, no matter if it's just one person against everybody else. You have the right to freedom of trial or whatever, the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. If you're the only person that has that religion, it doesn't make any difference. It's not a question of numbers. So the idea then of a republic is very simple. It's the protection of the rights of the individual against the majority. And it's the idea that the state can use coercion only in the defense of life and liberty and nothing more. It's a fantastic concept. And it's the kind of concept we have to nourish and develop and understand better, because the future, if we want to avoid always reverting back to one tyranny being replaced by another tyranny, one bad guy calling the other guy a bad guy, and he himself becomes the hero because he got rid of a bad guy, but he's worse than the other guy. You know how that works. History is loaded with that. If we want to get out of that rut and not repeat it over and over and over again, we've got to have a better understanding of and reverence for this thing called a republic. It's very, very important.
All right, now we go to episode 88 with Nick Hudson. That South African. You've probably seen him on some video viral on social media. It was brilliant having him on the podcast. And here in this segment, you're going to hear him just debunk the whole COVID madness for what it was. Check it out.
A very strange phenomenon in China. An eye doctor spots a case of supposedly atypical pneumonia. That event is a very strange event to start with. There's lots of pneumonia all the time in China, okay. But he says, this one's very strange, okay. So that's 30th of December. And then supposedly on January the 5th, they're telling us that they have identified 44 cases of atypical pneumonia of unknown etiology. 2 days later, they had declared that a new SARS-like virus was the cause of these pneumonia cases. 2 days after they'd decided that they'd identified 65 unusual cases. 3 days later, we have a situation where the firm manufacturing the first PCR kits to test for this thing is already shipping them. So let's just recap.
Unbelievable.
We've gone from the identification of the first patient to the shipping of the first kits in 11 days. On the same day when they shipped the kits, the first gene sequence is published. 2 days after that, the World Health Organization has already accepted Christian Drosten's PCR protocol. 9 days after that protocol is published, is submitted for review, and 27 hours later, it's peer-reviewed and published in a journal that
takes months.
That Drosten is an editor of. 2 days after that, there's a Chinese study about clinical symptoms that supposedly relate to COVID, and that's published in the New England Journal of Medicine. We're still only 25 days from the beginning of this whole thing. And then 5 days after that, the first study is published also in the NEJM about asymptomatic transmission. So what have we done there? We've established in a compressed time frame of just 26 days, there's a new clinical manifestation. It's caused by this virus. This virus has the following sequence. Here's a test, which is the gold standard in identifying that sequence, and the research identifying the primers that we're going to use all over the world has been submitted for peer review and published, and we've described the clinical features of this so-called new disease. I would submit to you that every single one of those steps was A, complete and utter bullshit, and B, premeditated.
Now, episode 91, I have Prof. Fenton back on the show again. It's very interesting seeing the change in him. Now, I can understand why some people might have been upset in Israel and some Jews after October 7th. The propaganda was rampant. But I think this episode was quite difficult for me. It goes to show the power of manipulation through the media. Now, since this podcast was recorded, it's become very clear there are more than enough people coming forward that have confirmed that there were no deliberate beheading of babies. There was no such thing, actually, just like babies were not thrown out of incubators during the Gulf War. Unfortunately, in the midst of war, there's always lies on both sides. And it's always sensational, claims of rape, murdering babies. It's always going to be something that's going to pull on your heartstrings and be able to manipulate people's minds. And I think it's very important that we be aware of this the next time we're emotionally made to feel angry and hatred towards others. Because one thing is for sure, the puppet masters are always pulling the strings.
And then bang, shot.
And they're not being shot. None of those are being shot. None of them. So there is no evidence. Them? Give me any evidence. There is no evidence anywhere of Israelis deliberately killing Palestinian civilians. Contrary to the deliberate killing of 1,400 Jewish civilians by Hamas, they die because they're either in the line of fire put there by Hamas or the terrorists, or they're or they're committing terrorist attacks. But mostly they're dying because they're human shields of Hamas.
Okay, Norman, there's a lot. I really need to debunk this. So there's a lot of things coming out in the wash now. One, there were no 40 dead babies. You know that? There's no evidence.
How many dead babies do you want? That is complete. Right. No, I'm not having this. I'll stop you. If you're going to now deny, how many dead babies do you want? We know. I've seen the evidence of decapitated.
I don't want any dead babies. I don't want any dead babies, and no dead babies.
So don't give me. You're now into the stage. You are now into the denial. You are now into the denial. How many? How many was acceptable? How many rapes were acceptable? Was one acceptable? Right? None. How many? How many of these? How many dead babies do you want? Was 40? Was 40 not? You're saying 40? There wasn't 40. Was either we documented the number of children. It's well over 40. The number of children who were massacred, right? And massacred in the most disgusting way, right? Right? Whether the number of, how do you classify a baby, right? How many? But how many? How many is it? So if it had been 10, it's okay, right? If it's 10 babies, it's fine. 10 babies massacred, shot in the head.
Norman,
that's fine.
Norman,
it was only 10, right?
Can you hear me out? Can you please hear my full thread, and then you'll see where I'm going with this. Okay, just trust me. So what I'm trying to say is, it's now coming out. It's coming out from the Israeli side that actually a lot of the deaths were crossfire, Apache helicopters shooting first.
You're getting that. No, absolutely not.
And
that's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, if you're going to give that bullshit, that's been debunked, right? And there's that video, that ridiculous video, the guy with those claims, and it's all based on completely tiny quotes from people who weren't even there in most cases, taken out of context, right?
Okay, forget all that.
It's such complete nonsense.
Okay.
All right, well, let's move on from that one. And now we move to another Jewish expert scientist, this time Dr. Larry Palavetsky, who is a pediatrician from New York and a beautiful human being. This is episode 103, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And Larry is a beautiful human being.
I'm more interested in helping those who want to make different choices for their health, who are on the journey of not fighting, but making wellness and health choices. That's really where my focus is. And the fact that people who want to make that choice are being isolated, quarantined, belittled, berated, censored, potentially taken away from their professions, their livelihoods, their families, their loved ones. I don't get how that's not more of an alarm in the world right now. But I do. And the reason I do is because we are being numbed and dumbed. And despite our desire to make different choices, there's a mass consciousness that is in a trance. That is somewhat either disempowered or feeling helpless or just idle, just trying to survive, that they're not able to get out from under the numbing.
Episode 106 sees us go to another American MD, this time Kimberly Biss, an OBGYN expert, and she talks about her experience of COVID.
I think it's ridiculous, but you brought up Hep B, and I want to really, for your audience, stress the following. There's a new vaccine out for RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. In our country, I don't know what they're doing in yours, but they want us to give that to our pregnant women. So the theory being the pregnant women will make the antibodies to RSV because we're always chasing antibodies. And those will cross over to the baby and protect the baby for RSV. 2 companies were researching this vaccine, GlaxoSmithKline and Pfizer. GlaxoSmithKline decided they were not going to put this out on the market because they saw that babies were dying in their trials, primarily due to these were causing women to go into premature labor, and they were having premature babies that didn't survive. Well, Pfizer still went ahead and put the product out on the market, even though they had the same risks in their trials demonstrated with the fetal deaths. So no pregnant woman should get this shot, period, because babies died. So everybody in your audience needs to pass that along to people that they know are pregnant now.
The last 3 years of this podcast have really opened my eyes up to so much. And one of them has been the field of psychology, and what a sham it is. In this podcast with Joseph DeWitt Doring, I think his full name is, episode 108, you'll hear a little snippet of what he feels about the psychiatric field. But the whole episode is a banger.
I mean, the most important thing we could tell people is just like, stop relying on medical doctors and medical care to fix problems that they really can't. Life hardship problems, all of that. Stop. I think as soon as people figure that out, it's, they can come to an orthopod when they have a broken leg, get your leg fixed. But these other things, they'll mess you up. Don't rely on them for that.
Right. Episode 114, we have Ivor Cummings. Check this out.
All of these lies were being institutionalized, and the Club of Rome produced a document that was very influential. In the document, in their own words, there's a quote that most people would find hard to believe they said this, but they did. That's what I mean about published. They basically said, I'll paraphrase it, but it's pretty accurate. In searching for something that we could use that would fulfill our needs for an enemy, right? Because the Soviet Union had just fallen and they needed a unifying enemy, like a ploy. We realized that climate change and climate disaster would fit the bill. Their exact words, would fit the bill.
Wow.
Now, how many people, if they knew that a super rich organization, Club of Rome, affiliated to everyone who's anyone at high elite levels around the world, and Davos and Bilderberg and Rockefellers and all that their primary climate vehicle influencing the world on climate disaster actually said themselves that when looking for a common enemy, we realized that climate disaster would fit the bill.
Wow.
And at the end, they say, in short, the enemy is humanity itself. That was also in the same paragraph. Now, anyone who read that and knew it was true, and it is true because it's published, and had a vague idea of Nordengerd's story, the Rockefeller, and the geopolitical history, I would say, unless they're an idiot, would have to realize at that moment that it's a scam. Without even getting into the science and the physics. You don't need... For all of human history, this has happened in cycles, in super cycles. From the Roman Empire, Shaka Zulu in Africa, hit the National Socialism thing. Always you get bad ideological, highly driven, generally sociopathic people rise in the good times. And when they get to the top and they have enough control, they tend to strike. COVID was an example of a strike. And we're just going through the same thing. Not only is it not a conspiracy theory, all we're doing is repeating the natural history of humanity. It's self-evident. We're just seeing the move towards totalitarianism. It's happened again and again before, and it'll happen again. And the danger now, I would mention, maybe it's worth talking about briefly, is technology is making this cycle a little more dangerous, because the previous things collapsed when people talked to each other, and eventually the anger got big enough and the awareness got big enough that people pushed back, and then there were coups and overturnings, yada yada, and wars. But this time there's a couple of big differences. You can even talk about lockdowns. You can talk about all the stuff that got you banned 2 years ago, and you'll get away with it because they actually don't care. That's yesterday's news. What I'm getting banned for now is clear as crystal. Posts on WEF UN, factual posts pointing out the collusion, and climate. They're the two things. They're the two most important things they can't have people talking about, to your point. Otherwise, more people will be aware and it won't happen.
Next is episode 127 with Mike Yeadon, the former Pfizer executive. Many people thank Mike for his early posts and warnings, and they have told me he saved them from getting the jab. Mike is still passionate about what happened during COVID and is still warning people of the grave dangers. Check out these clips.
But under certain circumstances, my immune system will go to war. How does it do that? It distinguishes self, things that are meant to be inside me, that my body has been trained to tolerate, and everything else. And everything else is non-self. So if you look, transplant rejection, folks, mRNA and DNA-based injections are making your body into something you can't tolerate. And so at the very least, you will trigger what's called neo-autoimmunity. So that's the first thing. Wrapping it in these lipids to help it be disguised and distribute around the body. That particular choice, the formulation with lipid nanoparticles, we knew 10 years prior to them making that decision that those choices result in the payload concentrating in the ovaries. Every animal species tested. So don't you think, ladies and gentlemen, that if you chose that same formulation, and then you start sticking it into humans, might it accumulate in the ovaries of female children, young women of childbearing age, whatever, and everybody else? Yeah, that's what will happen. And it was intentional. You can't not know this stuff. Why is this happening? It's because a bunch of people, I think, they look towards, satanic or Satan as others look to God. It would fit, and it's multi-generational, and they're not going to stop. But this is why I think they're ultimately going to fail. The system I just described, of digital totalitarian control, which could or might not be accompanied by, jab-based population reduction, it's so incredibly unnatural. It requires the threat of the baton and the boot every moment to keep you in control. Plus you use self-censoring yourself in case your social score is impaired. That requires tremendous energy. And at any moment, once that began to fall apart, basically they'll have to keep it working at 100.00% at all times, because as soon as it drops below perfect, it will collapse, it'll break like shattered glass. And I think as long as enough people stay out of the way of this monster, you will inherit. I wish I could believe that we can stop them doing it. I think it's unlikely now after 4 years. But why would you choose to express a known harmful substance? Why would you choose to use a formulation that you know is going to accumulate in the ovaries? So the point is, all of the errors, including the basic technology itself, all decisions made by the people. They didn't need to do it this way. So even if there was a pandemic, which there was not, even if there was something to do, you wouldn't do it this way. That's my point. I find it very frustrating because they're quite simple concepts.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I'm not doing what the Americans call Monday morning quarterbacking. I'm not saying, oh, look, you've injured people's joints. And I had that thought as well. And why didn't you know? It's like, no, that's not what's happened. They built in intentionally toxic features A, B, and C, you could see that they would almost certainly produce these injuries ahead of time. That was memorialized in writing. I've written these things before they had their, whatever it was, their fraudulent approval. So I have it on record that it was like, oh my God, you're doing that. Well, this is going to happen.
So now we go to episode 141 with Charles Hoff. Charles is a Canadian general practitioner who got on the wrong side of the law when he started speaking out against the COVID vaccine and pointing out the harms. The parallels between him and myself are quite obvious. We've both been through the same thing. The difference is he stayed within the system to fight it, whereas I saw the writing on the wall and handed back my registration and license. I recently wrote a Substack piece about Charles and the fact that he'll be coming back on my podcast. He's recently given an interview which went viral, and it reminded me of my conversation with him a couple of years ago. This episode is just as relevant yesterday, well, 2.5 years ago, as it is today. Episode 141. These are just a few clips, but the whole episode is absolutely fantastic.
I think that this entire pandemic has been a moral integrity test. It's been a moral integrity test for the medical profession and for the legal profession and for the politicians, but particularly for the medical profession. And one of the things that I've discovered is that moral courage is literally one of the rarest virtues. Moral courage. That is what has made you and me literally put our livelihoods on the line and be willing to sacrifice all for a higher principle, which is quite simple, just honesty and ethics. And so what this has revealed is that the majority of doctors are profoundly lacking in moral integrity and moral courage. All of the doctors that just quietly look the other way because they are willing to risk nothing have failed the moral integrity test. And sadly, that's what this boils down to. But this is about basic honesty. It really is about basic honesty and basic decency. If you see that someone is at risk of harm or is being harmed by something, you need to do what you can to prevent the harm. The medical profession has an ethical duty to protect people from harm within the realm of medicine. You know, that is why we warn people about risks from an operation or from any treatment that they take, because we are trying to do no harm. And we acknowledge that every medical treatment or procedure has risks of harm. But the people need to know it, and when it occurs, we need to acknowledge it. To just gaslight the patient and tell them that all these neurological symptoms that you now have are in your head, go to a shrink, is ridiculous. That is cruel, and it is just completely unethical. So this is what they're trying to block, this evidence from coming out, and this should speak volumes. This should be waking people up. When truth is so obviously being suppressed, if this doesn't wake people up, they're 3 days dead and can't be woken up. It's you know what 100%. Trudeau did to the truckers, the Freedom Convoy in Canada, woke a lot of people up. This was a league. You know, these were just working class Canadians that were protesting against the vax mandates. And the fact that Trudeau called out the stormtroopers and did violence to them and you know, invoked the War Measures Act and froze people's bank accounts, rather than even talk to these people, woke a lot of people up that this is a tyranny. This is absurd. This is not democracy. This is not about truth. But the trouble is, it's not enough for people to wake up. They need to stand up. They need to actually do something. And that is the challenge. The medical profession has disgraced itself in this pandemic because we have been living under a medical tyranny. They weaponized healthcare and they weaponized disease. for political and economic ends. And so it should have been the medical profession who stood up and said, hang on a minute, this defies every principle of ethics that we've always lived by, starting with doing no harm. And then, of course, not covering up evidence of harm and just basic honesty. Doctors used to be one of the most trusted professions. And I'm a family doctor. I have endless people coming to me and say, please, will you be my doctor? Because I don't trust my doctor anymore. I don't trust the healthcare system anymore. They're not honest. All doctors were arrogant because they really thought there was something greater than God. We need to take a dose of humility. And now more than ever, the medical profession needs humility because they've let the world down so bad.
Next, we have Jason Gardner, episode 175. I haven't heard from Jason for about a year now. He's disappeared off the face of the earth. He's not responding. He's not posting anything on social media, and that makes me slightly concerned. I hope he's well, and my heart goes out to him. I really enjoyed meeting him in person, and this was a fantastic episode. But I have to admit, I am worried that no one seems to know where he is or what's happening with him. Jason, if you're listening, stay strong, brother.
That's the one thing I keep saying to people is, especially over the vaccines and over the pandemic, it's like, where was your intuition? What happened to that? And I think that's a really interesting question that we all need to ask ourselves, because we all know we have it, because we've all been in situations where we've used it, where we've relied on it, where it's actually helped us. What happened to people's intuition? Mine was intuitive way back, because I was very early on in the piece. So it was like, this just didn't feel right. We didn't have enough information, but it just didn't feel right. And furthermore, what I would say is a lot of people prior to the pandemic had a healthy, very healthy distrust of the government.
Yeah, right.
Right? Some of them outright hated the government and had a seething and a loathing for the government, right? But all of a sudden, the same government that they hated, the same government that they didn't trust, the same corrupt government that they were absolutely against, all of a sudden could do and say no wrong. It was quite remarkable to see that. And that sent alarm bells off. Destroyed my career. Absolutely. My agent dropped me, everything, especially over.
Wow.
Yeah, because I wouldn't get vaccinated. And there were programs that wanted me to come back and do things. But as my agent said, she said, well, look, and it's Curtis Brown, I will name names. They said, well, you know, what can we do? It's a requirement from the networks. Everybody has to be vaccinated in order to take part. And I was just like, look, I'm not going to get vaccinated.
But why? Are you just some stupid conspiracy theory, anti-vaxxer kind of nut job? Like, why don't you just take it? Safe and effective.
Exactly. And my life would have been much more easier. But I knew in my heart of hearts that if I had have consented to this, where do you draw the line? Where do you say, no, my personal sovereignty, my body is my temple. I decide what happens. I don't even have tattoos. I don't even have piercings, right? I am very, very clean living in the way that I approach my life and my physical well-being.
It shows. You look amazing.
Thank you.
You look better in real life.
No filter.
No filter. When I reached out to Amin Jabi to talk to him, I'll be honest, I didn't really appreciate what a fantastic guest he was. I knew he was going to be good, but the podcast was epic. And I'm hoping to get him back on the show. In this podcast, we really dissect Agenda 2030 and the SDG goals. Just listen to the following clips. That man has a great mind. He's philosophical and he's a real treasure. Enjoy.
Yeah. Democracy is the tyranny of the majority, and I've never agreed with democracy. And the media has been so clever talking about, our democracy is in danger. Like, really, which means they are subliminally coaching and programming everybody that democracy is a good thing.
Yes.
Rather than saying democracy is the tyranny of the majority. And it should never be part of a system of government. You know, once you start understanding that every event in the world, which is a major event, doesn't happen organically. They are all engineered, and they are engineered for multiple reasons, not just for one or two reasons. So multiple agendas are at play. And like, for instance, the whole Israel and Palestine issue that's been happening for the last few months, one of the most important phrases is human rights. And people need to understand what are human rights. Human rights is a United Nations, trigger phrase across the world. So they can use human rights when people are being slaughtered. They can use human rights when so-called people in Africa and India are starving. They can use human rights for anything. And I ask myself the question that if my individual rights are protected, why do I need human rights? So there must be an agenda behind the phrase human rights.
Right.
Like, I don't need human rights if my individual rights are protected within a system. But human rights is all about invoking and activating United Nations law, which will necessarily involve a digital identification. It's about getting a digital ID, and then for the safety and security for those humans whose rights were being violated, we need to track and trace them 24/7. So people need to understand what the agendas behind the propaganda and narratives are. It's like it's bred in circuses and theater. So that's one aspect. The other is, while people are fighting against each other, they are implementing their agendas, which is never shown on mainstream TV or alternative TV or newspapers. So tell me who talks about the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the linked to the infrastructure bills that are happening around the world, and that, $7 trillion would have been spent on surveillance infrastructure in all the countries by 2030.
No one.
Nobody's going to talk about that. They'll just talk about Ukraine, Russia, and Israel and Palestine, and they'll talk about China versus USA, and they'll talk about all the calamities happening in the world and the climate action. But nobody talks about the fact that there's a new international economic order that is being unrolled, which is going to be linked to a carbon currency with social credits and carbon footprints and medical status and digital ID and so on and so forth. That's where the world is actually moving to, but nobody talks about it because they need everybody asleep. Once people spend enough time reading papers in the UN websites and the World Economic Forum websites and their public-private partnership cronies and NGOs, one will realize very quickly that there is inversion in language. So everything is inverted. So if you go to Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which says no poverty, it's really about making everybody poor and bringing the first world down to the level of the third world countries. When they talk about zero hunger, it's about controlling the food supply, getting rid of natural agriculture and moving to synthetic meats and getting rid of, natural proteins such as beef and pork and chickens and so on and so forth. When they talk about good health and well-being, it's about the WHO controlling viruses and vaccinations and making sure everyone's taking their jabs and boosters for the rest of their lives.
And it's sick.
And it goes on and on. Good,
let's carry on.
Good education or whatever that one is.
Yeah, quality education.
It's all about dumbing down the population through UNESCO programs, just that they have done so far. At least in America, I've seen the new generations of kids, they don't know how to think critically even one iota.
What about gender equality?
They are told what to think. They don't know how to think. One needs to understand language is the battlefield, and their weapon is lies and control of narrative. Our weapon is truth. The only way we can beat them and their lies is if we are closer to the ground truth. And until a large swath of humanity is closer to the ground truth, we won't beat them, because they, with their narratives and their lies and their mechanisms of falsehoods, they will manipulate humanity till the end. Elections are a psyop.
Yeah.
Elections are a psyop to give the illusion to people that they live in a free country and that they have a choice on who to elect in order to preserve their freedom.
Next episode is 172 with Andrew Bridgen. For some, he's controlled opposition. For others, he's a freedom fighter. Whatever you think, he did make a fantastic guest and a very interesting conversation. Here are just a few clips.
I mean, why do we need politics? I said this to David Cameron Osborne in 2011. I'd been elected a year. There's supposed to be these great politicians. I was pretty much asleep at the time, but I said to them, why do we need this politics? What if we just need good policies that make the lives of the people better? You know, they're happier, standard of living rising, children got better prospects for the next generation. What's not to like? We do that, and we just say we don't need politics because our policies will speak for themselves. We'll demonstrate to you that we're making your life better, and then you'll carry on supporting us. Yeah. And Osborne and Cameron looked at me and said, "It's all a game, Andrew. You don't understand." And I didn't understand, but I do understand now. You see, you only need politics to spin something when I'm selling you snake oil. You see, you only need politics to spin something when I'm selling you snake oil. You know what I mean?
So
when I'm selling you snake oil and I want to get out of town quick, I need to be good at politics. If you're going to con people, it's no good being a bad con man, is it?
No.
You've got to be a good con man.
They're all the best con men in there.
Exactly. 2.5 years ago, I was offered anything I wanted in the world. Just tell us what you want. And I thought about it. And yeah, you know, I can sell my...
You're genuinely offered anything you want.
Anything you want. You tell us what you want.
To what? To shut up?
Yeah.
And be quiet?
Yeah. Do what they wanted. Just take you back to what they said to me from the Conservative Party when they basically threw me out and gave me the option.
Yeah.
After an hour and a half speaking to them about my concerns about the vaccine safety and efficacy, this is January 23.
Yeah.
And then half an hour talking about my concerns about the midazolam and morphine involuntary euthanasia of the elderly in hospitals in spring 2020. I was told at the end, Andrew, there is currently no political appetite for your views on the vaccines. There may well be in 20 years' time, and you're probably going to be proven right. But in the meantime, you need to bear in mind you're taking on the most powerful vested interest in the world, with all the personal risk for you which that will entail. And at that point, I looked them in the eye and said, I think this meeting's over, I'm out of it. They threw me out the party. Some of the colleagues in the House of Commons, they know as much as I do. Some of them maybe know more. Some of them are scared. Some of them are compromised. Some of them are probably being blackmailed. And some, as well, think, we can't win, so why would I risk it? Well, I mean, if no one stands up, fear is contagious. But courage is contagious too, and I think someone has to stand up and run forward.
The last thing Andrew Bridgen just said was run forward. Anyway, remember I said it's not going to be 100% chronological, so I've gone back now to episode 152 with Sasha Latapova again. I have quite a few clips. Forgive me, but I think it needs to be heard.
Many people noted that COVID, whatever that was a very mild illness. I personally don't know anyone who died of COVID. I had it myself. It was nasty, but with proper treatment, it lasted a couple of days. And people are pointing that all the deaths entirely are attributable to government measures. So hospital murder protocols, for example, it's still a protocol in major US hospitals to kill people with remdesivir and ventilators, starvation, dehydration. So that accounts for majority of what is counted as COVID pandemic deaths. Subsequent to that, of course, they created this a whole almost a year of misery with forced masking. Children cannot go to school. Everybody locked down. Started firing people for not following protocols, shutting down small businesses. So created a year of misery so that then everyone can be like, oh, but you can return to normal and go on vacation if you inject yourself with this, and this is a poison. And they knew it's a poison because it was all documented well in advance that mRNA is extremely toxic. You couldn't, in clinical trials where I worked, you couldn't even test it in healthy volunteers. It was considered unethical. You can't give people knowingly poison. That's the whole point of this. Yet it was pushed on pregnant women and children by the same professionals who previously said you can't test it in healthy volunteers. So this is intentional. It's led by the whole US government to, as I said, kill and harm as many people, terrorize the population, and install their new world order. Yeah, what I can say on that, I agree with commentators like the Baileys and Tom Cowan when they criticize virology. I think virology is a fake science. It's a totally fake science. It's also evil. It's just designed to mass poison people under pretenses of these idiotic things. Now, and their critique is completely valid. There is no replacement right now to the viral theory, and they're not offering any. So just critique by itself is valuable, but it's not the complete answer. There's shedding. Shedding is definitely real with these things. So once you have toxins in you, your body is going to start trying to eliminate them, and you're going to shed in your sweat and saliva and skin and your excrement. So that's what shedding is. And those are pieces of stuff of potential. So depending on how large those pieces, what broke off and how you process them, they can be more dangerous or less dangerous for whoever is around you. So so that's how they do it.
All right, let's recap now. The recap is our government agencies are all captured by the mafia. We recap that America is in bed with the Chinese hooker. We recap that there's not a pandemic, but these toxins, some chemical thing that they've...
So the laws have been amended and new ones have been introduced such that we have this now, what she characterizes as a perfect legal cage in which nobody needs to be in on anything and no real corruption is really necessary because for practical purposes, homicide, as long as it's committed with a vaccine approved by CDC, is legal. That's the net effect of these laws. So the combination of public health emergency declaration, use of EUA countermeasures, which only exist under active public health emergency declaration, which is PrEP Act declaration issued by HHS secretary. So as long as they use those, they can kill and injure as many people as they want. And they can never be prosecuted because they've given almost blanket liability protection with this PrEP Act, with exception of willful misconduct. And the way willful misconduct is defined by the perpetrators, by the HHS, in their legal opinion letters published on their website, it says that as long as you follow our orders, it's not a willful misconduct. In fact, they are prosecuting people for not following HHS orders, for not using remdesivir that shuts down kidneys and kills people, for not using ventilators, for not doing all those atrocities. If they refuse, they get prosecuted. But if they don't refuse, if they follow the orders, it's not a willful misconduct, and you can't really prosecute.
They talk about mRNA jabs going into livestock and your sheep and your cows and everything, your pigs. Is this actually happening, or is this all just fear mongering?
Mm-hmm. No, it's happening. So they have approved in the US, well, at least in the US, I don't know the status in the UK, but in the US, they have approved one mRNA vaccine for pigs, and there are a bunch of others, and they already have a lot of genetic vaccines on the USDA listing. I'm going to publish it. I've highlighted which ones are genetic, which ones are not, and it's about a third are genetic. As far as the vaccines, I said just say no. They cannot. I mean, they will have to use force. If everybody says no, they're faced with using force, and there's not enough of them. There's more of us. So that's my message. You have to just don't comply. Don't comply with any of their nonsense. Ignore their propaganda, fear mongering. Throw away your TV. It's a useless brainwashing box. That's kind of my positive message.
The UK taxpayer is paying for these shots. So we, the victims of this, the ones who are being poisoned and killed and murdered and maimed, we are paying for the luxury of this. Democide. Democide is the right word. The government and state killing its own people. I think that's what we've got now, isn't it? Democide?
Yeah, it is democide. It's indiscriminate killing. Genocide, I believe, is some sort of racially motivated, but this doesn't appear to be racially motivated, except it seems to be targeted at Western populations. So it's not racial, it's more socioeconomic, and I think the ultimate goal is dismantling of the nation states and creation of some sort of a totalitarian global regime. And to dismantle nation states, you need to get rid of people who are, financially independent, wealthy, know their rights, can defend themselves, and replace them with unwashed masses, right? That they're importing right now at lightning speed all over the place. So that's what they're bringing in these waves of migrants who are, by definition, because they're being trafficked, are dependent on their traffickers, which are the governments. Because, while everybody's screaming U.S. border is open, actually it's not open. It's tightly shut. It's just a control changed over from lawful government control to a cartel control. The toll operator has changed, and these people are being trafficked. They're paying their traffickers to get trafficked into the United States by combination of cartel and complicit local and federal government. But there's a big market, and money is changing place, and it's not an open border. It's just a different control mechanism. Yeah, that's being done everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Specifically to do this humongous wave of migration and have the population that now completely dependent on their traffickers to replace the population that can fight back. What we do find is, like what Kevin was found, is that the plasmid DNA is in every vial, which to me says it's not a contaminant, it's intentional. It's intentional because they wanted to transfect it. So the DNA plasmids are the transfectant. So they wanted to inject everyone with plasmid DNA, but that wouldn't have flown because the scientific community would have balked and said, "What are you doing? You're gonna transfect us all." So what they do, they come up with the story about mRNA, and they jam every vial with plasmid DNA. It's a Trojan horse. So they intended to put the plasmid DNAs out there, but pretended it's all this mRNA story.
Devious motherfrackers, right? So, I mean, ultimately, it is what it is. It's gene editing technology. It's not a vaccine. It's not. It's gene editing technology, and it's toxic. And the LMP, that's toxic. The protein's toxic. There's all these toxic things that affect your immune system, and like you said, I like what you said. It's in space and time. It's variability, so that you have this plausible deniability, and doctors, fracking doctors, they're gaslighting patients left, right, and center. So not only did they not defend medical ethics, not defend their patients, not protect pregnant women, children, and humanity, they're now like, oh, you got this strange blood cancer, and you've had myocarditis, and you've got these weird things, and yeah, we don't know what it is. Is it the shot? No, it's definitely not the shot. No. Don't worry, it's not the shot.
It's definitely not the shot.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they now they have this, long COVID. Millions of people are suffering from long COVID. Well, long COVID, that's vaccine injury. Because their immune system is not there anymore. They have, V8s.
I don't trust any vaccines. Anybody who says a vaccine, I think the whole thing is bullshit. Is that your take as well? Animal vaccines, human vaccines, they're all just garbage?
It's garbage. It's a superstition. It's medieval level superstition, this whole vaccination business. It's systematic poisoning. It used to be mild systematic poisoning, and now it's just massive. So do not vaccinate anyone, not your children, not yourself, not your animals. Forget it. It's just poisoning. And now, because they're converting them into this garbage technology, into this gene and microbiome destroying technology, even vaccinating your dog or your cat, they can shed on you all this crap. Because like the rabies, there's one on USDA list of one rabies vaccine that's going to be mRNA. And I'm like, nope, thank you.
Episode 148 with the wonderful Jeff Buys Cars.
I find the whole vaccine reaction stuff pretty interesting because there is no desire in government to admit that it's going on. And you have to say, hang on a minute, why won't they admit that people were harmed by the vaccines? And the answer is, if they admit it, then they've got to look into it. And if they look into it, then it would stop any future vaccine rollout from happening. And if, hypothetically speaking, they already had a new virus and a new vaccine waiting in the wings to come out, then it would impact that, which is why they don't want to talk about vaccine reaction. But I think it's important to be aware of health and well-being and nutrition. And you've absolutely got to be aware of what's in your food, because when you start researching it, it's the same as all these other rabbit holes that you go down. And you pick up that thing that you've always been eating and you actually read the ingredients and you go, right, what are these 3 things here that I can't pronounce? And you go on Wikipedia and you go, none of those are good. Why haven't we been told about this?
Yeah.
And then you go down that whole thing of like the food industry is connected to the pharma industry, and the pharma industry is connected to the medical industry, and the medical industry is connected to the doctors, and nobody wants you to be well, and nobody wants you to be healthy, and nobody's looking out for you. So you have to look out for yourself in everything that you do. There has to come a point where you go, enough's enough. And I did a video about this the other day saying, what is your break point? Like, at what point is it enough that you go out in the street? At what point do you start waving around your pitchfork? Because I think it was 2 years ago. Like, we've missed the moment when we all should have been out with a pitchfork. And the first time I heard Jeremy Vine use the word vaccine, I had a moment where I went, that's what it was for. Now it all makes sense. And everyone in the office, because I would rant and rant and rant, and everyone in the office was like, you're crazy. Like, it can't be bad. I was like, yeah, but it can't be good, can it? And we go in the office and we're temperature checking in the morning. We walk out writing it all on a sheet, write down your temperature and masks and all that stuff.
Mate, it was all theatre. This idea that we've got the vaccines because the virus and pandemics is the wrong way around. We had the vaccine and we needed a pandemic and all this BS to roll it out.
100%.
That's what it's all about. And, it's, if you still think, oh, there's a pandemic and there's this virus and it's killing everybody, we needed this life-saving vaccine, you need to catch up. You need to catch up big time, pretty quick.
I do not understand where the outrage is. Like, I was raging throughout all of that. I remember dropping my wife to the supermarket.
I'm so glad you had the rage. That means you're human. You were feeling things. People have stopped.
I'm getting angry now just thinking about it. Dropping my wife to the supermarket and watching the queue of pensioners being policed by a security guard whilst they stood 6 foot away from each other to go into a shop to buy their essentials. And it was insanity. And I was raging throughout the whole time about everything.
Mate, grannies not being allowed to see their families, locked up in care homes, dying on their own, being given midazolam and morphine when they didn't need it, respiratory depressants when they didn't need it, so that they could have a good death, according to our politicians, making them die when they didn't need to. People not being able to attend funerals, people not being able to attend their family abroad, people being shut down, businesses being locked up. I don't know about you, I never had furlough, I never had any income. Children's development being delayed, even now to this day. Mental health problems going through the roof. Suicide, depression, anxiety. There's kids now who are anxious about going outside. Kids now who are terrified because of what they went through. There's so many things that we could get upset about, but you know what? We saved the NHS. Clap, clap on a Thursday night, bash your pots and pans.
And this is interesting. Like I said, I was raging the whole time, but even just talking about it now, it's bringing back everything that we went through. And I think it's so important that we don't forget that.
Never.
Because I remember standing on the doorstep of our house at 8 o'clock in the evening when everyone was banging pots and pans and clapping. And I can't even describe it. I was livid that that's what was going on. How is it that grown adults are standing on the step of their house, banging pots and pans together, thinking that they're doing a good thing?
Right. Episode 149 is with Karen Kingston. Wow.
They're totally lying. So they made up this funny math to claim 95% efficacy, and that's A.G. Paxton's #1 complaint. This is what the data is based on. It's right here in this paragraph. I have the screenshot, but not in this presentation. It's based on 8 people became infected between 1 week after the second dose and 2 months in the Pfizer group, and 162 did in the placebo group. There's about 18,000 in both groups. we divide 8 into 18,000 and 162 into 18,000, you get that 99%, only 1% got infected in the Pfizer group and only 1% got infected in the placebo group, meaning the reduction in risk was less than 1%. In Pfizer, it was 95%. That's not true. But what they didn't count is, take a look at this, that there was 1,594 COVID-19 cases in the vaccine group versus 1,816 in the placebo group. So they didn't tell you about those 1,600 people that came down with COVID in the vaccine group that presented with COVID-19 symptoms, but didn't have a positive PCR test. So I mean, that's a problem, because in the real world, COVID was diagnosed without, you just had to present with the symptoms. I know I had to suffer through this with my son's school. Like if he, no one would even sneeze in the classroom. So 1,600 people in the Pfizer group got sick. Not just 8, but 6. They totally lied. So we know how they said that their shot produces the spike protein and then you produce antibodies. I have another study that was done by Jason McClellan. He invented the spike protein, and Barney Graham. It was published in Science magazine, and they tested the spike protein, the SARS-CoV-2 Wuhan spike protein, and some of the variants against monoclonal antibodies, synthetically recreated antibodies, over 200, and they bounced off the spike protein like bullets on Superman. So the antibodies that are produced are actually all immunogenic. They actually don't produce immunity. And in Pfizer's submission to the FDA for their license application, do you want to read this, the underlying line about how the vaccine works?
Yeah, so this is from August 23rd, 2021. So this is before the mass rollout of the vaccine.
This is when the FDA approved the biological license application, yes, which was submitted in May of 2021, and it was approved on August 23rd. But read it.
Right. So what it says is, pharmacodynamic data comprised of humoral immune responses to Comirnaty, that's the Pfizer one, were obtained in the clinical studies. The data demonstrated that Comirnaty induces a humoral immune response against the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Now, this is the clincher. The exact immunological mechanism that confers protection against SARS-CoV-2 is unknown. They have no evidence.
So why does it set the clincher on that? Is because it doesn't say they produce neutralizing antibodies, but then in their package insert, it does say that they did. They lied. They don't produce neutralizing antibodies, and we have the in vitro data to prove it, and in vivo in animals. We want to make these editing proteins, those are spike proteins, for just a short period of time to modify the genome. You asked, do they want to modify the genome? They said, we want to modify the genome with this gene editing mRNA technology. It's right there.
Frag.
They're telling you what they want to do. It doesn't say we want to cure diseases. We want to prevent infection from SARS-CoV-2. It doesn't even use the term therapy. They say we want to use gene editing and mRNA technology to modify the genome. That's what it said in 2020.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's an attack on God's children and all of God's creations. But, God put on my heart to protect his children. And how can you call yourself a Christian if you know hundreds of thousands or potentially millions of innocent children are going to be disabled, diseased, or murdered, and you're not willing to risk your life for them? I don't see how you could say that you're following in the steps of Christ.
Episode 186 is with Anna de Busserat, the late Anna de Busserat. And in her memory, I'm going to play a lot of the clips. She was an incredible human being, one of the few lawyers who spoke out against the COVID madness. Here you go, folks.
We're talking about Magna Carta, so I was saying that the chapters that are still alive, the main one is chapter 29, which is the one that says no free man shall be diseased of his property or of his rights, of his life, etc. And it also says that no justice will be denied to any person. Nice. Yeah, exactly. And then chapter 9 is where the freedom of the cities and the ports, and so that gives freedom to the towns as well. And then the general saving clause says that any laws that are made contrary to Magna Carta will be null and void and of no effect, which is very, very key. So what do you do? She said, I'm a nurse practitioner, but I've been running a vaccine clinic. and I've been the informed consent lead. She was saying, I'm very, very proud. I've saved thousands of lives, and, it's just been an amazing experience. I'm so glad that we were able to produce such an amazing vaccine. So she said again, what do you do? And I said, well, actually, I'm a lawyer and I specialize in human rights and informed consent. And I've been very concerned about whether, in fact, informed consent has been given. She said, why? What are your concerns? And I said, well, for example, did you know every single one of the ingredients of the Pfizer vaccine wasn't disclosed on the patient information leaflet? She looked shocked. And I said that was confirmed by the MHRA in response to a freedom of information request, where they confirmed that there were undisclosed ingredients and that they were going to remain undisclosed because they were commercial secrets. In which case, Ahmed, as you know, how can you take a patient through all of those ingredients if you yourself don't even know what they are? Not only that, I said to her, but also of the 11 ingredients that are named on the Comirnaty patient information leaflet, it specifically says you must be allergy tested against every single one of the 11 ingredients, including BN162B, which is the active ingredient in Comirnaty. So I spoke to my doctor friend. I said, so have you all been allergy testing for the ingredients? No. How would you do the allergy test? Well, it hadn't even been thought about or discussed. So that's not being done. And we know that people have died from anaphylactic reaction from the injections, and we know that they've had anaphylactic injection response and not died, but were they allergy tested? So it seemed to me that a lot of the places weren't giving an individual clinical risk assessment. And again, she looked shocked. And I said, it specifically says you must have an individual clinical risk assessment. And so it became clear to me that even on asking those few questions from this lead of informed consent, that they weren't giving proper informed consent. And I questioned her. I said, well, who taught you the informed consent? And she looked horrified and said, well, other medics, and I teach it. And I said, well, with respect, how do you know that you're teaching it properly if you're not a qualified lawyer and you haven't been taught by a lawyer yourself? The state is actually in breach, or prima facie breach, of its undertaking, which is given under the main international human rights instruments, which say that the state will use maximum available resources to uphold, promote, and respect human rights. We've seen what's happened in the last 4 years. It's been a complete joke. It's been an absolute travesty rather than a joke. The violations have been absolutely horrific. But as I say, most people don't know the law. So the politicians don't know, the teachers don't know, the doctors don't know, the NHS managers don't know. It's absolutely shocking. A lot of people seem to think that collective rights outweigh individual rights, and that's not the case. Certainly in this jurisdiction, the individual rights are just as important as the collective rights, and it's always a balance of rights. And that's one thing I want to mention, actually, whilst I think about it. A lot of people seem to misunderstand the fact that you can't set aside human rights in a pandemic, a global pandemic. A lot of people are saying, oh, well, they're allowed to do all of this because there was a global pandemic. No, I think it's Article 4 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights specifically says that you can't set aside these rights, even in a global health threat threatening the life of the nation. They're non-derogable.
But that's the whole point of these laws and rules, that actually in times of crises, there's things there to protect the public.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't make sense that, when it's great, that's when we apply it. Well, no, you don't actually need it then. When you really need it is in times of war, crisis, to protect yourself from an overreaching government. That's the whole point. It doesn't. That argument doesn't even make sense to me.
And this is shocking, but you don't have the right to take somebody's life, even in wartime. Okay, the only person who's allowed to take another life is a soldier who's acting under lawful orders and has taken a life in accordance with the principles of war and the law of war. So if you don't get to take a life even in wartime, the idea of being able to take a life during the global health pandemic is even more ridiculous. Exactly. And the reason I talk about taking a life is because we each have the right to life, and that means that we have the right to sovereignty over our own body. We get to choose what's put in our body, what treatment we have, etc., because that goes to our right to life. It also goes to our right not to be tortured or given cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. And it's been ruled by the courts that giving medical treatment without consent is a form of degrading, cruel or treatment or punishment. And if you think about it, that must be right. But again, it's like with the right to take a life. You know, if someone came at you at the end of a corridor, darkened corridor, with a gun or a knife or a machete or an injection full of something or other, those are all weapons. Each of those can be used to take your life. And so the idea, as I say, that somehow it's okay to do it by using an injection, but it's not okay to do it using any other means is ridiculous. It doesn't add up.
It is ridiculous.
But personally, you know, I'm passionate on everybody learning the law, because if everybody knew the law, we wouldn't be living in a lawless nation. And I, for one, would be a lot happier. So I'm dead keen on it. What's happened is that we've identified the perpetrators in the government, served them with notices of liability, which has set out all the breaches of law that we think that they're prima facie guilty of.
What does prima facie mean?
On the face of it. On the face of it. So on the face of it, they've breached all these laws. And then we've cited the evidence to support, you know, the breaches and the harms it's causing, and then said cease and desist. And, you know, you are on notice now that you are liable for all your actions and omissions and all the harms that have been caused from your decisions. Now, those notices were served on all the MPs, and as I understand it, virtually none of them took any notice of it or took any, you know, legal advice. I know Boris Johnson did, and I know Matt Hancock did, because we had some feedback from that. But as far as I'm aware, most of the other MPs seem to have ignored it altogether. But more fool them, because the fact is, it's on file that they were told that they were breaking the law as of that date. So they can't, you know, plead plausible deniability. They can't say they didn't know. But then, of course, it's going to the police and saying these people are, you know, guilty of, on the face of it, of committing these crimes. Can you investigate? And they refuse to. And they say you've got to take it up with the MPs. And the MPs say if there was any problem, the police would be investigating. And it's come out of the Scottish inquiry that the chief constable there has ordered the police not to investigate any complaints to do with COVID or the pandemic whatsoever, especially the injections. And that's coming out across the world. Police forces around the world have been instructed not to investigate any of these reported crimes, which is unbelievable.
That's shocking.
It's absolutely outrageous.
So hold on, doctors are not protecting the patients, the police is not protecting the public, and the politicians are not serving the populace. What the hell?
I know.
What do we do now?
We've got a complete, as far as I can see, we've got a complete breakdown. You know, law isn't happening. We each have the right to life. And that means that we have the right to sovereignty over our own body. We get to choose what's put in our body, you know, what treatment we have, etc., because that goes to our right to life. It also goes to our right not to be tortured or given cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. And it's been ruled by the courts that giving medical treatment without consent is a form of degrading, cruel or, you know, treatment or punishment. And if you think about it, that must be right. But again, it's like with the right to take a life, you know, if someone came at you at the end of a corridor, darkened corridor, with a gun or a knife or a machete or an injection full of something or other, those are all weapons. Each of those can be used to take your life. And so the idea, as I say, that somehow it's okay to do it by using an injection, but it's not okay to do it using any other means is ridiculous. It doesn't add up.
It is ridiculous. So you're on your deathbed many, many years from now.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's pray. Yeah.
Pray. Many, many years from now. And you're surrounded by your loved ones. And before you pass on and meet your maker, what words of wisdom and advice would you give to them?
I always think that you always remember how someone makes you feel, not what they say or do, but how you feel when you're with them. And so my advice to my children would be make people feel wonderful when you're with them. Make them feel loved, make them feel nurtured and listened to and cared for.
That's a goddamn beautiful answer.
And there is a confusion there because a lot of people seem to think that collective rights outweigh individual rights, and that's not the case. Certainly in this jurisdiction, the individual rights are just as important as the collective rights, and it's always a balance of rights. And that's one thing I want to mention, actually, whilst I think about it. A lot of people seem to misunderstand the fact that you can't set aside human rights in a pandemic, a global pandemic. A lot of people are saying, oh, well, you know, they're allowed to do all of this because there was a global pandemic. No, I think it's Article 4 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights specifically says that you can't set aside these rights, even in a global health threat threatening the life of the nation. They're non-derogable.
But that's the whole point of these laws and rules, that actually in times of crises, there's things there to protect the public.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't make sense that, when it's great, that's when we apply it. Well, no, you don't actually need it then. When you really need it is in times of war, crisis, to protect yourself from an overreaching government.
The only person who's allowed to take another life is a soldier who's acting under lawful orders and has taken a life in accordance with the principles of war and the law of war. So if you don't get to take a life, even in wartime, the idea of being able to take a life during the global health pandemic is even more ridiculous. Exactly. And the reason I talk about taking a life is because, we each have the right to life. And that means that we have the right to sovereignty over our own body. We get to choose what's put in our body, what treatment we have, etc., because that goes to our right to life. It also goes to our right not to be tortured or given cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. And it's been ruled by the courts that giving medical treatment without consent is a form of degrading, cruel or, treatment or punishment. And if you think about it, that must be right. But again, it's like with the right to take a life. If someone came at you at the end of a corridor, darkened corridor, with a gun or a knife or a machete or an injection full of something or other, those are all weapons. Each of those can be used to take your life. And so the idea, as I say, that somehow it's okay to do it by using an injection, but it's not okay to do it using any other means is ridiculous. It doesn't add up.
It is ridiculous. How do you hold these people to account?
Obviously, we've been despairing at how to bring justice to the situation, given that that's our job. Here we are 4 years down the line, and it's just horrific. Because essentially what's happened is that we've identified the perpetrators in the government, served them with notices of liability, which has set out all the breaches of law that we think they're prima facie guilty of.
What does prima facie mean?
On the face of it. So on the face of it, they've breached all these laws. And then we've cited the evidence to support the breaches and the harms it's causing, and then said cease and desist. And, you are on notice now that you are liable for all your actions and omissions and all the harms that have been caused from your decisions. Now, those notices were served on all the MPs. And as I understand it, virtually none of them took any notice of it or took any, legal advice. I know Boris Johnson did, and I know Matt Hancock did, because we had some feedback from that. But as far as I'm aware, most of the other MPs seem to have ignored it altogether. But more fool them, because the fact is, it's on file that they were told that they were breaking the law as of that date. So they can't, plead plausible deniability. They can't say they didn't know. But then, of course, it's going to the police and saying these people are, guilty of, on the face of it, of committing these crimes. Can you investigate? And they refuse to. And they say you've got to take it up with the MPs. And the MPs say if there was any problem, the police would be investigating. And it's come out of the Scottish inquiry that the chief constable there has ordered the police not to investigate any complaints to do with COVID or the pandemic whatsoever, especially the injections. And that's coming out across the world. Police forces around the world have been instructed not to investigate any of these reported crimes, which is unbelievable.
That's shocking.
It's absolutely outrageous.
So hold on, doctors are not protecting the patients. The police is not protecting the public, and the politicians are not serving the populace. What the hell?
I know.
What do we do now?
We've got a complete, as far as I can see, we've got a complete breakdown. Law isn't happening. Justice isn't happening.
Okay, next is 218. And I sit down with my friend and fellow orthopedic consultant, Ian McDermott.
I don't know what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years. Not much. How about every single fundamental principle of good medical practice and medical ethics having been ignored, breached, discarded? It's not much to talk about, really, is it?
No.
No big deal.
We don't need to talk about the big bad scene. No, forget it.
Move on.
Everybody's moved on.
Yeah, move on. So, Hippocratic Oath, approximately 400 BC. The doctor is required to act with beneficence, which means first, do no harm. The precautionary principle. Okay. Then, 1947, the Nuremberg Code. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion, and the subject should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved as to enable him to make an understanding and an understanding and enlightened decision. That's all about medical experimentation. Then, the World Medical Association's Declaration of Helsinki from 1964. Experimental treatment must only be carried out with the fully informed consent of the study participant. Article 3, the EU Charter of Human Rights, and Article 6 of UNESCO Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. Any preventative, diagnostic and therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior free and informed consent of the person concerned based on adequate information. The General Medical Council's Decision-Making and Consent Guidelines. For consent to be valid, a doctor must disclose to the patient all material risks as well as the benefits of the intervention and alternatives to treatment, including doing nothing. Consent must be completely voluntary, with no coercion or pressure, applied either by the medical practitioner, the family, or the wider public. Okay, that's the GMC's own guidelines. The Montgomery case, Montgomery versus Lanarkshire, 2015. So this is embedded now, enshrined in the UK Supreme Court in law. An adult person of sound mind is entitled to decide which, if any, of the available forms of treatment to undergo, and her, in this case, consent must be obtained before treatment interfering with her bodily integrity is undertaken. The doctor is therefore under a duty to take responsible care to ensure that the patient is aware of any material risks involved in any recommended treatment and of any reasonable alternative or variant treatment. Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe from January 2021 states, you must ensure that citizens are informed that the COVID-19 vaccination is not mandatory and that no one is politically, socially or otherwise pressured to get themselves vaccinated if they do not wish to do so themselves. This is the Council of Europe 2021. And ensure that no one is discriminated against for not having been vaccinated due to possible health risks or not wanting to be vaccinated.
Wow.
So that's why I wanted to read this. Every single paragraph, every sentence of this has been breached. Every one in the last 4 years. If 5 years ago, if I'd have come to you and said, hey buddy, Nuremberg Code, take it or leave it, doesn't really matter, you'd have thought I was an absolutely insane nutter. You'd have thought I was a fool or a crazy, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wouldn't have. If I'd have said, Declaration of Helsinki, never, get rid of it. The EU Charter of Human Rights. If I said GMC's good medical practice, whatever, it's just advice, take it or leave it. If I'd have told you that the Council of Europe could be utterly, completely ignored, you'd have thought I was a nutter.
Now, my next guest, Dr. Kirk Moore, is a plastic surgeon out in the US. He was initially on my podcast, episode 203, but the next clip is from episode 351, where he's just about to start a court case where the US government is going to try and lock him up in jail for literally decades because apparently he was issuing fake vaccine cards. Check out this podcast.
Here I am, July 6th, and going to trial tomorrow.
Brother, listen, you got a beautiful future ahead of you, and you're going to go down in history as one of the greatest doctors ever, a real hero. You really stood by your oath. You did what was right for the patient. First, do no harm. You literally are the breathing, living embodiment of that. And people will recognize that. If not now, tomorrow, I promise you. You're going to have a beautiful legacy. And hopefully you will get this case dismissed. But diamonds are made under pressure. You're a diamond. Just keep being you. You hold your head up high and tall. You be proud. And it doesn't matter what shit they throw at you. Even if they slap that 35-year sentence, you just be yourself. You take it like a man. You be proud and you just smile. And life is going to take care of you. It's going to be fine. I promise you. You do not let the bastards get you down, okay, Kirk? And in your defiance, that's how you will never be defeated. Don't ever feel like, you're broken or you're on the receiving end of it. No. You are sovereign. You are a shining example of a human being. You remember that the whole time. You did what was right for the patient. First, do no harm. You literally
like are the breathing, living embodiment of that. And people will recognize that. If not now, tomorrow, I promise you, you're going to have a beautiful legacy. And hopefully you will get this case dismissed. Diamonds are made under pressure. You're a diamond. Just keep being you. You hold your head up high and tall. You be proud. And it doesn't matter what shit they throw at you. Even if they slap that 35-year sentence, you just be yourself. You take it like a man. You be proud and you just smile. And life is going to take care of you. It's going to be fine. I promise you. You do not let the bastards get you down, okay, Kirk? Do not let them get you down. And in your defiance, that's how you will never be defeated. Now, in a remarkable turn of events, the court case was dropped. All charges against Kirk were dropped. And that's why I had him back on my podcast so quickly. Listen to what he had to say.
Here we are, 1 week on, and how different the world is, my friend.
Oh my gosh, dude. I absolutely collapsed on the ground when my attorney called me yesterday morning at 8:30. Just the tension, the release was the most tension relief that I've ever had in my entire life. It was amazing. I don't think there's ever been a case, federal case, ever in the history of our country that in the middle of the prosecution's case, they stand up and walk away and dismiss it. They hadn't rested their case. They still had a day or two of witnesses that they were going to present. And then on a Saturday morning, I get a phone call after Friday afternoon and everything else. I mean, that's unheard of. My lawyers were just dumbfounded at how this happened. We have the Surgeon General of the United States, who is supposed to be one of the most experienced people in the country as far as kind of like just general public health, has been nominated as Casey Means, who doesn't even have a medical license to practice medicine. You know, she quit her residency 6 months before she was done. I guess the reasons why she quit it make sense. She didn't believe in the system. I get it. Okay. But keep your license, continue to practice medicine. She doesn't do any of it. And then on the other end, you know, RFK is calling for everybody. Now, I guess he backed off of that a little bit just a few days ago, you know, but he's calling for everybody to have wearables. Well, who owns a wearables company? Gee, Casey Means owns a wearables company. So, you know, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. You know, that's kind of where we are in our society these days, right? And
it's so corrupt, it's unbelievable.
Anytime people like you losing their license because you can't practice anymore, you don't want to practice anymore, people like me being prosecuted and persecuted because I did the right thing and took care of my patients that I could have saved. The product that was given to me wasn't used on anybody else, right? So I didn't give it to my patients, therefore it couldn't be given to them because it expired.
Well, Kirk's example just highlights that not all superheroes wear capes. Now we're going to go to episode 241 with Danny Rampling, DJ Danny Rampling.
Yeah, the cost of lockdown, not the cost of living crisis, which is just another buzzword to make people believe, oh gosh, yeah, through this and through that and through COVID, everything's gone up. No, that's corporate wealth transference. It's an orchestrated cost. And then it packages it up by saying it's a cost of living crisis, isn't it? And,
yeah.
Oh, but we've got to pay a bit more. You know, it's corporate wealth transference, and it's all part of the Davos World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, all part of this agenda, isn't it?
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. You really sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist now. Where's your tinfoil hat?
I'm a conspiracy realist.
I say that.
Yeah. But that's just the lowest kind of comment, because that's the media drive, isn't it? You know, anyone with an alternative opinion and standing in truth and who's researched all of this is deemed as a conspiracy theorist. But actually, you know, to discredit others. But all of these things that happened in 2021 and 2, most of them are here now, and there are people saying we should have listened to you. Article 10 of the Human Rights Declaration. Shall I read it?
Oh, God, yeah, please. Oh,
yeah. Well, there's a complete breach, you know, with this. We're going to cancel out freedom of speech. But everyone has the right to freedom of speech. The right shall include freedom to hold opinions and to procure and import information and ideas without interference by public authority and regardless of frontiers. Article 10 of the Human Rights Declaration.
Love it.
Which was drafted proclaimed in Paris in 1948, towards the end of the Second World War. That stands today.
Read it out one more time.
Okay. Article 10 of the Human Rights United Nations Declaration. Everybody has the right to freedom of speech. The right shall include freedom to hold opinions and to procure and import information and ideas without interference by public authority and regardless of frontiers.
Did you hear that, Keir Starmer?
Exactly.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? All you big tech people and all you know, what they call fact checkers? Fact checkers.
Yeah.
They've trampled over all of them.
They have
complete
with this. Yeah.
disregard.
Absolutely.
They've just done a big FU to all of us.
Yeah.
And said, what you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, Danny Rampling?
I'm angry about that because they stole our livelihoods. They denied us the right to work. And then this introduction of people sitting down in penned enclosures like a cattle market, and that's not what going out to a concert or dancing is about. And I had an offer in Liverpool, and I said, on the condition that you move those ridiculous white fences around these tables because it's not right. And I really needed to get paid because I lost my income for over 18 months, and that was my core income. And I had to turn that. They said, "Is this a deal breaker?" And I said, "Well, it is." And you know, with the respect to the promoters, that Liverpool Council had made this stipulation that those are the rules to the promoter. It was a trial to get people, you know, in a crowded space, and that was what they were doing. So I didn't play on that gig, and I took a stand on that. But yeah, no, I am bloody angry about what they did to us, to all of us, you know, and rightfully so. We have to defy it and resist and not comply to this digital identity plan, this agenda. But it's being done, it's being drafted in incrementally through Companies House, company formations, bank accounts, credit cards, all manner of things, and tied with the facial recognition. Where's that data going from facial recognition? Where is that going? It's going into central database with the whole of this digital identity plan. We don't want a digital identity. We have a passport, we have a driving license. That is sufficient. But also, you know, kind of what is happening recently, it's tied in again to give this at the public to think, well, actually, we need a digital identity because it can control our borders, for example, and it can stop, you know, people rioting and criminality and all of these, you know, kind of. As we discussed earlier, that's a minority. Digital identity is a major, massive infringement of our human rights and civil liberties. This model is being adopted from China. It's a dreadful state of affairs, you know, this complete control. But it's up to us not to comply with it. Just say, no, we're not going to go along this path. We stood there in non-compliance at the cost of our work and careers during that 3-year period around that injection matter and the whole bloody agenda. And we're going to have to do that again.
Episode 363, I sit down with Dr. Sam White, one of the earliest doctors in the UK to speak out against COVID madness and nonsense, who was punished by the system, had his licence taken away from him. And in the UK, there's been several doctors, Anne McCloskey, Sarah Myhill, Mohammed Adil, David Cartland, who've been disgraced, discredited, and had their licenses taken away from them or their ability to practice suspended and their careers ruined. And in Ireland, we have Dr. Jerry Waters, Billy Ralph, and so many more. And then across the world, ethical doctors, and they represent less than 0.1% of all doctors out there. Anyway, let's listen to Sam, the brilliant Sam White.
It is a lonely journey. It has been for me at times, particularly. But then I'll hear people say, that person's heard of you because you did this, and they're really grateful. I just wish more people would find their feet and their confidence to speak up as well. And people often say, I'm not a doctor, therefore I can't say anything. Yes, you can.
It's actually a good thing you're not a doctor.
It's a good thing you're not a doctor because they're gone. They are the lost generation. Okay, in every way. The idea was to bankrupt me and for me to top myself.
100%, I bet that was.
Okay, and I'm not saying that there haven't been dark moments, or for anyone thinking of jumping ship, that it's necessarily easy. But I think you need to look to the future. And the future is that there are increasing numbers of members of the public who are waking up and aware of what's happened, even if it's only an inkling. And they are not going to go back to the GP that caused the problem, or the physician that caused the problem. The first one to be released was Pfizer. Didn't know then that SV40 was in it, but there was good enough reason to suspect that A, this wasn't a typical vaccine, and this was going to cause immense harm. Okay, we knew a lot of the contents, or you should have done. If you're injecting it, if you're saying to someone, I've got your informed consent for this, where did all that go? Yeah. I know my head is skipping all over the place here, but I am like, what the happened? Okay, because the laws, the ethics that determine medicine, medical practice, what we thought, what we were raised on, because you probably went a few years before me, but it was very similar. Informed consent, that was also a legal requirement, should be a lawful requirement. Otherwise, I understood it that it was battery, essentially. Okay. And yet you can say now, retrospectively, that no one knew what they were having injected in them. The people administering it didn't know what they were giving, so there's no informed consent. Then I thought it would matter to the regulators because I thought they regulated stuff. That was naive, wasn't it?
Big time. So listen, you're on your deathbed, right? Surrounded by your loved ones, your boyfriend.
That's going to be in the mail tomorrow.
Before you pass on and meet your maker, what words of wisdom and advice would you give everyone?
Don't follow the crowd. However easy it is, I don't think in the long run it is the easiest path. Take my example. There's been times when this last few years have been shit. You said to me, when I last saw you, you didn't look too good. Great. Fair enough. You hit a chord, yeah. But the reality is, if you flip that, I could be waking up every day now thinking or realizing that I've been involved in this. How many people have I injured? How many people have I killed? That would be my reality. So although my journey's not been easy and there's been painful and it's been lonely at times, let's say, there was only one path. And that opened up for me in 2020. And that was a tap on the shoulder saying, this is not going to be good enough to just say you were literally just following your orders here. Because that's what's happened. And waking up now in 2025, I can wake up and not think for when I first opened my eyes in the morning, how many people have I hurt? How many people have I killed? One person even said to me, you might have saved more lives in that short 8-minute video than you did in the 17 years previous as a doctor.
Powerful, powerful words. And I've had similar people say things to me that you're doing more good work now and helping more patients, people, than you ever did as 25 years as a doctor and surgeon. Anyway, moving on from the wonderful Sam White, I now go to episode 376, Francis Hunt, the market sniper.
The police are a paid bully for a captured cartel, a force of bullying. And I think more and more people are seeing that they don't serve the citizens and the citizens don't feel very well served by them. When it comes to chasing down a knife stabbing versus showing up to arrest someone for a social media post. And this is Bolshevism. It's inversion, perversion, where you criminalize the innocence and speech and you glorify crime. And they're going to go on tax scavenge mode. And essentially, they're going to make legal complete theft, government-based theft. You're talking about unrealized capital gains. Increased capital gains taxes are going to go up. Unrealized capital gains is going to become a thing. Taxation for this, taxation for that, tax to travel,
carbon tax, land tax. I mean, we're already 100%. Hearing about it.
And now death taxes is already tax on tax money, as you're well aware. So it's a case of scavenge mode. And the reason that they're going to become more totalitarian and go into scavenge mode is because they can't use the sly trick of the inflation and the expanding money supply. It's because the market won't take any more debt. The 40-year bull market ended in 2020. They issued too much debt. Nobody wants it now.
One of the things they never talk about in London School of Economics and another Fabian institution, money creation. The whole economic system is so bullshit and flawed because they talk about interest rates, they talk about inflation, and they say, you know what, it's all about you're not saving enough. You public are spending too much and that's why we've got a bust. You know, if we want to have a boom, you need to save harder. They put it all on the public. What they never ever talk about in the economic theories is money creation from debt. If you increase the money supply, what does that do? It's a wrecking ball, but they never factor that in their equations, and these professors and all these economists never talk about that. But it's money creation. They make money out of debt, out of nothing. And then that debt, they expect us to pay more on it. The usury. They screw us over. So we're enslaved. Now, the COVID thing, the cost of lockdown it's like a game of musical chairs. They keep taking the chairs away. And they were like, oh, we've taken too many chairs, quickly. They just injected that money with the lockdowns and the furlough to add a few more chairs. So people kept going around a little bit longer. But the reality is what you're describing, the end game of the musical chairs is everyone is left standing. Only one person is going to have that chair. And this cult is going to have that chair, and we're all going to be left standing with fucking nothing.
And we all need a chair, and he's gonna rent it to you, and you're gonna have to pay and comply to the laws and rules and the police state systems that he will have built up and weaponized against you. It's quite clear the police don't work for.
They might even get people to sit on your lap because they say there's not enough chairs right now. You need to put someone on each one of your laps.
That's right, pile you high, yeah. And I mean, the police are a paid bully for a captured cartel, a force of bullying. And I think more and more people are seeing that they don't serve the citizens, and the citizens don't feel very well served by them. When it comes to chasing down a knife stabbing versus showing up to arrest someone for a social media post. And this is Bolshevism. It's inversion, perversion, where you criminalize the innocent and speech. So we are in a debt-based collapse, and the crowding out of state is taking place. That private business isn't existing. You're not in a capitalistic society, although they're going to blame everything that happens on capitalism. You are in a cacocracy mixed society of very advanced socialism, communism attack vector in terms of your freedoms, in terms of fascist corporations intertwined with state, which has escalated recently, with government now taking direct percentages in corporations such as Intel recently by Trump. And they positioned him as this master deal maker because of The Apprentice and the supposed narrative around his property prestige, forgetting the fact that he went bankrupt 6 times and his bank was Chase Manhattan Bank, run by David Rockefeller, who never called in his loans and carried him through the last property crisis of the savings and loans in the 80s. And
$1 billion.
I mean, imagine that. Oh, he's our boy. We won't call his loans in. He carried on swanning around in fancy cars and fancy houses and being allowed to do deals. And they kept him until the property market came back around and up, and he was carried through an entire economic cycle. Now, don't you try that with your bank. Now, that was David Rockefeller, him of 9/11. But Trump's going to tell you the truth about 9/11. Remember 2016, what a damn squid that was. And he's going to release the Epstein files. How did that pan out? So high. Silver's going to go so high. It's barely started. You don't understand how deep this debt trench is. It runs into trillions. But the point of the matter is, people are literally going to wait till the wolf's at the door. Then everybody runs for the door. That's when the exit taxes are already in. The first to leave are the smartest in the room, always. The last switch the light out.
And now we go to episode 383 with Dear Danny. If you don't follow him, check him out on Instagram. This guy is brilliant. Not just his wonderful hair and beard. He's got a sharp wit, a great sense of humor, and the finger on the pulse.
They're playing on the awakening. They know that people are waking up to the shit, and they know that. So they're bringing in all of these Pied Pipers to be able to take that off and steer everyone down the wrong path again.
Yes.
And my concern is that you get people who get to that point where they're sort of like, yeah, I get it. They're all fucking nonsense. They're all fucking on the take. Everything's a racket. Everything's like designed to make you fail. Everything is set up to make them rich and put money in private pockets and take it out of the public. Everything. But then all of a sudden you now believe it because you're agreeing with something Trump says. You agree with a single issue that Tommy Robinson talks about. The only thing I can say about these people is this is my acid test for them, is that look what they talk about with Palestine and Israel. And listen, I know it's a complicated complicated discussion, and I don't want to get into it because I don't really understand the history too well. But what I know, even if I zoom out, I've got my feelings in my heart that I know what I believe is right and wrong. But if you imagine you're standing up there as a public servant, right, as a politician, and you've got no empathy whatsoever, no compassion whatsoever, is that your leader? Like, even if you agree with him, and even if you agree that Israel is a fucking holy land and it's theirs to be given and they're the chosen people, you still want to hear that rhetoric coming out of a fucking leader's mouth that fuck Palestine, fuck them, fuck the dying children. I mean, please, like, there's not one element, not one tiny fragment of compassion and empathy in that. That just goes to show me that the world's become desensitized to violence. And it's because of these fucking warmongers and because of social media that you can watch. We had to go right out of our way to watch snuff films when I was in my teenage years, right out of our way. And now you can watch people have their heads blown off and everything on any social media platform you like.
It's sickening. If
you speak to someone who's still under the Q illusion, they believe this is all happening as it's a script, right?
Oh my God, dude!
They're literally they would say that, oh yeah, he's bringing out Tony Blair to put him onto the front stage so we can all see how evil he is. It's like, no, this is not 7D fucking chess. They're all in it together. The money, the fucking connections, the paper trail, it's all there for you to see. It's like, I actually feel it's such a strange thing, because you think of the people who so willingly isolated themselves, so willingly suffocated themselves, so willingly stuffed fucking carcinogenic probes into their brain and all of the other stuff that went on with COVID. And you looked at that and you were like, wow, how can people be so like completely and utterly trusting in something? And it's the same psychology that's gone on with the Q lot.
Same.
It's fucking frightening, because they're supposedly have much more of a better understanding about the geopolitical arena, and yet they can't see the wood through the trees. Like the obvious. There's such an obvious thing.
Right, episode 300. I go back to Professor Angus Dalgleish. And like I said, while he's doing some great work, I still have some concerns with him. He seems to really struggle to let go of his belief in vaccines.
Simple question, yes or no? Do you believe in these childhood vaccines?
Not all of them.
Which ones do you believe in?
This is where I'm not sure. I would like to look at them all very, very carefully.
Neil Ferguson has got every single thing wrong, every prediction, and all I see is promotion upwards. I mean, he's got a very big title, very big position at Imperial. He's respected amongst certain people, and seems to get away with everything he does wrong. If I was failing like him, I'd be behind bars. And Chris Whitty can stand up and say, oh, the decision for mandates was politically motivated. Why is he not being investigated by the GMC? He is the chief medical officer. When medical ethics were being trashed, he was pushing forward mandates knowing that it was politically motivated and not backed in science.
I think he's a disgrace who should be taken to a high court. And if all the evidence was put against him, he should be in jail. I really mean that. And I've issued many statements that he's made which prove I would say he's a moron. I now actually think he's actually worse than that, because he said things which just are not. I'll just take one statement. You must vaccinate 5-year-olds to protect their grandmothers. I mean, you don't vaccinate anybody to protect anybody else. And he said this when all the grandmothers and their parents had already been vaccinated. And it was very obvious the vaccines didn't prevent infection. So why would you put children at risk of what was then the messenger RNA vaccines only, when I and thousands of us, I mean, there's tens of thousands signed by the Hope Agreement, the Hope Accord, when we pointed out that there is a serious risk this can cause permanent DNA damage and expose the children to a dreadful carcinogenic risk. And we now know that the FDA passed all these vaccines without any carcinogenic testing, no genotoxicity testing. And I know from my experiences going into in-depth investigation in Australia and New Zealand and all the inquiries going on here, is that the regulatory agencies here, the MHRA, the TGA in Australia, they all took FDA guidance. They didn't do their job at all. The MHRA should be disbanded. It is so incompetent. After that inquiry, we were the stage 4 of the vaccines, and the evidence given by people who've done really in-depth investigation, like Nick Hunt from the Perseus report, it is unbelievable that we aren't losing far, far more of our population due to drugs every year, because they boasted they take 11 years to remove a drug off the market, that they don't bother looking at the yellow cards, not even the fatal ones. That's what actually happened. What did they actually say? Rain says they're all investigated. I mean, they just contradicted each other all the way through. I no longer can trust any of these institution bodies. I can't trust the MHRA. You can't trust bodies like the Royal Society. I really got into trouble with the Royal College of Physicians for pointing out the position on the vaccine. Why are they accepting this? Why are they trying to punish people like me who's pointing out not only the truth, but the bleeding obvious? So we should be silenced, and that's what's going on. The same thing with the GMC, persecuting really good doctors. And I've lost my faith in all these government institutions. I was talking to one of the senior people in the government administration, and I said, you've got people from all over the world presenting all this evidence that the vaccines cause far more harm than good, and yet they are still pushing them out. I said, how on earth is this being allowed? How on earth can you justify having Chris Whitty as the CMO? Why haven't you got, why has he been not got rid of? And he basically leaned back in his chair and looked at me as if I just didn't get it. And he said, well, if we'd had anybody who was competent and had any probity in this job, we'd never have been able to push the vaccine program, would we?
Who said that to you?
Senior member of the government who was following us around, probably making sure we didn't escape. But I was absolutely staggered. Then another occasion, he said, I said, this. I think this is the second meeting. We had a couple of these meetings. Another occasion, the same fellow said to me, and I said, look, we've got all this evidence that there's nothing being achieved here. I said, if you give a booster vaccine, it's actually making things worse. Why is my general practice still calling me up all the time, telling me to get a booster when I pointed out they're very dangerous and they're probably committing serious physical damage? And you know what he then said? I nearly fell off the chair. He said, well, the government spent hundreds of millions on these vaccines. They're incredibly expensive, and I think they feel they ought to use them up. Again, I nearly fell off my chair. 80% of the epitopes of the spike protein was similar to humans, and therefore dreadful autoimmunity was guaranteed. We particularly highlighted platelet factor 4 and myelin as being, dead ringers, and that you would induce antibodies in these poor people, and that would lead to the problems. It's the thrombotic bleeding problem that they have, and that was described very early on. It was very obvious with the AstraZeneca vaccine, and the myelin was absolutely known problem. The viruses have this myelin in, and that's associated with Guillain-Barré syndrome. I know 2 people closely that had the Guillain-Barré. After I made it very clear, please do not have any more vaccines. They had it after the booster vaccines. And talk about saving the NHS. Both of those people spent months in hospital, paralysed. How's that saving the NHS with a useless vaccine we'd already proven is useless? It is now causing so much harm and damage that they don't want to admit it, because this fellow, when I again kept pointing out to him, why is this continuing? It can't just be using vaccines up. I said they should stop it now. And he said, another thing he said, words of wisdom, he said, there's far too many vested interests in here to stop it now. I'll repeat that. There are far too many vested interests in here to consider to stop it now.
I've looked into vaccines. I've looked into Dissolving Illusions by Roman Bristianic and Suzanne Humphreys, where they look at all the data. And it's clear that death from all childhood diseases were dropping down. I mean, there's so many graphs you can show. And vaccines always came afterwards. Clean water, sanitation, food, that's what saved people and stopped them getting these childhood diseases and dying from them. I question the whole thing about vaccination now. I've looked at the book Turtles all the way down. All the studies are woefully inadequate. They're so poor. There's never a properly randomized placebo study against a saline shot or whatever. It's always against another adjuvant or something or a previous vaccine. I question all vaccines. Now, someone who has had a career in developing vaccines for cancer, what's your position with vaccines now? Have you now turned around and gone, actually, the whole thing is a crock of shiitake mushrooms, or do you still believe in it?
I'm afraid my attitude is like Robert Kennedy's attitude now, is I've now uncovered that a lot of scientific evidence that I held as true was false, fabricated, and fraudulent. And when I started delving in to the literature, we found out that the way that they were stabilizing the messenger RNA allowed it to insert virtually anywhere, then also with the coding of the actual genome. And then goes on, we found that they were riddled with contaminants, cDNA. We thought it was just a mere 30 times above the acceptable level. The more samples they tested, we were up to 145 times the safe level. And then we found that all the Pfizer contain SV40. I mean, and we had people arguing, oh, but it's a promoter or an antigen. I don't care. SV40 is bloody dangerous. In the laboratory, you use SV40 to induce cancers in mice, so you can then test anti-cancer treatments on the tumour. The fact it's in all these things, I mean, the MHRA, FDA, TGA, they should all ban the whole thing. This is going into children. And then the next bit is even worse. The next bit's even worse. They bind all the known suppressor genes, P53, BRCA, MSH, that's the Lynch syndrome. Now, we know if you've got a mutation in any one of those genes, you're destined or doomed, more likely, to get the cancer you would normally have got at 70 or 80 in your 30s and 40s. I mean, this is an absolute potential disaster. And they're wanting children to have these for viruses that's never going to kill them. Now do you see why I am so... This is like a genocide that's going on. And that's why it must be stopped. Then we can deal with all these others. And I agree, we have made mistakes. And I think that's because the quality of science, of biological science, with a few exceptions, and some of whom I've worked for, has been universally so bad once Big Pharma gets involved. It crushes inconvenient truths and it pushes the conclusion. In fact, nothing really epitomizes what went on, what's been going on for years, I believe. So much was the introductory statement of Hugo Keith, the QC in the vaccine inquiry, who's in his opening statement said, we all know these vaccines have saved millions of lives and are safe and effective. But we're here today because a few people are complaining that they've had side effects, which they think's due to the vaccine. I mean, it was unbelievable. He gave a conclusion before it started, and he dismissed all our evidence. He said it was not necessary to look at the evidence. This is what's been going on. You know, big retrospective. I now see this process has been creeping up on us all the time. And people who, like me, start questioning this are regarded as extreme irritants to be disposed of and brushed out of the way. And that's what's been going on.
Yep, 100%. 100%. I mean, the thing as well is about the cancers with these mRNA jabs. I think there's about 40 different modes of mechanism in which they induce cancer. It's not just the SV40s. It's actually incredible, the difference.
Because the last slide I made, with a lot of help from my colleagues, there were 10 major ways that messenger RNA-based vaccines could induce or promote cancer.
Right, I'd now jump back to 263, and I speak to Miley Trin, an amazing doctor from Australia, hounded by the regulatory authorities for her stance on COVID and the vaccines. Check this out.
They were just going out to get you? Was that
correct? They were going to get me from day one. I was set up, like they set me up for it, to cancel my license and to stop me working immediately, and also to force me into retirement. Because what happened is that after the suspension, they have to provide a written report, and in the written report they give reasons why they suspend you, but they issued a letter to my medical indemnity, and they told them that I have been indefinitely suspended and I'm never going to be practice again. I'm never going to be able to practice again in Australia. So that is not law. You can't suspend someone indefinitely because suspension power is interim, it's temporary. And then I was to be allowed to have a hearing, and then the hearing then decide whether I've done good or bad, and then whatever decisions can be made, and that's going to be the final thing. Well, they were not going to allow me to do that. I was not supposed to. They tried to stop me from having a hearing. They wanted me to be suspended immediately, indefinitely, and not going to have an opportunity to have a hearing. So my medical indemnity essentially said to me, we won't pay for your legal fee for a tribunal hearing because you can never practice again, and that was it.
So it seems like there's a really nice bit of collusion going on here.
100%. I eventually went to the Court of Appeal hearing, and they dismissed a winning case. They appointed a newly appointed judge, and they got 2 retired judges to preside over my matter. Now, my matter is very important because it would put an end to indefinite, prolonged suspension of all health practitioners in my state. So it's not about just my case. It's going to set precedent for everyone in the state, not just doctors, physio, pharmacists, dentists, any health professionals. If I win that, it's going to be the end of this abuse of suspension power. So they can't let me win.
I wrote this last year, September 20th, 2023. Thought crime. The process is the punishment. The year is 2023 and I live in England, but I swear it feels like 1953 in the deepest, darkest Soviet Union. You see, you aren't allowed to think the wrong things. What are the wrong things? Whatever the government says, of course. But the government changes their minds all the time, one could argue. Well, keep up. In these dystopian times, if you dare to speak out and question the narrative, you get punished. Note, you don't get punished for any real crime. It's not because you stole or lied or cheated or actually harmed anyone. It's not because you broke any real law. It isn't even because of any performance issue, No, the crime is that you thought the wrong things and voiced them. The punishment often comes in a particular form. It is the process that is the punishment. Demands to respond to complaint letters and emails, demands to attend disciplinary meetings, investigations that go on for months, if not years. These investigations sap your energy, they create stress and tension. But of course they do. That's the whole point. The process is the punishment. It doesn't matter that I'm innocent and haven't done anything wrong. The process is now being used to hurt me, to justify suspending me from hospital, stopping me from treating my patients, and starve me of my income. I see what's going on. I'm no fool. I'm also no coward. And if you think this is going to shut me up, then frack you. Yes, I was stressed and worry, but I need to have faith, and I do. Good will prevail. I know there are millions that think like me, and while I'm not a household name, my voice is slowly reaching more and more people. They can't shut us all up. We will win in the end. Thank you for all your messages of support. Please share my podcast and Substacks with all your friends and family and work colleagues. Love, Ahmed.
That's beautiful. That's described exactly what I went through.
Yeah, there you go. I thought that would resonate with you.
This fight for me is different. It's the lie that they lied to the public and about the pandemic, about the vaccine, about ivermectin. And if we as doctors don't make a stance and don't speak out, the public doesn't get to know the truth. So I felt obligated to remain fighting. I could just walk out and just give up my license like the rest of my friends. But it's all wrong. For the lies, the fabrication, the setup that they made against me in order to cancel my license. And if I just walk away, I'm allowing all that lies to, all that, what they lied about me, to accept that. And I can't accept that. A lot of what I continue to do is to expose the lies surrounding my case, because I'm trying to wake the public up. I want the public to know that the treatment of me was completely fraudulent, was a complete abuse of power and a complete bully, and I want the public to be able to see that. I put a lot of effort in doing that because it's not just about getting my license back and getting justice. It's about telling the public what big pharma is doing and how it controls the medical profession, how it controls the doctors, how much effort, how much money they put in silencing doctors.
Folks, we now go to episode 384 with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, one of the OGs in the anti-vax movement. Listen to her words.
It's the narrow-mindedness also of the educational system. They train you that the only thing that can make a difference is a surgical procedure or a pharmaceutical-based pill. You know, when I really understood the scam of peer review, many years ago, I read this paper and it just said everything to me. They had this really well-designed, absolutely 100% correct. Everything about it was a pristine paper that was written for a new drug that they're wanting to bring to market. So they submitted it to peer review, got all these accolades. It was great. It was well written. The math was right on all the studies, good cohort studies, blah, 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 blah. It was just great. And then somebody took that same study and did a word search on it, the exact same study, and took out the word for the pharmaceutical drug and put in an herbal product and submitted to peer review. Completely trashed, completely said it had no value. We couldn't publish anything like that. The math was wrong. The cohorts was wrong. Everything was wrong about it. And to me, it just told me everything I needed to know about peer review being the good old boys network. And I'll scratch your back and pass your paper if you scratch my back and pass my paper. And it's not about anything. And when they started passing the laws, at least in the US, where the pharmaceutical industry was not allowing research that showed adverse effects to their drugs, they were no longer allowed to publish the negative research. Then, even doctors that are trying to do a good job and try to weigh the evidence, they can't because their hands are tied and they're only giving partial information. And then even the general public has, gotten on board with, well, is it peer reviewed? And I go, yeah, it's peer reviewed. So what? So what?
Something that we absolutely have to learn.
We have now taken away even the smartest, the best, and the brightest, and turned them into robots. And everything is symptom pill, algorithm delivered. And at least in America, they're incentivized by following that algorithm. They're incentivized by the number of tests that they order, by the number of prescriptions that they write. If your cholesterol is 200, for heaven's sakes, that if a certain cohort of their patients are on statin drugs, or now they're trying to force Ozempic on the people for weight loss. And, if with pediatrician's office, if you've got at least 63% of the kids in your practice, you get that are fully vaccinated by 2 years of age, you get $400 per child in your practice as a bonus from Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance. And so all this incentivization for colonoscopies and mammograms and EGDs and stress tests, it's all incentivized medicine. So these young people coming out now, they really don't even get really good anatomy and physiology. And what's really scary is they don't even get good classes in pharmacology when the only tool in their toolbox is a prescription pad and they don't know much about what they're prescribing, which is just really scary for the general public. There have been things that have been written that said that you should never see a doctor that's under 50 years of age. And there's some truth to that because wait a minute, let me finish. Because the older people got better education and they've got years of experience. The younger kids don't get a good education and no experience. So that's a real problem. There must be really a real problem with these vaccines. I didn't even know. And, at the time, this was September of 2000. So there's MMR, DPT, polio, hepatitis B, Hib, and they were just getting ready to release Prevnar. And that's 7 of the 14 that are now in the schedule. So I thought, well, where should I start? Well, if I was going to research law cases, I'd start with the Supreme Court. So I guess I'll start with the CDC. They're supposed to know something about vaccines. They're supposed to be the big shots in this industry. So I pulled out the general recommendations of vaccination. Every 3 years they write this. Well, that version, that 1998 version, I pulled it out and I read it and I went, this is it. This is poorly written. The references are like every reference was the CDC. So it's like if I wrote a paper to publish it and every reference was a paper that I wrote, how much legitimacy would that be? You know, that I'm not quoting anybody else or referencing anybody else. And I read this whole sections about hepatitis B and about the fact that you give the same dose to a premature baby as you give to a 150-pound man. And I was like, this can't be right. I'm missing something. What am I missing there? And that began the 25-year, 60,000-hour study into learning about this whole industry. You know, it was like the first 3 years I spent really angry. I was really mad. And I spent the first 3 years just trying to figure out why we did this. I mean, after all, I wasn't vaccinated and I was alive, and healthier for it.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure out, why are we doing this? And I couldn't find it anywhere. All I would find was the marketing slogan, safe and effective and necessary, and we're saving millions of lives. And I'm looking at these studies and reading. Most doctors just read the abstract or even the conclusion of the abstract, which is the one sentence underneath the abstract. Well, I was reading the full articles. And when I got done to the full article, I would go, how did they make that conclusion from that article? How did that happen? There were kids that died in here. There were kids that had seizures, and they would always just with a stroke of a pen negate it. Study investigators determined the deaths and the adverse outcomes had nothing to do with the vaccines. So with a stroke of the pen, it was all negated. And we have safe and effective. And all of the studies were all done on healthy children that were on no medications. They had not been previously vaccinated. They're all completely healthy, pristine little babies. And then as soon as they approved it, we're rolling it out and giving it to all kids with cancer and chronic diseases and underage kids and malnourished kids and it was like, what is this industry doing? What is this all about? When I started looking into it, it was about an $8 billion a year industry. Now it's $57 billion and growing.
Next, I have C. Van Fleet, episode 387. She grew up in China during the Cultural Revolution. She now lives in the States and talks about how what we are seeing today in the West is no different to what she saw as a child during the Cultural Revolution. If we don't listen to her, I don't know who we will. She gives us a warning. The question is, will people listen?
The whole family structure was destroyed. When there's no one to trust, not even your parents, not even your children, not even your spouse, what do? You absolutely, the masses become little islands because you can definitely not trust your friends. There's so many friends turn people in. And so that is the fact they want people feel like hopeless. People feel lonely. So the only thing they could do to survive is to follow the party and make sure you follow it correctly. If you don't follow it correctly, you may get into trouble as well. That was something that we absolutely have to learn. History is not just something, I'm a history fan. No, it's a necessity, because if you don't understand history, you can't understand the present, and you definitely understand.
You grew up in China during the Cultural Revolution, and we're going to talk about this. And, for those people who don't know, the Cultural Revolution took place from 1966 to 1976 under the auspices of Chairman Mao Zedong and his Gang of Four, which included his wife. And it was a tumultuous period in the Chinese history. I mean, people today cannot even comprehend the tsunami that took place through China during that period. But basically, one of the things that they wanted to do was destroy the four olds, old customs, old culture, old habits, old ideas, which is bizarre because when you think about contiguous civilizations, the big one that sticks out in the world is China. China has been going strong as like this Chinese civilization for thousands of years. We got paper from there, gunpowder from there, fireworks from there, and so much more, and silk and everything. And all that knowledge and wisdom and art and science, acupuncture, you name it, Chinese medicine, all of that, like they just wanted to eradicate and just say, no, we're going to start anew, which just seems madness. Like you've got this house full of old antiques and beautiful paintings and jewelry, and they wanted to throw it all out and bring in IKEA furniture.
Yes. I can't believe that you summarized so well. I have to tell you, not many people interviewed me know as much as you do about Chinese civilization as well as the Cultural Revolution. But thank you.
Next is Mike Driver, episode 390. Check out his Substack.
We need to get through, find a way to communicate this. Because right now you've got this clown show of reform, this false dawn, the regurgitated phlegm, the last gasp of the current political system. Yeah. And they're getting through. And you can see in the funding, you can see in the type of people that are involved in that they are the solution to nothing. They're more of the same bullshit with a different hat on. But they are getting through. This is very frustrating to me. They are getting through to the people that we would like to get through to. And that to me, if there's anything that's frustrating in the current paradigm, it's that. We seem to have missed the chance to get through to those people. Whether it's our fault or not, I don't know.
Next, Rolla Selbach, episode 392, a Palestinian filmmaker out in the US.
The founders of Zionism, when they first founded Zionism in Europe, the people who most thought they were mad was other Jewish people. It was a very, very fringe, very niche, very considered kind of not even fantastical, but it was actually considered crazy. Most of the Jewish population in Europe, either wanted to assimilate, and let's be honest, it was difficult because there was very, very rampant, let's just say, anti-Judaism and anti-Jewish sentiments. So they were being very, very, I think, unfairly and viciously and awfully, how do I say, oppressed, treated, oppressed. It was very obvious. So there's no doubt about that. But what they wanted more than anything was either A, to be accepted into European society, or B, to go to America. Like that is what they were looking for. They were looking for being part of a community. They wanted to be part of a fabric of society. They wanted to contribute. They wanted to grow. They wanted to, be economically mobile. That is what they wanted, and that is what they deserved. What they did not deserve was Zionism. It is the most, again, this term, anti-Semitic. If you hear the language of the founders of Zionism and how they talked about Judaism, they thought people who were Jewish were, because, they were famously atheist, right? The Zionist founders. They thought people who adhered to the Jewish religion were weak. They thought they were sick. They thought they were measly. They thought they were inferior. And they use that language. It's like you can look this up on any of your favorite reference, right? Like I'm not making this up. And so my point is to say the crazy thing about Zionism, it's very much one of the most anti-Semitic ideologies. And you can see that even now. So there is also this hypocrisy of saying Judeo-Christian values, and yet you do nothing for the Christians in Palestine or in Lebanon or in Syria or in anywhere else. You don't care. You only care about white power. That is all you care about. We are white, we are anti-Muslim, and we have power, and we want to keep it that way. That's all they care about. So to everything we've been saying, right, about how Zionism has to manufacture this narrative, it is dependent on propaganda and manufacturing of story so that they can convince people that, they can take the land, kick people out, kill people, take more land, and create greater Israel in the end, right? So I do a lot of research on different things, and the question that I had in my head was, because I'm an Arabic speaker, so I speak Arabic, and they keep using this term like Semitic, we are Semitic, so therefore we've been here for 3,000 years, therefore we get to come back, and kill everyone and take over your land. So I asked myself, why doesn't Hebrew Semitic? Right? Why doesn't it sound like a Semitic language to my ear? That's where it started. I didn't really know. So I'm like, I speak Arabic. When I listen to Hebrew, it sounds almost it's German, like European, like it's flat. There's no intonations. They don't have the letters that we do. And then I compare it to, like, for instance, Yemenite Hebrew and other languages. I'm like, why does this language, Israeli Hebrew, sound different? And so that's where I started my research. And it literally took one click, because on the Israeli Minister of Culture website, they tell you that biblical Hebrew hasn't been spoken, or ancient Hebrew hasn't been spoken for 2,000 years. It's only been used in, let's say, prayer. It's kind of like how Latin is, right, to Christianity. It's only used in prayers and scripture and things like that, but it's not used in everyday speaking, like an actual spoken language. So I'm like, okay, when was this even created or revived or whatever? And it was only revived in the 1900s by a Russian dude, a Russian linguist, named Yitzhak Perlman, who later then, to your point, changed his name to Eliezer ben Yehuda, literally to make him sound more like of the land, more Semitic, more like, I don't know, Oriental, quote unquote. And so when they're speaking Hebrew, they want to make you think that, we've been speaking this language for centuries and so on and so forth. They completely haven't been. It hasn't been a spoken language for 2,000 years. So it's part of this propaganda package that makes it seem as if, like, oh, we belong to this land. We always have this. It's like, no, dude.
Next we have Anthony Samaroff, episode 391.
I say I'm Jewish, but only on my parents' side. Up until about the age of 17 or so, I was indoctrinated into the Zionist line, and then you start getting into reading online, and then you learn that you were told a bunch of lies, whitewashed. Israel started the 6-Day War. 750,000 people were kicked out of their homes during the creation of Israel. They neglected to mention that, of course. They didn't mention the press gang and all that stuff, the terrorism to try and get Jews to leave Arab countries and go to Israel. There were Zionist groups that committed acts of terror, false flags, in order to encourage Jews to flee to Israel. None of that was mentioned, and the more you look at it, you're like, well, I don't like being lied to. And then you speak to other Jews. Usually what they do is they just lose their shit. They lose their temper.
Really?
That people just can't reason on. In my youth, and since then, I've seen Jews do this all the time. They always have some narrative that excludes facts or any actual consideration of what's happening, of why whatever Israel does is justified. Right, let's just talk about the facts, right? Let's just talk about blockade. Let's just talk about the fact that half the people that live there are children. Do you know what I mean? So when an Israeli minister goes and says, we're cutting off the electricity and they won't be able to treat their sewage anymore because they need electricity to run the sewage plant to clean their water, you're basically saying that you're going to give 1 million children no water purification. How about we talk about that stuff, right? I'm open to argument, but I don't get it. All I get is, well, all the Arabs want to kill all the Jews and, but the thing is, that would be acceptable as an argument if Israel was defending itself, right? But Israel is not defending itself. When Israel and its neighbors have been the most reasonable and the most willing to come to the table to negotiate, that's when Israel's most likely to strike, right? So they provoke terrorism, which gives them a pretext of defending themselves so they can continue to expand the occupation, take land, make sure that the settlements are built with the places that get the water, which then doesn't go to Palestinian villages. So what I meant to say about that grand narrative, which means that facts don't matter because Israel is right. So it makes me really angry because coming from that culture, everything they say about never again, it's so hypocritical. They say all these things. They just don't give a shit about anyone but themselves. I'm sorry to say that so flagrantly, but I've seen it, and I hate it. And I hated it. What I first came to hate about Jewish culture, I've never spoke about this stuff before, was I perceived that the being a victim was lauded. And the more of a victim you were, the greater it was. And they love, I can't believe I'm going to fucking say this on the internet. I'm not talking about everyone. They love the Holocaust. They love to indulge in and how much that makes them their victimhood more unique than anyone else's victimhood.
Next, we have Robin Jackson, episode 393. Hopefully, I'll have her back soon.
With digital ID, I mean, that is so hard to walk back. Once Australia as a nation signs on to digital ID and the government manages to get people to sign on to that, and we walk into that electrified fence, to CBDCs, social basic income, all the rest of it, social credit score, it's very hard to walk out of it. I think now, not only in Australia, but all of the Five Eyes Nations and everywhere else as well, people have to make a list of non-negotiables, where your line is in the sand, and be brave, be relentless to stick with it, because it's very easy to let the government push you to do things you don't want to do. You've got to make that list. You've got to be courageous, and you've got to say no. You've got to stick to your guns, because it's an all-out assault right now upon all of us, and they're not even hiding it now. They're not even hiding it now. So that's what I would say. Make a list of non-negotiables. Society is really changing at the moment on so many different levels. And I know certainly in Australia, people are living with a level of shame. There's so many Australians that used to have a certain standard of living. They'd have 3 cars in the driveway. They'd have, a 4-wheeler that they rip around on the property. They have 2 holidays a year and, all of these sorts of things. And now people can't afford to live the same way they used to. There's a level of shame that's attached to that, and Australians won't talk about it. And I think there's probably multiple reasons why. But I think what is happening is another experiment, I guess, is to see if Australians can be trained to live without or live with less, completely engineer a new part of society. It reminds you of Mr. Klaus Schwab, you'll own nothing and love it. I kind of feel like a politician's not acknowledging the absolute crisis that every Australian family is in at the moment with managing their budget and their lifestyle. The shame attached to that with the parents and the families who can't provide the same lifestyle that they used to. And then in turn, as a result, you're learning to live with less, and they want that for the future, obviously. And just another experiment to see how far they can push Australians to the edge before they lose their shit. Because it's got to come to a point where people go, what's going on here? Why am I having to choose between paying for my electricity and, buying my child's new pair of shoes for school? That never used to be a decision, So I think that's another one of these kind of social engineering type experiments that they're pushing upon us.
Next, we have episode 394, Claire Wills, the Lawyer of Light, talks about digital ID.
I don't think the message has gone in. Because Starmer came out and he said about brick cards, I thought, oh, here we go. They're now going to start pulling the hammer down on stuff. And I was like, listen, everyone's got digital ID already. They just have. And this whole brick card thing is not what's coming. It's here, whatever name they call it. We're already all in the digital prison. What this latest kind of move is literally to shut the door and lock the key on you, okay, in that digital prison. So we have had digital ID for a long time. It is not coming, it is here. The whole concept is a fusion between state and corporate partners, so that the corporate partners can switch you off at the bank account, at the services end, anything that's not run by the state, okay, and the state can switch you off for any service, as they call it, that is run by the state. So access to benefits, access to welfare, access to whatever. If they determine that you don't meet their tick box for whatever their conditions are for being able to be a good little slave citizen, and I am going to call it that, and I'm sorry, because I know our history has got some disgusting things that humans have done to other humans with slavery. But the fact of the matter is that this is a system that locks people into servitude. And if you do not do what you are told, not just by the state, because they're just the front men for the people that are behind it, which are corporations, and then the people that are behind them, which is a broader power structure, these global institutions, and even the people behind them, okay, because shit rolls downhill like that and they get all these other people to enforce it. So if you do not behave yourself according to what they say, then they're literally going to switch you off. I cannot be more clear about that. Don't have your 55th jab, don't have your whatever medications, don't worship at the master of the corporate oligarchy and those behind it. You will be switched off, right? I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I am so tired of trying to get this message across. And anybody in this arena that says that they're awake and aware and is putting the message out, no to digital ID, stop the brick card, you are part of the problem. I'm going to call you out. I'm sorry. I'm beyond being polite about this, because you are feeding people the line that it isn't already here and that we're not already in it, and we are in it. So it's all of that. Digital ID is all of those things that we do: fingerprint, whatever, facial scans, authenticating ourselves, two-step authentication to get into emails, that's all digital ID. Digital ID is not a brick card. It's all of those things. What's happening at the moment, and Starmer's announcement kind of covers this up a little bit by making people think it's this card that's coming. And I think that's why they've done it. What we're talking about is the system that locks the cage on that. And it will be different platforms that do that in different countries. They'll have different names, but they'll all be the same mechanism. What I do think is that the people that really don't have a problem with this and don't see anything wrong with it, I genuinely think they're lost. I'm not interested in waking them up. It's too far down the line. If that's how you want to live your life, I think that's your own free will. You do that. You take the consequences of what comes with it. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to have a conversation with you. I'm not going to try and change your mind. I have a problem with the people that know something's wrong and they know what this issue is and that it's ultimate control, and they try to say or try to sell that they will stand against it, and actually they won't. And I'm at the stage, I am so blunt now, I am not, I have no soft skills. I will literally say to their face and on social media, stop lying, because you are going to go along with it. And I'll give you an example. Mr. Nigel Farage is going to go to prison if he doesn't have, because he won't have digital ID. He's willing to go to prison. Okay, Nige, do us a favour then. Can you let us know if you're going to have your company verified, your form that's a company? Going to go through that, are you? And all you other outfits that are saying that you are against this in a company structure, what are you going to do? Let's have some honesty about this. Are you going to go along and get your company verified? Now, do I mean that if you get your company verified, that you're, all of a sudden locked out and all the rest of it? No, I don't mean that. What I mean is that you're part of putting your stuff into that architecture. You're putting those details into that architecture. You're adding to it. Stop lying to people like Nigel Farage. I'm going to stand against brick card. Start telling the truth. And all the other groups that are fighting against this, get your messaging right. If you say that you don't want digital ID, explain to people that it's already here. We've already got it. That's how we operate in life. What you should be saying is, what we don't want is a one login to rule them all, or a lock that can lock it, right? A centralised place where it's funneled. The corporate and state fusion. And this is how they're going to get people, because everybody's going to go, well, I can't afford to lose my income, or I can't afford to lose my job, or I can't afford to lose my home or my company or whatever. And I'm just going to be really honest with people. If you sign up to this, you are going to lose everything. You are going to lose everything because you've signed up to it. So if you think you're going to lose everything if you don't sign up to it, you might as well just go down the tack of not signing up to it, because you're going to lose everything anyway. Might not be tomorrow, but you will, because the point is to get you into the cage and then lock it at will. And I'm sorry, do you want to be in the position that you're told that if you don't have their next poison medication, that you can't get into your bank, or you can't get into your, you can't go to your, you can't get a job, you can't get a home to rent, you can't get a whatever. They cut off everything, right? Because that's what they'll do eventually when they decide that they want to roll out the next whatever. And that's the truth of it. You need to get into the mindset that if we do it, we're going to lose it. If we don't do it, so we're going to lose it. So, but what side are you going to be on? Are you going to be on the side that says, well, I might get another year out of this, or I might get another 2 years out of this, or I might even get the rest of my life out of this, but my children won't, my children's children won't. And like I said, when your tyranny's got this far, freedom can only be regained through some form of sacrifice. Unfortunately, you've got to give up something when you get to this stage. You're not gonna win it by whinging on social media, and your direct actions in the world then don't match up to what you're saying on social media. If you're feeling it's wrong, and if you're saying it's wrong and you're going to stand against it, unfortunately, folks, in the real world, your direct action has got to match with that.
We now have episode 400 with Neil Oliver. I swear when this man speaks, he just speaks poetry. He's so articulate and eloquent. Enjoy, folks.
All of this started for me, obviously, with the pandemic that wasn't. My wife and I simply didn't take the jabs. And at that point, when we decided not to do that, and our kids didn't, we weren't really thinking about what anybody else was going to do, because at that point, I hadn't realised that these products were lethal. I thought it hadn't crossed my mind. We just looked at one another and thought, not do that. Let's see where we are this time next year when they come round again. But lo and behold, lots of people didn't either. For as many other reasons as there are other people, they just didn't do it. And then obviously all the truth has come out for all the difference it has made, all the malevolence around those products that were pushed into billions of people. The same thing applies with, say, digital ID. If enough people just don't take one, that's it. They would have had mandated jabs every Monday morning till the end of time, until everybody was dead, if everybody had just joined the queue and rolled up their sleeves. But enough people didn't that it became unworkable. And so that whole mandatory jabs thing went away. But if people just don't do it, and obviously you have to find your way. You can't insist to people that they lose their home in pursuit of a greater goal. And you can't insist that somebody loses their job. You can't be telling other people what to do, which is why I don't tell people to do it. But if enough people realised and accepted that if we all just don't do it, then it won't happen. But it starts with enough people in the same moment just not playing the game. That's really all it takes. But I'm not going to sit here and say to people, oh well, if your employer tells you that you're going to lose your job and you've just got. That's not my business. People with their own affairs have to navigate their own reality. But the fact remains that if many of us, and it doesn't even have to be most of us, but if many of us just didn't do it, all of this nonsense goes away. Central bank digital currencies, 24-hour surveillance, it just goes away. It just does. Part of the problem, part of this thing I was saying about being a naturally bleak and pessimistic person, but that having become actually part of my cure, is the acceptance that being free is actually onerous. It's oversold in a way. Everyone talks about, the truth will set you free, and and the truth is like a lion, just let it loose and it'll fight for itself. But freedom means no safety net. Freedom means nobody telling you what's the best thing to do for you or for your family. You're picking up all of that weight by yourself as a mum or a dad or whatever, and trying to move it as far down the road as you can for as long as you can. Etched into the wall was, I believe in the sun even when I cannot see it. I believe in love even when I do not feel it. I believe in God even when he is silent. Just because you can't see the sun, somewhere beyond the clouds, the sun is there. And just because you feel as if your life is bereft of love, love is all around you. And just because you think God hates me because he's not talking to me or getting me out of this cellar, it's just you're not hearing him. The Constitution, and Magna Carta 1250, that was only a restating. That wasn't new. There's nothing new in the Magna Carta 1250, not really. It was just a restatement Has everyone forgotten? Right, I'll write it down again. Here's everything you need to know, 12, 15. You, King, you're illiterate. Put your seal on that, you muppet, and we can get on with things, right? Emperor Conrad in Germany, 200 years before, had stated the same thing broadly that's in Magna Carta about things like the right to trial by jury. That's democracy in action, right? If you enable a parliament if you enable a government to write legislation, pass it, and then impose the penalties for breaching it, that's textbook tyranny, right? The protection that is inbuilt in the system before we get to things like 1688 and the Bill of Rights, which is poison, was that you could not take from a person his properties, his good name. You couldn't take anything from him unless you had brought him before a jury of his peers or her peers. And peers are people that live a life like you, people that can identify with you and empathise with you. That's what peers are supposed to be. And it's in that way, because of the independence of the jury, which has been completely compromised, that someone gets brought into court accused of something, and 12 people in England or 15 in Scotland listen to the evidence, but most important of all, they judge with their own human conscience. Precedent bollocks, forget it. Who is this person? What have they been accused of? What is the legislation that's been used to bring this person in here? And what do we think? Do we think they're guilty or innocent? And in a true jury trial, if one person says innocent and 11 people say guilty, the verdict of the jury is innocent, because enshrined within the proper functioning of trial by jury is the sovereignty of the individual. Therein lies a summary of why majorities are not right just because they're the majority. Majorities get things wrong all the time. If we'd had referenda about mandated jabs and lockdowns, would all look like porcupines and would be locked down yet, because that's the way the majority would have gone at that time. On the contrary, and they don't just judge the guilt or innocence of the accused, they also look at the legislation. That, let's remember, them over there with the long noses for looking down at you and the suits and the wee monocles and everything, they have written that for a reason, and you get to judge the justice of the law itself. And if the jury decides that that legislation is faulty, they throw it out. They can knock it back. That's democracy in action. Right? So, we mentioned the fact that we don't have democracy, and it's got nothing to do with voting. But these are the things that are so important for people to grasp.
Next is Drew Treglia, who's been on my podcast twice. He's a film director. He was on my podcast 319 and 365. 319, he talked about Planet Plantation. And 365, he talked about his wonderful, and which is an incredible movie, really worth watching. And the next one is Barnum's World, 365. And again, that's a fantastic documentary. And I believe that's actually free on YouTube. Please do check it out. They are brilliant. The truth about people, they don't want the truth or freedom. They just want to feel safe and that someone else is in charge and it's not them. If they don't want to be slaves, why do they put up with it? They could overpower the evil ones in a heartbeat. They will choose the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth every time. This, my brother, is the problem.
Yep. It's we're operating at like a 12-year-old level, humanity. We have to grow up. If we grew up, like, all of this would end very quickly, in my humble opinion. But it's crazy because it's gotten so insane and so obvious. It's almost like God is playing, like, just making fun of us now. Like, here you go, idiots. I'm going to do something else. You're gonna wear a mask when you walk in. When you sit down, you get to take it off. Like, we're just gonna start playing jokes on you and showing yourselves for what idiots you are at this point.
Genocide is when society is divided into specific groups, like, for example, vaccinated, not vaccinated, then one nationality, different nationality, and it actually completely does not matter how they are divided. And then one group is basically executed. And execution is not immediate killing, but it can also be depriving of rights and persecution and all kind of this pressure, all kind of government pressure that government can do against this specific group. And I show in the documentary that it can also not only be ethnic as we have used to. It can be also, for example, foreign corporations against our population who are living, for example, in Latvia, like small enterprises, family business, and all this. These are also two groups. Really, those two groups can be put in very different positions, and they're in very different segments. And the main thing is that that law, people believe that law maybe can prevent genocide, but genocide is often legal. That's absurd. That's the absurd of genocide, that this is already, the genocide is already put into the law, especially under domestic law. Maybe the constitution or something is above it, but when a policeman or somebody is like arresting you, they're not following most likely the constitution. They're following some kind of a procedure or some kind of a rule, what they understand, which says something. The speed of the killing doesn't make the legal difference of the killing. If you kill somebody fast or slow, it does not diminish the responsibility of that.
And then you once you see them, they're a great trick. But once you see them, you can see that you can't unsee them. They're everywhere, and you see them Build Back Better, Trust a Plan, Safe and Effective. That's another really good one you're very aware of. So that kind of was the premise originally of the film. It was just going to be a documentary, and it was just going to be about Barnum statements, so people could see them, because it's really powerful, because what gets measured gets managed. So once you could see it, it's the same thing that I always tell people about our situation here in the States, is like, people are always going, well, we went to war with Iraq, and we're bombing Ukraine, and we're giving money to Israel to bomb Gaza. It's like, no. You have to look at this differently. You're an American, I'm an American. They are the United States federal regime. They are our overseers. We are Americans. So you have to start saying they and we. So it's just a consciousness thing. It's a way to measure the situation, because what gets measured gets managed. And in my humble opinion, elevation of consciousness is the only shot that we have.
Right, we're going to go from one documentary to another documentary, and now I'm going to talk about Yanis Plavins. Now, this is one of my all-time favorite podcasts. It's called Genocide in a Suit, and strangely, the metrics show that a lot of people didn't actually watch this episode, and I don't know why. I think maybe they thought it was about Gaza or something like that, but it's not. This is episode 453, Yanis Plavins, a Latvian lawyer. It is incredible, and honestly, everyone needs to watch this, because it's about what is happening to every single one of us in the Western world. We don't realize it, but we're all undergoing genocide, and Yanis breaks it down in such a simple and effective manner. It really is a brilliant piece of work. I hope you listen to the podcast and definitely check out his documentary.
We think that we have governments who are like making policy. They're not making policy. They're just implementing. They're enforcing, basically just enforcing the policies made in NGO, in international organizations. Governments do not make policy. They enforce policy. They just, that's their only function.
Why did you call it Genocide in a Suit?
Exactly because it's done by bureaucrats. It's not done by gunmen. It's not done by some villains. They are ordinary people in suits which look lawful. It looks very correct, very polite, no hatred. It looks very professional. And still it's a genocide. It can be genocide. Genocide is when society is divided into specific groups, like, for example, vaccinated, not vaccinated, then one nationality, different nationality, and it actually completely does not matter how they are divided. And then one group is basically executed. And execution is not immediate killing, but it can also be depriving of rights and persecution and all kind of this pressure, all kind of government pressure that government can do against this specific group. And I show in the documentary that it can also not only be ethnic, as we have used to. It can be also, for example, foreign corporations against our population who are living, for example, in Latvia, like small enterprises, family business, and all this. These are also two groups. Really, those two groups can be put in very different positions, and they're in very different segments. And the main thing is that that law, people believe that law maybe can prevent genocide, but genocide is often legal. That's absurd. That's the absurd of genocide, that this is already, the genocide is already put into the law, especially under domestic law. Maybe the constitution or something is above it, but when a policeman or somebody is like arresting you, they're not following most likely the constitution. They're following some kind of a procedure or some kind of a rule, what they understand, which says something. The speed of the killing doesn't make the legal difference of the killing. If you kill somebody fast or slow, it does not diminish the responsibility of that. So in history, we know that there were gunmen and there were gas chambers and all this stuff. But today's genocide, we have departments, legal, medical, technical, and all kind of departments. And each department is doing a small task. And I want to stress that they're doing a lawful task, not illegal task, a very small and very legal task. And it's not violence by those departments. It's just coordination between them. And if you take a single department, so no single department is causing any harm. If we look at each single department separately, but they all together, they make this harm actually inevitable. And each department is, as I particularly love this saying, is just doing their job. This is the how it is. That everybody is just doing their job, and the outcome is genocide. And that's how nowadays genocide actually is produced, because tasks are broken into narrow professional roles, and everybody can say we are only a small part of the process, and so nobody sees the full picture, and nobody is reliable of the whole picture. At least those who are implementing it. Of course, maybe only few at the top maybe understand and see the big picture, and this is the way how then systems replace judgment, and some algorithms then make decisions, and people just approve those decisions. And in that case, even a mistake, it's just a system problem or system issue. It's not a human problem. And very often this accountability is dilutes, like in technology, like in this technological processes. That's why those who design those decisions, they never face the consequences.
Now I have Sweet Ang, and this is a very moving podcast. She's an orthopedic surgeon, a Christian, and a wonderful human being.
I would say to them, I wish you all the very best, but you will come to this stage of your life just as I've come to it. And then God will look you straight in the eyes. And He won't care about how much money you have, what a successful career and so on. For me, He has put the Palestinians in my life because He knew I was an ignorant, prejudiced, and aggressive Zionist. So He's taken me and put me with them. And it is a privilege. Everything I've gone through, I would not have gone through without the Palestinians by my side and without God being in front of me. So do remember that our lives belong to God, and to Him we must return.
Beautiful. Sweet Ang was on episode 405. We're going to jump back to 402 and hear from Henry Ely.
This is the fight for all of the marbles. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like a final level battle. And I love the idea of being on that battlefield. I love the idea of being on that battlefield as, as one of God's defenders. I love being among the people who believe in the light and who believe in goodness and love and everything in the world that could be what's possible. I'm getting chills right now thinking about it. I mean, how could you not be in this fight? You're going to be involved in this fight whether you like it or not. It's going to engulf you. This is World War III, essentially. It's just a war unlike anything we've ever seen. And since it's going to engulf you, you're forced to make a choice. And that choice is at the core of your soul, who and what you are. Well, we have defined ourselves, you and I, as good people. You see, the thing about good people that we go on is like we make this assumption that everyone's good, and that's not true. That's clear. not true in the world. But we make this assumption that everyone's good. Everyone has the potential to be good, but that doesn't make everyone good. What makes someone good isn't what you think necessarily. It's what you do. And so for me, you will know who someone is by their actions. The actions tell me everything I need to know about someone, right? So what we get to do is express our goodness.
You didn't want to join Team Satan?
Yeah, they hit me up and they asked if I was available, and I said absolutely not, because of all the stupid rituals and everything you got to go through with them. Now, I think for me it became this: if not me, then who? You know, I didn't want to take the opinion that somebody else was going to get this done, that somebody else was going to do the work. And that's not to say that somebody else couldn't. And it's not to say that there aren't literally thousands of us now out in the world, you know, really doing significant level work, right? It was just that this is the fight for all of the marbles. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like a final level battle. And I love the idea of being on that battlefield. I love the idea of being on that battlefield as, you know, as one of God's defenders. I love being among the people who believe in the light and who believe in goodness and love and everything in the world that could be, what's possible. I'm getting chills right now thinking about it. I mean, how could you not be in this fight? You're going to be involved in this fight whether you like it or not. It's going to engulf you. This is World War III, essentially. It's just a war unlike anything we've ever seen. And since it's going to engulf you, you're forced to make a choice. And that choice is at the core of your soul, who and what you are. Well, we have defined ourselves, you and I, as good people. You see, the thing about good people that we go on is like we make this assumption that everyone's good, and that's not true. You know, that's clear not true in the world. But we make this assumption that everyone's good. Everyone has the potential to be good, but that doesn't make everyone good. What makes someone good isn't what you think necessarily. It's what you do. And so for me, you will know who someone is by their actions. The actions tell me everything I need to know about someone, right? So what we get to do is express our goodness. The courts are designed not to protect justice and the people, but to protect criminals, right? We don't live in a country, we live in a crime scene.
My next guest is Meredith Miller. She's been on 3 times, episode 289, 346, and 420. Long-time listeners will know very few of my guests have made it on 3 times. That in itself tells you everything you need to know about Meredith Miller. She's an amazing human being, a wonderful guest. And her latest book, the last podcast, was about becoming whole. Wow, one of the best books I've ever read. I highly, highly recommend it. Okay, folks, enjoy this.
And that's what happens is when you're in these abusive relationships and situations and societal situations that happen, you become so debilitated that you just comply because compliance is easier. That's the learned helplessness state, which is the ultimate end of this, is when you're in that state of learned helplessness, you comply because you're in like that existential exhaustion that you can't think, you can't act. All you can do is just go through the motions and keep complying. And unfortunately, we often think that if we comply, it's going to end the abuse. But that's just a temporary respite from the abuse, maybe a couple hours, maybe a day, but it doesn't end the abuse. Compliance never ends abuse and tyranny.
My next episode is 359. It's with Matsko, another filmmaker and an amazing human being. The guy who was behind died suddenly. Again, I know I keep saying this, amazing podcast.
Back to Epstein. Epstein had all sorts of people on his island: politicians, MIT professors, bankers, celebrities, the who's who. Stephen Hawking was there, bro. I mean, I'm talking about everybody, presidents, and nothing. What did Ghislaine go to jail for? Who are the victims? Like, supposedly this is all made up. This was a democratic hoax. Okay, like it was the who's who. The same thing happened with Diddy, but more on the celebrity, music, and sports. His was the same thing, bro. Man, darkness, to abuse women, children, if children are involved. What we've heard with the Epstein, it wasn't as much children as it was just like women and escorts and people held without, they were young. But what we have heard, it wasn't like 5 or 6 year olds, it was like maybe 14, which is still bad. Young women. The thing is, Jeffrey Epstein went to jail here in Florida. He was convicted, you know, and then let go. They knew who he was. And, you know, it's a shame, man. We accept that man dying in a cell and accept the attorney general playing a tape where a minute is taken out of it. We accept 9/11 for whatever they tell us the commission came up. We accept John F. Kennedy getting killed when there's all this CIA involvement, all this mafia involvement. I mean, at a point, we get what we deserve. You know, if we're not going to stay, we revolted against the country for T-tax. For T-tax, bro. Now we get taxed for just breathing. We're gonna have carbon tax just to breathe. Like, we get what we deserve to a point. We're just moving into this fourth industrial revolution, and I'm like, man, people are so asleep because they've been trained to be asleep. I look at us, my friend, as the proverbial frog in the pot. We're just always getting like turned up the heat, turn down the heat a little bit when the frog's gonna jump out, turn up the heat. And man, I think I've jumped out of the pot and I'm like, look, there's a fire. You guys are sitting in boiling water and I'm trying to get them out of that pot. And I think you are too. And now that you're awakened and you understand where we're at, we're just moving into this fourth industrial revolution. And I'm like, man, people are so asleep because they've been trained to be asleep. I look at us, my friend, as the proverbial frog in the pot. We're just always getting like turned up the heat, turn down the heat a little bit when the frog's gonna jump out, turn up the heat. And man, I think I've jumped out of the pot and I'm like, look, there's a fire. You guys are sitting in boiling water and I'm trying to get them out of that pot. And I think you are too. And now that you're awakened and you understand where we're at, what I've uncovered in my new film. We are moving into a world of tracking, of surveillance, of control that we have never seen before, but we're allowing it to happen. We are allowing it to happen. And that's the scary thing, because I saw what happened with you guys. Just think at your childhood and how different it looks like now in the UK. It's crazy. And here, it's like, it's not a party system. It's when I break it down, it's evil. Evil is trying to erode in here, and evil is control. Evil doesn't want you to think, it thinks for you and makes you do what they want you to do. That's evil to me.
Episode 431 is with Simon Dixon, an amazing guest, fascinating insight and view of the world. This got very high ratings, and I'm not surprised. And actually, some of the short clips that I made with him were the most viral of any of my clips. This is definitely someone to listen to.
So who are the people that actually get to beat inflation? Well, they're the ones that are climbing up the network. They're the compromised ones. Why? What do they get? They get 0% money. The most corrupt money in the world is quantitative easing, right? You essentially get the banks to buy the government's debt, and then central banks put it on their balance sheet. So this is just pure corruption. This is below interest money. What about the banks? They get to create it for free. They actually get to create it. They get 1,000x on you're paying 10%. They get to lever that up 100 times. They get 1,000%. And remember, this is all a debt-based Ponzi scheme. The money to pay the interest doesn't exist. So you've got to find another person to take on the debt. You're either, if you have a positive money in your bank balance, it's because somebody else is in debt. The money doesn't exist unless somebody else is in debt. And the money to pay the interest doesn't exist. So we create this economic environment where your money is continually being debased, and then you need to speculate in order to beat inflation. Now, if you do a bit of speculation and you just invest some of your money in stocks, what happens? You're suddenly like, I don't know what stock to buy. I'm not a professional trader. So there's a company out there, BlackRock, that will just buy all the stocks for me, and I just can give them £100 a month or something. And now I don't need to figure out what stock to buy. Okay, so now BlackRock is taking everyone's investment money that can't be bothered to figure out what stock through ETFs and index funds. Then they're taking everyone's pension. Then they're taking everyone's insurance contributions because you're trying to hedge some of the risk. And then when you get your house, you have to have insurance. And so where did BlackRock and all the asset managers in this financial industrial complex get all the money? It's your money. You paid for it. So then what they do? Well, the banks create all of these, they create new money every time they issue a mortgage. And then they say, do you know what? I don't even want to take the risk of these mortgages anymore. Can I just package it up and give it to someone else? So Larry Fink says, yeah, I've got all this money. All these people are putting these pension money in. Why don't we create something called a mortgage-backed security? Let's package up all of these mortgages, just put them into one product. And then what I can do is we can slap a credit rating on it. And if everyone complies, then they get this credit rating. Credit rating it's about compliance with the network. So now you've got all the banks are creating the money, and then they create these mortgage-backed securities that allows them to control effectively all the real estate and transfer it. But who do they sell it to? They sell it to you. And so they created the money, they created the mortgage-backed security, and then they sold it to your pension. So you paid for the very system for them to get the 0% money in the first place, and they're charging a fee for it. And what else do they get? The war between Russia and Ukraine was a war between the US financial industrial complex and Europe. And Europe is already subordinate to the same financial industrial complex. It was an asset stripping operation. It was to asset strip the manufacturing base of Germany. It was to make unaffordable energy to Germany. It was to weaken the economy. They simultaneously used ESG and renewable energy and climate change to switch off all their nuclear energy. They blew up Nord Stream pipeline so that they couldn't get the energy that Europe needs and Germany needs to maintain its manufacturing base. And then they bankrupted it with QE debt and COVID and investing in brand new renewable energy where that investment was never going to succeed because only China could do it. And so once you break Germany and the manufacturing base, you break Europe. You do Brexit, you separate out UK, you strategically destroy every aspect of Europe, and then you use covert operations. So in 2014, they did a regime change in Ukraine. They ended up with Zelensky. Zelensky works for the military industrial complex.
He's literally an actor.
Yep. You install Starmer, you install Merz, you install Macron, you install, you give different flavors. You do the right-wing ones, you do the left-wing ones. And their job is to create a narrative around how we're defending democracy and that while everyone's addicted to drugs, homeless, going through a cost of living crisis, choosing between eating and heating, you're still okay sending $3 billion over to Ukraine that gets spent back up into the US stock market to prop up the dollar, or you can spend it into the German military industrial complex, but all of it is being spent into the military industrial complex. There ain't nobody trying to stop a war right now. Russia will own Ukraine, and the financial industrial complex will own the rest of it. And that was pre-planned. So what is the structure of the whole central banking system under the current power dynamics? The most important currency in the world is the dollar. Used to be the pound. The pound used to be backed by gold. Gold is essentially no longer a monetary mechanism. It's an exit. Okay. So the powerful people, their job is to use fiat currency to get gold. That's what the British Empire was. That's what the American Empire is. The American Empire is to use money printing, or the British Empire, it was called mercantilism. What did you have? You had the British East India Company, which was the privatization of government resources so that you could take out all the profit. You had the government was the piggy bank, i.e. you forced the world onto pounds by making people pay their taxes, which creates demand, and also borrowing it into existence so that they can wage war. And so the government is the piggy bank. The Dutch East India Company is the extraction of the profits.
British East India Company.
The British East India Company. It was the Dutch before then. And then the Bank of England is the mechanism for when the risks go wrong, you privatize the gains onto the British East India Company and you socialize the losses onto the government. The debt is for the people. That's never going to be repaid. There's no such thing as paying off a debt in a Ponzi scheme. If you pay off the debt, the whole system crashes. You can't pay down the debt. And even worse, they don't need your tax. If you print money, why would you need tax?
Exactly.
They need you to work. How do you make someone work? You create a currency that means they have to work in order to pay their debt. What does the currency do? When you pay taxes, what actually happens? So the government is funded by money printing, not by tax, some tax. But what happens when you pay the tax? When you print money, that creates new money. And by print, it's not even print. It's just a digital currency at a bank's bank account when they issue a loan. But if you want to, what happens when you create money plus interest? That creates inflation because there's more money. And so how do you dampen inflation? You tax. Tax is a mechanism for offsetting some of the inflation because you take the money out of the system, and when you give it to the government, they hold it at the central bank. And that money is no longer in the system to be leveraged by banks. So this is just a mechanism for controlling inflation, creating artificial demand for the pound, and ensuring that you can continually create inflation in order to execute the wealth transfer and have people work so that they can service their debt, because they need you not paying off your debt. They need you always rolling over your debt to the optimum amount based upon your income. And this is not abnormal behavior. This is the very same behavior that has been happening ever since the creation of the Bank of England. We've been in a continual state of war that's never stopped. Continual ethnic cleansing, continual genocide. And that backs up the pound and the dollar because it rolls over the debt and it props up the system. And so all of this human trafficking, sex trafficking, weapons trafficking, drugs trafficking. Now, what happened when you bankrupt, when the UK government was broke? Nothing was working. Everything was going wrong. Remember, the pound was convertible to gold. So what does everyone say? I don't want these ungreat British pounds. Give me my gold. And so then you either give all the gold back to everyone that has the great British pounds, or you change the rules. So they changed the rules and they said, right, Federal Reserve. We did this twice with 2 central banks in America, and we did a few assassinations, but now we got the leverage that we need. So we need to get all of that gold over to America, and we need to change the rules. What do we need? World War I. We're at the end of an industrial revolution. America's built the foundation of all the infrastructure to build a great war machine and a military industrial complex. America seems to have the demographic. We did our settler colonialism and genocide. You know, the Europeans took over America, killed all the natives, created a story that they were doing it for religious reasons, that God promised them the land and they were civilizing people.
Heard all that before.
Yeah. So everything we're seeing in Israel was the formation of America. The American Empire started on a genocide, and it's going to end on a genocide too. We then create this constitution, and we have a battle over tax, which was really a central banking war. But we install the central bank, and we end up at the Federal Reserve without covering all of that history, because that's an interesting thing as well. The US Constitution, which we're told is the greatest document in the world for governance, which it actually is. But what did it forget to do? It forgot to say it protected the people from the tyranny of government, but it forgot to say the tyranny of the government when it's owned by the corporations. There's no protection. And who created the Constitution?
Bunch of Freemasons.
The equivalent of the elites and Freemasons. They created that system to do the same, but sell a dream that made the American people believe that they had the best system that was protecting them from the tyranny of government, and the compensation was freedom of speech. They had better freedom of speech than anywhere in the world, but now we know how that was weaponized anyway. So it's a freedom of speech is the compensating mechanism, but central banking is the real power structure. And you don't have capitalism. You have a debt-based Ponzi scheme, and capital is used to extract wealth from the people over to those that control the money printers, which is the banks.
Jason Christoph returns, episode 435, and doesn't disappoint.
When I do the deep research about where this mind control technology comes from and what it's capable of doing, it's capable of making anybody do absolutely anything. You will always come back to the origins, which is this group, and they're death cultists. all their ceremonies, rituals, and beliefs revolve around death. And that death is the currency that supposedly they use to make payment to things behind the veil. And this is, I mean, I don't know which documentary would be good for people to start with, but maybe a book called The Devil Take the Youngest by Winky Pratney about ancient death cults in the Middle East and the Canaanites. It's because this group has always had problems in history, and for obvious reasons, because of their belief system. So, I'll just tell people a couple stories so they can understand this group a little bit more. And then I'll tell you that they're still around and they like to hide, because if you knew who they were, you should be very frightened. So this group, the religion was based on child sacrifice. And it wasn't just child sacrifice. It was child sacrifice to a devil deity, like a bull deity. This is where this comes from. That means the bull horns. You'll see, Bill Clinton flash this sometimes, and you'll see, George.
Is that Moloch and Baal?
Yes, so Moloch and Baal, right? So they used to have this metal effigy of a bull. And this is why the Canaanites and whatever's come after them they've always had a hard time setting up shop wherever they get kicked out of a place. They end up at a new place. They try to be good. They try to be nice, and then they roll out their religion, and people in the new spot would say, hey, whoa, slow down there. What are you guys doing there? So they'd have their bull deity, usually made of bronze or some other metal, and there would be a door in it, like a square door. It wouldn't be a closable door. It was just a hole. That bull deity would be made of metal, and you see this fire on the side. Now, that's just a representation. The fire would be under the hands, or there would be a door in the side. It would still be heated up, and they'd put live babies on there to burn them alive. And you'll see there's a lot of trumpets around there's a couple trumpets. They're playing music to drown out the screams of the child. Now, this group believed that everything was energy, and that this side of the energy spectrum was almost like the exact opposite of what we would call God. And the child was the closest. If you were to kill the child, because that's why I say God's children, you could kill the child, you would strike directly at God's heart because he would be so upset. This is why they used to sacrifice children. And they would ask Moloch for favors. It's an exchange. It's a contract. This is where our idea of contract comes from. I'm going to do this for you. The energy of the child, which is the most pure energy, will be released into what we call the air, but it's been proven to be a vibratory medium called the ether. And in exchange for feeding you, the dark entity, you're going to give me knowledge or give me favors. That's how this group rolls. Now, here's the thing. If you look at the modern day religious ceremony, and this group used to, also eat the flesh, the burnt flesh. God. Right? And they would also drink the blood at times. But if we go to today's modern ceremony, we go into a church. Number one, we see a lot of the music, a lot of the loud music, right? We're also going to see a representation of eating flesh and drinking blood. How many people have found that a bit bizarre? Even as a kid, I'm like, go ahead. Yeah, right. All of us. Even, because we're told we're stupid kids. As a kid, I'm like, why are we drinking the blood of this guy? To me, it seems a little vampiristic. It doesn't seem to make any sense. You be quiet. We're the adults. We know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. But I found out adults are under deep mind control. Instead of just saying they're stupid, which they're not. Like if you fell for the COVID mind control, you're working as designed, because the applications of mind control that were placed over the public, these are tried and true. They know how to get you to do stuff. So again, legally, it is highly illegal on many fronts, and there's many different fronts to this. It's illegal and unlawful for me to put hands on you and inject you. So they know that. That's the start of the mind control meeting. We can't inject poison into these people. It's generally wouldn't work out too well anyway, because force usually is answered with force. So how do we, as pirates, as the mind control experts, as this is the ancient death cult I'm talking about, same people, they're obsessed with death. How do we organize this sacrifice? And we're going to get a benefit too. We're going to satisfy our religious beliefs, which no one really seems to know anything about except the insiders. A lot of people do know stuff about this. We're going to satisfy our religious deity contractual obligations by organizing a mass worldwide sacrifice. But how do we do it without the people being aware of it? How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to use the mind control, and we're going to make them insist they poison themselves. Like if I got between one of my relatives or friends and said, here, hey, you got to know this group. This is what they're about. This isn't a shot going to make you better. This has nothing to do with the virus, has nothing to do with immunity. Slow down. Think about this, to be like, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're out of your mind. Don't breathe on me. You're going to make me sick. You should go get your shot too. Stand apart to stand together, safe and effective. Vaccines don't cause autism. All the Swiss Army knife phrases that help the mind control victim jump into the sacrificial volcano voluntarily. So this group knows how to, they'll make you do it. They're making people every single day, more so in the past 6 years than any other time, work against their self-preservation mechanisms, which is, what's funny about this group? They know that that's God's defensive mechanism, and they love overriding it. Not only because they like killing you, they love slapping God in the face and say, haha, not so good enough, are you? Right? So some females out there, why do you think the only protest you'll ever attend is to make sure you have the ability to kill your unborn child? So when you ask how many death cult members are out there, please understand what that means. It doesn't just mean the direct organizers of the death cult rituals. It also means the people that have been tricked to be death-centric themselves, because their death-centric religion isn't always about organizing D-Day or a bloody war massacre. They'll take any snuffing out of life at all. So let's say they'll trick you to drink alcohol. And imagine you're a battery, and that the battery you carry is the life force of God himself. And as you drink the alcohol, because they trick you with the same mind control tactics that Darren Brown used to trick those people to commit murder, and Darren only worked them over for 2 hours. It's a 1 hour special, but it was like 2 hours, and they edited it down to an hour. So imagine that this group, they're like, yeah, we'll kill him prematurely later, but how much life can I snuff out of him on a daily basis? And does that qualify you as being a member of the death cult? Like if you hate yourself, and they can mind control you to do this, if you hate yourself enough to drink booze, vape, smoke weed, do cocaine, and watch actors kill and murder, shoot and stab each other on Netflix, and bring your family around, and talk about it, talk movie around the water cooler at the job the next day, when does that person become a full card-carrying member of the death cult without them even knowing it, while believing they're a good altruistic person? And I used to be like this. I used to do alcohol, steroids, cocaine, and I would beat the crap out of me in this inverted mind control stupor I was in, believing that death is what I like. Basically, I needed to kill myself in some way every single day in order to fit in. Mind control can make people do anything. So this group is very open. Like the ruling group, they are very open with their belief that they can make you do anything through mind control. So this division of the genders is really high on their priority list, because they're big in the depopulation. Not that they care about the planet. They just like removing people to steal someone's stuff. It's piracy. So you'll see that depopulation is really big on their agenda. And some people might think, oh, they're trying to save the planet. Wait a second. The only what they're trying to save is, they're ballooning bank accounts. So if you're not around, if I'm not around, if you're not around, if my heirs are not around, I don't have anybody to bequeath my property to. People should be aware that by law it goes to the state. So just be aware that if you don't have a will, it goes to the state first, and then the state will take their cut. And there will be your relatives that will fight over it. But if there's no relatives because they've been depopulated, it all goes to the state, which is the ruling group. So dividing the genders or dividing the sexes is big on the depopulation priority list, simply because the more you divide the sexes, the less children come about. And the knowledge that I'm trying to allude to is that this group knew that, yeah, we're in the physical. There's something out in the invisible that's more of a vibratory essence. And that's why evil has been with us the whole time. I mean, we could name all the evil people, but where are they coming from? What's the primary source of the evil? Well, it's ongoing because it's actually a vibratory essence here on the planet that can infect people, that can choose people to infiltrate if their spiritual armor is low. That's why they say, put on the full armor of God. The armor is not to go to war. The armor is to protect yourself from the vibratory essence of this evil, low frequency spiritual possession that can actually hijack God's body if you're weakened. And of course, all mind control is based on a power differential of a dominator and the weakened victim.
Episode 437, I've got Amy Lansky, the author of The Impossible Cure. And here we're talking about Rudolf Steiner and vaccinations. So basically, more than 100 years ago, Rudolf Steiner wrote the following: "In the future, we will eliminate the soul with medicine. Under the pretext of a healthy point of view, there will be a vaccine by which the human body will be treated as soon as possible directly at birth, so that the human being cannot develop the thought of the existence of soul and spirit. To materialistic doctors will be entrusted the task of removing the soul of humanity. As today people are vaccinated against this disease or that disease, so in the future children will be vaccinated with a substance that can be produced precisely in such a way that people, thanks to this vaccination, will be immune to being subjected to the madness of spiritual life. He would be extremely smart, but he would not develop a conscience. And that is the true goal of some materialistic circles. With such a vaccine, you can easily make the etheric body loose in the physical body. Once the etheric body is detached, the relationship between the universe and the etheric body would become extremely unstable, and man would become an automaton. For the physical body of a man must be polished on this earth by spiritual will. So the vaccine becomes a kind of Ahrimanic force. Man can no longer get rid of a given materialistic feeling. He becomes materialistic of constitution and can no longer rise to the spiritual." Right, episode 451. I've got Jennifer Seagreen from Canada.
I was a proud Canadian 7 years ago. I am not a proud Canadian. I cannot wait to leave Canada. When my parents pass away, 100% I'll be leaving Canada. It's a scary place to live. And the MAID thing, yeah, they're just offering it to people. You're depressed? Come, we're going to give you MAID. We're going to euthanize you. We're going to euthanize you. Listen, it's depopulation. We know it's depopulation. Vaccines are depopulation. They've been depopulating humans for hundreds of years. Go look at that Tatarian nation. Anybody out there watching YouTube Tatarian nation? They've been depopulating us forever. So it's not the country, it's the deep state, whatever you want to call the deep state, it's that deep state running the world. And that's what's happening. I think a lot of doctors probably are on board with our way of thinking, but you're right, they're just very afraid of being ostracized and labeled. And, I understand the fear of being ostracized, but like, don't be a coward, like, speak up. This is humanity. It's like Pam Bondi, like, oh no, we can't release everybody on the Epstein list. It'll crash the system. So crash the fucking system. These are little children being killed. Crash the system. But everybody wants to keep that status quo. I'm telling you, it's going to crumble. I mean, the levee is about to break. It's about to break. And why? This is why we got to keep having these conversations. And I've had the Order of Medicine where I live come after me, try to shut me up, try to, threaten me with fines, try to this and that. Like, fuck, I'll take the punishment. You're not going to shut me up. And I've had many natural healers, osteopaths, they've given up their license to say, you want to threaten me? Take my license. You know what? I don't need my license.
Episode 459, I've got Nick Griffin, former head of the BNP, in my studio. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be hugging this man. How life turns out.
Realistically, and I've written since a major piece, there's no electoral road. There's no parliamentary road to turning this thing around. That the more people are involved in politics, thinking they're going to change things that way, in a system which is fundamentally a method of control, means that they take their eyes off the ball of doing other things which would actually give them back some control in their own lives. So if you think Rupert Lowe's going to save you, you don't homeschool your own children. And if you don't homeschool your own children, by the time they're 18, you'll have lost them. Because the odds are they'll have been sucked into the great liberal globalist mind rot education machine. That's it.
Yep.
So there's a problem with anyone, even the genuine people, trying to do something in politics. The more so because if you're genuine, you're certainly going to be stopped. Because we're in an era of political assassination. The Zionists, I think we've reached a stage, people say to me, well, why on earth are these people so crazy to be so blatant about what they're doing? Because it's just creating anti-Semitism. It's only crazy if you think that anti-Semitism is bad if you're a Zionist. But of course it's not. Theodor Herzl, right from the start, said our best friends are the anti-Semites. And instead of that, he's leading his people into an electoral charge of the stupid brigade into the valley of electoral death. It's appalling. And it's so appalling, you have to think, can this be just stupidity? Or is it in fact, in the end, because he has a high regard for the right wing of the Tory party?
Episode 463, I've got the wonderful Parallel Mike. Check out his Substack.
Our most important things are our family and our health, which are the two things that have been most destroyed. Like, as you said, most people don't have kids and they're slobs. They eat junk food. They don't exercise. They're unhealthy. And that makes them extremely vulnerable and extremely dependent on a system that absolutely hates them. The system hates you. It's a fact. If you could get everybody to do something simultaneously, then that is what the power of the populace is. I mean, that's why they atomize us so much, of course. That's why society has never been more divided and atomized. They put us into as tiny little camps as possible so that we can't come together and make some sensible decisions. Because during these resets in history, the goal for them is to keep the masses essentially silent and divided so they can choose where history goes. If we had more of a voice, if we could come together as team life, let's say, they're team death, we're team life. If we could come together as team life and say, yeah, actually, we never voted for transhumanism. We don't want that. We don't want the mRNA. Thanks. You keep that. We're going to stick to natural medicines and natural health. Then, yeah, the future would be much better. And they would have to acquiesce because they are only a small group of people. They control us through the media. They control us through debt slavery. If you can't come together, you're very easy to pick off. And I think that's the problem. So you have somebody making a stand and saying, I'm not paying X, Y, and Z. They'll arrest him and put him into jail. And that's what they'll do. So that's why these things fall apart. If you can educate more people and get more people to see the system for what it is and to want to then stop contributing to it in ways that you can literally now stop contributing to it. Before you even get to that issue, you could say, well, I'm not going to shop at a supermarket. I'm going to go to just local food producers. I'm going to create relationships with them. I'm going to buy off them. And then if hard times come, guess what? Those local producers still will farm. They've got to. That's their income. But they'll have a lot of demand, but you'll be top of that list because you've created the relationship with them already. I don't buy anything from corporations at all. Like I don't and haven't done for decades. I don't eat at fast food places. I shop only locally and independently. I produce a lot of my own food. When it comes to banking, same thing. Yeah, don't leave your money in the bank. Don't use them. Debt, no, don't take no debt. Don't need no debt slavery. So, there's things that you can do in your life every single day, small decisions that will give you more dignity and will take away some of your collusion with the system. which is what it is. If you could get everybody to do something simultaneously, then that is what the power of the populace is. I mean, that's why they atomize us so much, of course. That's why society has never been more divided and atomized. They put us into as tiny little camps as possible so that we can't come together and make some sensible decisions. Because during these resets in history, the goal for them is to keep the masses essentially silent and divided so they can choose where history goes.
Episode 467, I've got the living legend Hilary Butler, and there's still another podcast episode of hers to come out. Hilary's just such an incredible human being. Do check out her podcast. The feedback has been amazing. Here's a little snippet of her.
Words are very important. You can either build somebody up with words or you can tear them down. So you have to be very careful of how you say what you say, particularly those in your own family. Never lie. You must not live by lies. And you have to remember that when it comes to how people see you when you're dead, people will remember how you made them feel much more than what you said. I'm never, ever going to tell somebody not to vaccinate my kids because that puts me in the firing line. I say to them, okay, so if you're buying a house, what do you need to do? You need to find out what you haven't been told. You need to find out possible problems. You need to know if they haven't disclosed a geological issue, okay? If you're going to do that with your house, you do that when you buy a car. You do that when you buy a pram. So the first thing you have to do is you have to get the vaccine insert for that vaccine, and you have to go through it. And if you don't understand a word, you Google it. You don't understand a word, you Google it, and you read that until you at least have a reasonable picture in your imagination as to what this is all about. You go through contraindications, you go through side effects. Then you need to see the timeline of what has happened with that infection over the decades, whether or not it's petered down to almost nothing, why it was like that. So then I say this is called informed choice. Because if you don't know this and the doctor's not going to tell you what's in the insert, and if something happens, then they aren't going to be the ones to support you. So you have to do even more diligence work with vaccines than you do with a house or a car or a pram or a toaster or a pair of shoes or whatever. But you also have to learn about the diseases, learn about the history of it, because then you will know when you're being told a lie. But without knowing that, you're not going to know whether they're telling you the truth or you're just going to be trusting them. That's what I tell parents. There is one other thing I tell them to do. I ask them some questions. Do you have a grandmother? Do you have a great-grandmother? Oh, you have a great-grandmother. Oh, she's 93. How many vaccines did she ever get given? Your grandmother? She's 70-something. How many vaccines did she not have that they're giving to the babies, and why is she still alive? Have a look at your family history. It's because your 94-year-old great-grandmother is not going to have had, when she was a baby, the raft of vaccines that they're giving now, and she still managed to survive. And you have to balance that with all the people who've died. So I make it personal as well. Not just do that, but have a look in your own family. Talk to people. Find out what their fears were. Find out what they were most afraid of.
Okay, episode 468. I'm joined with my fellow Scot, David Clues, an independent journalist behind UNN. Check out these clips.
The system's very corrupt, and this notion that you get to turn up every 4 years and you put a wee cross in a box, it's a humiliation ritual. I've actually described it as that's what they used to do to illiterate sailors. When you used to go in you would turn up. So because you couldn't write your name, you just used to put an X. And that's what they do to you with voting. They humiliate you. You stand in a line and make you think you're doing something when you're not. And that's where we've now got this situation where, like, people need to just always put themselves first and their families first. The thing about violence, do you know who has the total monopoly on violence in this country? The government. The government have an armed gang. They've got the police. They've got the military. And they can beat us up. I remember that during the COVID rally. Remember during the COVID rallies, they'd come out and they'd start truncheoning people. But if you dare, like, touch a cop, they'll put you in jail for 10 years. How's that fair? Being brutal about it, a lot of people just don't have the intelligence to be able to deal with the real bosses. It's easier to like get angry at the little people, whereas you know, being blunt about it, you need to go for the boss. Like, you need to speak to the manager. Like, who's in charge here? It's like saying, coming to Britain saying who's in charge, and Keir Starmer says, I'm in charge. No, you're not. Like, you're just a fucking middle manager. Like,
Okay, folks, I think I've got Comrade Sasha Latipova back on. This is episode 358.
Red food dye, titanium dioxide, Skittles, and all these talk about food and seed oils. Yeah, they're in our face. They're humiliating us. It's a slap in the face. It's an insult to every Mahamam who earnestly worked to get them elected, who, you know, spent time and effort and advocacy. And now we're sitting there aghast at these statements. And so, but as I said, the reason my, guess is the reason he is prevented is because Susie Wiles, for example, probably runs the entire U.S. government now. Because I don't think Trump is a big ego man and he wants to be seen and paraded around and meet with dignitaries, whatever. But I don't think he's like that hands-on. I'm pretty sure Susie Wiles runs the ship for him. And Susie Wiles is a major pharmaceutical lobbyist. She ran Ballard Partners, and not just pharmaceutical, other companies, but pharma is a major part of her business. Same as Pam Bondi, who also worked with Ballard Partners, making millions, and then separately lobbied for Pfizer. Off my brain when my preferred candidate takes power. I'm still myself, and I still have my own principles. So we continue talking, we continue criticizing him. I'm not shy about criticizing Bobby. I don't hate him. I like him. I want the older version of Bobby back. But, as a person, I like him. I don't hate him. I want him to stay there, but I want him to deliver on the promises. And now they're doing the opposite. They're walking away from those promises. They're helping pharmaceutical companies. They're downplaying, actually even completely ignoring the harm that these actions are causing. And they're just continuing to march in Ilona. So I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to be very vocal about it and invite other people to be that and to warn them that they're not going to receive the support that they hope that they're going to receive, that now both sides are going to hate them. If somebody is having a baby, try to talk to them. Do not vaccinate your child. Because if you follow the CDC schedule and ACIP recommendations of our mutual friend, Robert Malone, co-chair, you will end up with a dead or disabled child, guaranteed. So those recommendations are evil, fully evil, and they're designed to injure or kill your child. So don't follow them. And if people understood that, if people stopped, walk away. We don't want the 12% children getting those shots. We want 0% children getting those shots, even when they're advertised and pushed on us. If we all say no, they cannot do anything about it. They will have to fold.
I watched clips of Bobby's from 2021 and 2022, and he's talking about the dangers of the PrEP Act and how horrible it is and how dangerous it is and how these vaccines are not safe and Big Pharma is running amok. He's the health secretary now. He could literally tomorrow declare there is no public health emergency. And overnight, the liability goes out the window. Why is he not doing that?
I have the same question.
If you were in his shoes, you're the health secretary. Would you do that on day one?
Well, I would. I know that he would get fired immediately by Trump administration because clearly Trump is not interested in any disclosure or investigation of Operation Warp Speed, and now obviously Epstein list either.
Okay, I've got the wonderful Dr. Liz Evans back for episode 478.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, and you just see the same failings again and again and again in the system, the same gaslighting, denial, abandonment of these people, horrific injuries going across multi-systemic, people with multiple illnesses developing at the same time that you just would never see in medicine normally. Nobody is healthy and then presents with 5 different illnesses. And yet these people within the space of a few months were being diagnosed with, neurological conditions, cardiovascular, like loads and loads of conditions out of nowhere.
And they're just being gaslit and ignored. And so this inquiry is meant to collate all the body of evidence, pro, against, everything, to see how things work. But Instead, it's cherry picking. It's like, what is the information that kind of like goes along with the narrative that isn't going to ruffle any feathers? We'll get a little token representation from the victims, but no medical experts, no doctors or scientists from the other camp. Well, that's not fair.
No, it's not fair. It was, I mean, so on the day the report was released, she put out, Baroness Hallett put out a 10-minute video statement, and I watched it pretty much as it came out, and I was sitting on the train watching it, and it would make your jaw drop. She literally, and that kind of, I mean, I didn't really even need to read this because it was what she said on the video statement. She is gaslighting the public. She's rewriting history. The first thing she said was that the COVID vaccine development, manufacturing and rollout was a success story of the pandemic. So there you have it. It's already framed for you.
Episode 472, I have the wonderful Mads Palsvik back on the show. And as ever, he doesn't hold back.
I think that the biggest whistleblower item, I would say, is that the world is abundant. They are lying to us, trying to say that the climate is so weak and it's destroyed by humans, and we are like a cancer to the planet, and it's all horrible. I mean, these people, they had to lock down the whole world in COVID, send half the public sector workers home, and close a lot of small businesses, and still the equity markets grew, and still we managed to go to work and go and feed our families, and everything worked out. And then they destroyed, if you remember, all the different food factories, chicken farms. They burned things down everywhere. And now you can see they create this ridiculous, weird war between Iran and Israel. And I'm very suspicious about the Iranian. Maybe we can talk about that. I think they're all in on it, to be honest, because why haven't Iran? I mean, they've been attacking Israel for 7 weeks and 100 missile raids. How can Israel still be attacking Lebanon? Israel is a very tiny country, for God's sake, right? So we know the Iron Dome failed because they managed to get through that with all their cluster drones. So why can they still just make Greater Israel, what they call it, and just invade and ethnically cleanse 1.2 million Lebanese? It doesn't make any sense. I think they're all in on it. I don't have all the solutions, far from it. I'm very confused, like probably most people who are not on the inner circle. But what we can see is that over 40 oil refineries suddenly caught fire. I mean, clearly that is clearly terrorism. That is clearly sabotage by someone, and it's not ordinary citizens who is burning down refineries in Mexico, in Australia, in everywhere. This is to prove to people, oh look, the world is not abundant. There's not enough energy. And then when there's not enough energy and they close the Hormuz and you don't get the fertilizers, then next year there won't be enough food either. So finally they can prove it. The biggest problem for these disgusting POS, deep state, Pax Judaica, as I like to call them, is that the world is so abundant. I mean, the last 20 years, an area the size of America have gone from desert to be green. So maybe if you go back 20 years, it looked quite bad because a lot of the rainforests were disappearing and also. But since then, because of CO2, because of the world has had more CO2, more green will grow. So you have an area the size of America, United States of America, has become green. That means that the world is now producing so much more food than it did 20 years ago. Right now, you have a lot of people who are on welfare and who don't want to work, and they have. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities to get on welfare because the system actually loves it. The communist system loves misery. They love to have unemployed people who are slaves of the communist system because they will be voting for their corrupt politicians who will promise them, or will promise you more welfare for sitting at home doing nothing. Because what they don't want is people who can actually look after themselves. The people who are the synagogue of Satan we're talking about, that Jesus is talking about, is, of course, he says, it's the Jews who are not Jews and do lie. We can say the same about the Christians who are not Christians but do lie, and the Muslims who are not Muslims and do lie. Because the thing is, they pretend to be good people, but they are not. And what I've said a long time is that the enemy, the governments are the people who are running our governments is the enemy. The government is not our enemy. The government is a system, an institution that could be good if we were running the people. And the people who are running the governments are within the traders, within Christianity. Let's start with myself. This is the Freemasons who are Satanists. It's the Illuminati who are Satanists. And yes, they do agree. They do exist. And I'm sure they have several local headquarters in Denmark for sure. Then among the Muslims, it's the Wahhabists who were created by the British Empire. They were finding the most radical, crazy, lunatic Muslim they could find, and then elevated them to new royalty and invested in schools that portrayed some crazy, obscene version of Islam. And the Salafists, and possibly also the Young Turks. I don't know whether they've changed to the better, but certainly the Young Turks were behind the genocide on the Armenians, the Greeks, and the Assyrians. If you say anti-Semitic, and if you're pro-humanity in a world where everybody has a chance of living in peace and reach their full potential, anti-Semitic is to be against the synagogue of Satan and the synagogue of Christianity and the synagogue of Islam. I mean, against these groups that has infiltrated the three religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and have created this Pax Judaica world order, which is based on lying and stealing and making money out of human misery. And if it is to be anti-Semitic to insist on talking about the 60 million Orthodox Christians that were killed by Jewish Bolsheviks, then I'm anti-Semitic. And if it's anti-Semitic to talk about that it's mainly Jews who are opening the gates, it's Jewish organizations, and it's anti-Semitic. If it's anti-Semitic to say that feminists were mainly Jewish people, and the reason they invented feminism and abortion was because of the Jewish Kalergi plan, which came in 1925. It's a book called Praktischer Idealismus, written by a half-Jew, Coudenhove Kalergi, where he basically wrote, and it's not my words, his words, he said that all the Christian nations of Europe should be eradicated by importing a lot of brown and black people, and they should then intermarry, and then they would have a low IQ, there would be a mongrel race, and the only race that should stay pure are the Jews, and they should be running all these countries. And we see what was happening. Israel is totally closed for anybody. They don't take any immigrants, only Jewish people. They even throw out the Palestinians and the Christians and Armenians, everybody they can get rid of. So it is in accordance with the Kalergi plan. And all these boats that the Jewish organizations are sailing over from Africa into Spain and Malta and Italy right now, it's also in accordance with the Kalergi plan. And in Panama and Mexico into United States, it's the Kalergi plan, and it's so unfair to people like yourself people came legally to England, and my wife who's Jewish, and my son who looks like someone from the Middle East. But I'm just saying that what I'm against is that someone has a plan to genocide an entire race, and these people happen to all be from the synagogue of Satan. And these are just facts. And if pointing out facts is to be anti-Semitic, then I'm anti-Semitic. But which is a bizarre word, because Semitic is the Palestinians. And I'm one of the most outspoken proponents for the Palestinians in Denmark. So I'm actually a Semite file, Semite file, as a matter of fact. And I'm an anti-Khazarian. I'm against the Ashkenazi who came from Ukraine and southern Russia, have infiltrated all our governments and are the global mafia. I think that the biggest whistleblower item, I would say, is that the world is abundant. They are lying to us, trying to say that the climate is so weak and it's destroyed by humans, and we are like a cancer to the planet and it's all horrible. I mean, these people, they had to lock down the whole world in COVID, send half the public sector workers home, and close a lot of small businesses. And still, the equity markets grew. And still, we managed to go to work and go and feed our families, and everything worked out.
Folks, episode 469, I have The Force of Nature. That is Catherine Austin Fitz.
You need to understand that we are in an omni-world. Somebody, someplace is focused on doing everything they can to get you or your children addicted to something. Okay. And if they can't get you on drugs, they'll get you on alcohol. If they can't get you on alcohol, they'll get you on sugar. If they can't get you on sugar, they'll get you on gambling. If they can't get you on gambling, they'll get you on porn. If they, the list goes on and on and on. And if you look at the techniques and the talent they have to trick you into it, I mean, they've got entrainment technology. They've got subliminal programming. They've got neurowarfare. They've got propaganda and disinformation. You're talking about some of the smartest people in the world who are figuring out how to trick you and get you addicted to something and put you on a treadmill that makes them money, right? It's war. These are not sort of accidents. Oh, I had a bad period and I got hooked on opioids and, woe is me. No, somebody's really targeting you. And so, particularly if you're a parent, you need to understand when you give your child a smartphone. Now, you know who Spectre is. You've seen the James Bond movies. When you give your child a smartphone, you are giving Spectre 24/7 access to your child and their subconscious, right? And how are they going to get control of your child? By getting them addicted to something. So the first thing you do is you use cash. Use cash and build back the analog systems. They can't do this unless you go to an all-digital system. And if we refuse to go to an all-digital system, both digital IDs and programmable money, by keeping analog alive. The more we keep analog alive, in an ideal system, you would have a digital and analog system. Literally, if 10% of the people in the Western world woke up tomorrow and insisted on using cash as much as possible, there would be a revolution. Okay, so that's number one. Now, it's not a perfect system, and there are problems with it, but we need to re-embrace the analog and keep the analog strong and alive, not just for this reason, but also, what happens when the electricity goes out? If you're in an all-digital financial system, you're toast. What we're talking about is organized crime, right? But politically, America, the general population, has been on board for the organized crime as long as they got a check and they got to pretend that they were a democracy. And they were going and stealing all the revenues from the oil in Iraq and having the oil revenues deposited in the New York Fed because we were helping bring freedom to women. I call it the story of I'm good. Here's your check and here's the story of I'm good. And you can pretend while we're going along. And now what has happened is the organized crime guys have said, we're tired of giving you the story of I am good. We're just going to go take stuff. So organized crime stops spending money on the patina, right?
That's it. You nailed it. Next is Jeremy Hammond, episode 486, a US independent journalist.
It's a religion. It's the vaccine religion. I've been calling it the vaccine religion pretty much since I started writing about this issue because it's like a cult. And people are indoctrinated into the cult.
You don't pray in front of the holy vaccine?
No, I don't bow at the altar. And of course, all the vaccine injured children are just the sacrificial lambs, right?
Bingo.
They're the sacrificial lambs. And we have to even deny that vaccine injuries exist. Even at the same time, and the institutionalized cognitive dissonance is another thing. Like, as though vaccine injuries don't happen or something. Even while the U.S. government in the 1986 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act granted broad legal immunity to the vaccine manufacturers, while implementing the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program to effectively shift the financial burden for vaccine injuries away from the pharmaceutical industry and onto the tax-paying consumers.
Folks, we're almost there. Episode 491, Jane Murdoch, cybersecurity expert.
If it's in the right hands, you don't need to worry about your data. There's no risk because the right people looking after it, they've got the right intentions, etc. But if you then put it in the wrong hands or the wrong intentions, that's when the problems come. So that's when you look at, Agenda 2030, whatever that may be, and how that can be implemented. When you start looking at, are all these things plausible? Are all these things happening? Could they happen? Absolutely. Could they happen quickly? Well, yeah, if you think about it, if we give away all our habits, if we have our smart meters about our homes, if we've got water, everything, we've got Ring doorbells, we've even now got fridges, and I don't really get this one. Why can't someone go and open the door of a fridge? But you've got fridges that have got the kind of AI representation of what's in your fridge. It's just like, that's crazy. So we've gone to that whole convenience because no one thinks about the data. Everyone thinks about the convenience.
Debbie Lerman, episode 493.
the fire hose of propaganda is directed right at us all the time, not just from the mainstream, also in alternative spaces. There's a lot of propaganda. And so anytime you get a piece of information or you see a video or a TikTok thing that makes you feel anxious, or it makes you feel some kind of animosity towards another person or another group who's not a leader, if it's against the deep state, that's where we should be directing our attention. But if it's against a fellow human or a fellow group of humans, like I practice this also, like stop for a minute. If I'm feeling anxious or I'm feeling riled up, why am I being riled up about this right now? And then just, take a step back. And so that's why I'm saying, like, so if you see something that says, oh my God, these extremist Muslim terrorists, it's the same thing as when they say these extremist left-wing trannies. It's the same thing. They're trying to direct your anger towards another group so that you will embrace the controls and the curtailment of your rights. And if you are convinced by something that you should give up your rights, then something's wrong. Then you know that they're using it against you. And so that's why I keep saying, like, just take a step back. If you get riled up and you feel like, oh my God, the Muslim terrorists, oh my God, the trans, extremists or whatever, you're getting riled up about something that is being used against you.
Episode 498 sees Mark Passio coming on the podcast. A controversial figure, but wow, what a guest. The truth is, you're either going to love him or hate him. Either way, I think he has some really important things to say. I certainly enjoyed this conversation.
Get out of your selfish, self-centered, me mindset that leads you to just seek comfort and pleasure and actually learn what's truly important in life, which you actually truly haven't done. My family members have all squandered their time while being alive. I have not. I've learned what really matters, what's of true utmost importance, and what is truly moral. And I live that every day of my life. So that's what I would tell them, that they are squandering their time here on earth, and to stop living for selfish pleasure, because that's all Satanism is. To live for comfort and pleasure is one of the biggest things of what Satanism translates to in the modern world. Really seek out true knowledge of true morality and then live that in your life and propagate it. Teach that to other people. Because if we do a third interview, that's what we could talk about, is what is the required behavior? What is the real things that people have to do with their time that they have left here? And the answer is they have to teach true morality to others, because people don't know the difference between right and wrong. And that's why we're heading into deeper and deeper slavery. Get out of your selfish, self-centered, me mindset that leads you to just seek comfort and pleasure and actually learn what's truly important in life, which you actually truly haven't done. My family members have all squandered their time while being alive. I have not. I've learned what really matters, what's of true utmost importance, and what is truly moral. And I live that every day of my life. So that's what I would tell them, that they are squandering their time here on earth, and to stop living for selfish pleasure, because that's all Satanism is. To live for comfort and pleasure is one of the biggest things of what Satanism translates to in the modern world. Really seek out true knowledge of true morality and then live that in your life and propagate it. Teach that to other people. Because if we do a third interview, that's what we could talk about, is what is the required behavior? What is the real things that people have to do with their time that they have left here? And the answer is they have to teach true morality to others, because people don't know the difference between right and wrong. And that's why we're heading into deeper and deeper slavery. Right remains right objectively at all times and places, and wrong remains wrong objectively at all times and places. And this is the problem, is people have totally embraced moral relativism. And that's a satanic tenet. That is literally a tenet of the satanic religion. When I talk about religion, I talk about any system. How I define religion is any system that essentially holds you back from the reception of truth. Any system that holds you back from objective truth is a religion. So religion can be lots of things. It could be money. It could be self-identity. It could be attachment to family. It can be, defining yourself by your job. Religion can be the belief in authority, and it is. Religion could be obeying a chain of command. That's a religion. Religion is anything that will get you to not recognize true objective right versus wrong and go with a program no matter how wrong it is because you just identify with it and believe in it. And essentially it blocks the reception of objective truth in the mind. That's any system or thing that does that. And when I talk about, basically Christians that are just identifying as Christian and don't really truly understand right versus wrong, they identify as being good people, but they don't really know what it means to be good because they can't even do something as simple as define the difference between right and wrong. Tell me what a right is. Define a right. Define a wrongdoing. They can't get. I've asked so many Christians that identify as Christian that statement. And I've asked many people who identify as being Jewish, just give me the definitions. Give me the definition of a right. Give me the definition of a wrongdoing. They can't do it. You can ask Muslims to do it. You could ask Freemasons to do it. You could ask anybody in any system or tradition that claims that it is trying to teach morality and goodness to people. And they can't do the very simple task of defining what a right is and defining what a wrongdoing is.
Okay, final episode 499. Madeline Hunt and Rachel Reeves. Two incredibly strong, remarkable women. Enjoy.
Madeline's raised a very good point. She has lived through this before, and that's the trouble. Most people are sleepwalking through life. They keep us so busy, they keep us exhausted, but you do really need to listen to what she is saying because she's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, got the dubious pleasure of having lived this. So she understands when they tweak a little bit of legislation here, she knows that that's going to do this. And you were aware the moment Blair got in, weren't you?
Yeah.
Escaped
So Madeline, talk about this because you grew up in Poland under communism. You've seen it. You've seen what it looks like. And you told me in past podcasts, but you said what I'm seeing now is exactly what Poland was like in the 60s and 70s. The same language, the same wording, the same justification. And to me, that was like a real eye-opener. Wow, 50 years ago. Like that saying, nothing is new under the sun, is so true. Like it just keeps repeating itself, the same bullshit. Can you just extrapolate on that? Because people need to understand. Because right now they're like, hey, I went off and I watched the World Cup and I went to the bar and I got pissed and I'm going on holiday and blah, blah, blah. And life is great. And yeah, it's expensive, but I'm free and we live in democracy and at least it's not North Korea. So when someone like you says, hey, listen, I lived under communism, this is communism, they'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? So can you explain why is this like that era?
People have very strange idea about the communists because when you say communist, they just see army wearing particular clothes and they just associate this with Soviet and communist China, which is the extreme. But the system what we have here is more like they try to push the communists in Poland, the very well known one, the visible one. But it didn't work because people just didn't approve this at all. So they have to change this in 50s. When I was born, the communist system was practically gone when I was a child. We still have this proper communist dictatorship. Amazing. When I'm watching the documentary from this time of the propaganda, it's just laughable. It really is. But you know what? It's the same what is happening here. But anyway, I grew up in the new communism, it's socialism, and that is stakeholder capitalism. That's exactly the same. So that's the socialist. That always was a communist system. Not like China, not like Soviet. We actually have a private sector, the fake private sector, because soon that was completely taken over by the state and by the investors and other global partners. So it didn't belong to the little private businesses or little private hospitality. That was exactly what is happening here now. And the speeches, what we're seeing on the TV, they're going through the same program. Their plan is exactly the same. This is really a proper, constant abuse. It's a psychological abuse. Every day, you never have a normal day of life, and children never have a normal day of life. They telling you that's how life is, but it's not. You are in prison, honestly in prison. So I don't want to live there again. And also, I love UK. I think this is the country which deserves to be respected. The history, the culture definitely need respect from others as well. And just seeing the people who saying they represent the nation, destroying this country. Just think about this. The wars, so many wars, they didn't manage to destroy the culture here and to destroy the heritage. But people willingly doing this now. So that's
This is going to be the vehicle that they drive the demolition of this country in. It is that level of seriousness. And I'm not just saying that for, trying to be soundbitey and all that kind of stuff. This really is serious, because what they're doing is, the democracy, as we know, is a bit of an illusion, because it doesn't matter who you vote for. They've got the same puppet masters. Now, I know that upsets people because they want to vote their way out of all of the problems that we've got in this country. But the truth of it is, it's the world's richest, most powerful people that pull the strings of governments everywhere. And they have this delightful thing that they want to put into place called stakeholder capitalism, which I know you've interviewed Richard Jeff, so your audience knows all about that. But just in case there's people watching this that aren't familiar and haven't spent years researching all of this stuff, the idea is to move us over from a democratic system over to stakeholder capitalism, which basically means it's communism 2.0 with a nice twist, to put it mildly. And what they'll do is the government will do some parts, and what the government can't do, the big corporations will do. For example, if the government say you have to have identification to be online, the corporations will be the one that enforces that. So between the two of them, they have you under complete control. And the technology that comes out now enables them to control humanity in ways you don't even want to think about.
Now, episode 116, I thought I'd already done Robert Malone, but I've just found the clip, so maybe I didn't. So anyway, yeah, Robert Malone. What can I say about Robert Malone?
There have been concerted campaigns to delegitimize me. And some of them are paid. Some of them are backed by people that I don't know. You can't identify who they are. That's the nature of fifth generation warfare. And one of the key objectives is you can't identify who the people are that are propagating the narrative.
Was there a global pandemic? Yes or no?
Yes. Pandemic is as pandemic.
No. It was just yes or no. It's just yes or no. Just yes or no. Yeah. Right. Number two. Yes. Are you a covered person under the PrEP Act?
I don't understand that question.
It's yes or no. Under the PrEP Act, are you a covered person?
I don't know the what clause in the PrEP Act this is referring to.
Just generally, the PrEP Act, that you're as a covered person, you have immunity. Is a yes or a no?
Immunity from what? I don't have any immunity.
Okay. Number three, do you have any current contracts and confidentiality agreements with the US government?
No.
Okay. See, this is helping.
I have existing non-disclosure agreements, and those typically last for 5 to 10 years.
How many more years are left on them?
Probably another 4 or 5.
Okay. Next question, yes or no. Have you ever worked for the CIA?
Never. Neither have I worked for DARPA.
Okay. What contacts
those are all lies.
What contacts do you have routinely with the CIA or intermediaries you suspect or know to work for the CIA?
I used to have a number of them. Most of those I've blown during the COVID crisis. Some of them I've outed. I have had recently contacts from someone who was active CIA at the time they contacted me. They're a whistleblower that was involved in the special group that the CIA set up to evaluate the origin of the virus. And that person has left the agency and is now employed in the private sector because of their activities, they were not allowed to come back in and be active in the agency. So that's the last tie I have. He still periodically corresponds with me, but he's no longer with the agency.
What makes you think there's a pandemic? So according to lots of different people, very smart people, Denny Rancourt, Stefan Lomborg, and many others, there's actually no increase in all-cause mortality. There's no increase in all-cause mortality in 2020. Denny Rancourt's looked at every state,
this
mortality
is true.
by week, age, and sex. Let me just finish. Let me finish.
Stop. No, I know all that bullshit, okay? Listen.
Yeah?
A pandemic is something that is declared, and it involves an infectious disease. It doesn't require that there be a certain level of mortality. So what we're arguing about here is the semantics of a term, a definition. Now you're setting me up for a line of attack.
There's no setting up. Robert.
This was defined as a pandemic by the WHO and by the health agencies throughout the world. It definitely was a novel coronavirus that spread throughout the world. In terms of its mortality and morbidity, it was largely the consequence of public health mismanagement, not the primary disease. But having been infected by Wuhan 1 in February of 2020, I can tell you that this was not the flu.
And now let's just talk about what you said about the FDA. So I had Sasha Latipova on the podcast, and she was very clear about this. These are countermeasures, and it's DOD and DARPA.
Yeah, you know what? Sasha Latipova says a lot of shit, and she attacks me all the time.
Okay. I didn't know that.
There's a lot of people that think that Sasha Latipova actually is controlled opposition.
Did you and your wife, Jill, write a book titled Novel Coronavirus, A Practical Guide for Preparation and Protection?
Yes.
That was published in early 2020, is that correct?
February of 2020, it was published on Amazon as an Amazon book. We intended to update it. Remember that we started working on that in the first week in January when I was alerted about the novel coronavirus. And the title was Novel Coronavirus, Prepare and Protect Yourself. And Jill just worked her can off on that thing.
Dude, I need to hire you guys. I need to hire you guys to write my book. I need to write a book called DOCMALIK, Simple Guide to Good Health. I've been sitting on it for an hour and I've not even typed one letter yet.
We have 3 books in the queue right now, so it would take a while to get through. We've got one on Cywar, one on marriage and homesteading, and one that I'm teaming with a federal investigator on that has to do with a lot of the documentation that is yet to be disclosed concerning the events.
How did you manage to write, edit, footnote, typeset, proofread, and print the book in just a matter of a few weeks? What prompted you to write it?
You don't understand what I do for a living, or used to do. I'm an extremely good proposal writer. With the remember, I've been an academic my whole life, so I write stuff. And if you don't think I can write fast, we have about 1,000 essays on Substack now.
Wow!
We put a granular essay out on a daily basis. I'm an extremely good and prolific writer with the full academic toolkit of citation managers, etc. I'm extremely good at doing what I do. That's why I get paid. That's why I've literally won billions of dollars of contracts for my clients, often on very short notice.
Folks, that brings us to the end. 5 hours, 39 minutes. I don't know how many people will ever get to the end, but I'm hoping that putting everything together in this one massive epic podcast will save a lot of people time trawling through all the episodes. And I think this does give you a broad rough guide to the podcast. I mean, I have missed out on lots of episodes, but if you think about it, 499 episodes, each one averaging about 90 minutes. I mean, that's thousands of minutes, you know, hundreds of hours of podcasts. You know, realistically, very few people are going to be able to get through it. I'm hoping the samples I've given will do my podcast justice. I know there's even more clips hidden away that I've never been able to make, hundreds of them. And maybe at some point in the future, someone else will do it. But anyway, folks, if you're listening here now, you really are my hardcore supporters. I thank you so much for being here, for sharing my content. And I'm hoping that you are supporting me by subscribing to the show. If you can, on a monthly basis, even a one-off donation would be much appreciated. Okay, folks, thank you so much. Let's see where the future takes me and you. Bye. I, Ahmed Malik, am a private civilian protected by the Geneva Convention. My Substack, social media posts and podcasts are my personal experiences, observations and opinions. This information is for educational purposes only. Although I am a doctor, I am not your doctor, and I am not providing medical or legal advice to you or to the wider public. I am not licensed or registered with the GMC or any other licensing board. The responsibility for the interpretation, due diligence, and use of the information from my Substack and my podcast lies with you, the viewer and/or listener. Please do your research and use your discernment. It is not my intention to harass, intimidate, offend, defame, conspire, blackmail, coerce, or cause anxiety, alarm, or distress to any man or woman, and the information presented here is done so with peaceful and honourable intentions. Enjoy, folks.